Good.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. Today is Monday, June 2nd, 2025. It is 9 a.m. This is a regularly scheduled town council meeting. All council members are present, town manager, town attorney, and town clerk. If you please rise for the invocation, followed by Sarah and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Today we ask for guidance as we respond to the requests before us on this agenda. Enlighten each one of us here to do what is best for the people of Fort Myers Beach, who have put their trust in us as we listen to public comment and to each other. As we deliberate, help us to reach the decisions that will best serve the people of Fort Myers Beach, both now and in the future, and grant us the grace to be kind, truthful, and courageous when faced with the difficult choices, and not let us lose sight of the common good. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, Sarah. See, that wasn't so hard, was it?
That was pretty easy.
All right, next we have the approval of the final agenda. There is one item, some LBA members are here that have requested the opportunity under recognitions. Is that right? Is that where you want
Committee reports?
under? You want to do it at local achievements and recognitions, right? I checked with Nancy. There's nothing that would prevent us from being able to do that.
They're okay. It's not a matter or anything that's coming back to their LPA.
Okay. Is there any objection to that?
None.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda?
Move for approve.
All right,
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is public comment.
I have nobody signed up.
Is there anyone that would like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Next, we have the Honorable Matt Caldwell here from the Properties Appraiser's Office to give us an update. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, Council. Thank you very much for giving me a few moments to speak with you. Your team, I don't know if it's made its way to your desk yet. I hope so. The early estimates went out on Saturday. As you'll recall, June 1st is when we send the top line numbers, and then July 1 will be our final refined version of those numbers for you all to use for building your budget. And then our process will continue to work on perfecting the numbers at an individual parcel level in time for the trim to go out in late August. But in terms of what has actually gone out this weekend, I think most of us have had conversations casually over the past few months, and the expectation was for a more or less flat year-over-year numbers, not just jurisdiction by jurisdiction, but countywide, and that more or less was the case for the town of Fort Myers Beach. Your taxable, we're showing an increase of 3% year-over-year, and you do have really your story here is the story throughout the county. When you look at the breakdown chart, your just number, which is the objective market value, is down about 2.5%, and I think all of us have seen the market demand has been returning back to a more sustainable, normal level after several years of put your house on the market and it sells in 2 weeks. That's not healthy. You want to be in a much more stable, long-term perspective. So the market itself, and this is the caution I want to give everybody as they look at our numbers, the market itself may actually have retreated even more than 2, 3, 4%, but what we're experiencing in this county is obviously at the same time we're bringing properties back onto the tax roll as they are being repaired. And so for your case, what is shown in our chart as new construction is going to be both true new construction, but then also contain all of those properties that are coming back on the roll. So y'all had about $860 million in that new construction line. But to show you how much of that is just property coming back on the roll that has existing caps that are coming back into place, the taxable as a result of that was only $167 million. So these are a lot of properties that have been owned by those property owners for a significant period of time. They've got buildup of either homestead or a 10% cap But again, the actual taxable, the number that you're gonna use, was an additional 167 million coming back on the roll. And that will probably, you know, looking forward, as you think about, okay, how do we grapple with this year and then going into next year, you know, this is the crystal ball moment in terms of the overall market. Again, it definitely has shifted to a more stable environment compared to where we were in 21 and 22 with the COVID demand, the level of intensity that we had here. Is that going to continue to show a decline? Are we going to be kind of more flatline again into next year? That's the $100 million question. When you figure that out, let me know. We'll go make a lot of money together on the bet. But we're all familiar. There's a lot of things up in the air that are in flux in the national economy and the global economy. We're such a large community, definitely the county size, that we are a part of the global economy at this point. And so what happens in that world affects us more than maybe it would have 20, 30, 40 years ago.
All right.
Questions, Mr. Mayor?
I do have one question. For those that maybe don't remember last year when you were here, there was questions about, you know, pre-storm, the valuation of your property versus your your building was something. Say, for instance, it was $450,000 for the land, $450,000 for the property. After the storm, that altered. So those people that rebuilt their homes, that were able to rebuild it under the 50% rule, now they're seeing their property, just their property value at, say, 150,000, but now their property value has gone up to like 1.2, 1.3. You know, to some, obviously, that seems to stink, right? Because if we were to ever have another water event, those that just spent all that money rebuilding their homes are pretty much out of luck. Can you explain as to why that switch happened again? I know you explained it last year,
Yeah,
but
no, I'd be
we have
glad
new
to.
people here that maybe didn't hear it last year.
Yeah, and we're, you know, the hurricanes have accentuated a reality that we were all going to be grappling with regardless. Those of us that have been here for a while, we know kind of the age, when improvements, when things, they get built in waves. And so let's talk first in the condo complex. And I know you're talking more about single family, but in the condo context, for example, the earliest, the condo law was passed, I think, in 66, 67. And so when you just think in general, your oldest condo buildings are now 60, 65, 70 years old. If it wasn't organized as a condo, these were the kind of buildings we could all guess. You're getting to the end of your economic life for a building like that. So we had a reality that was probably going to creep in slowly, that was facilitated much more rapidly because of the damage from the storm. And we've seen that effect here on Sanibel and Cape Coral. You've got that suite of improvements. And so now shift your mind also to the single family side. This is very acute right now, for example, in South Cape Coral, south of Cape Coral Parkway. All of those homes were primarily built between, let's say, 1955 and 1975. Gulf American was building them like gangbusters. Now you find yourself with a 50-year-old house on a direct Gulf access canal. The value was all in land. The people that are moving there and buying today are going to tear down that house regardless of the damage from the hurricanes. That it just doesn't meet the need, right? Nobody's going to go spend $750,000 to $1 million for a quarter-acre lot as a vacant piece of land and want to build a one-car garage, 1.5-bath house. That's just not where the market is. As much as those of us that have grown up here may like it, we may enjoy it. You know, when you come to the beach context out here, the wood frame cottage is exactly the kind of place I would love to live in with no air conditioning and the windows open every day. Don't know that my wife would live there with me.
Yeah, let's not get crazy.
But I would enjoy it at least. So that reality was coming to bear. We could see it as it was coming up Bonita Beach, right? All those of us that have seen it, all of those old beach cottages, by and large, the market was tearing them down, building new modern homes, and it was creeping north towards Fort Myers Beach over time. And really what's occurred because of the storm was it hypercharged that effect. And so those properties that sustained that level of damage that it just wasn't going to be economically feasible, now you see that demand come in and reprice the land. And that's what's happened. The land has, at its core, been recognized as the most valuable asset in the dynamic between the land and the improvement. And it's got to work itself out through those market dynamics. And what it does mean, as you pointed out rightly, is some of these oldest structures that were perhaps able to qualify to rebuild, rehabilitate the existing structure under the 50-50 dynamic, that's going to be a lot more challenging going forward, just because the value of the land has now so radically outpaced the value of the structure as a portion of the whole.
But in general, people that are in that scenario, and I know there's quite a few that are in that scenario that I brought up, that they still have the ability to go out, get an independent appraisal to be able to correct those numbers should you ever have to have another issue with dealing with FEMA.
Yeah, it's good to remember that the FEMA guidebook lists the private appraisal as the first, most preferable way to address a 50-50 concern. The tax roll comes second on the recommended list, and just some simple structural differences. You are allowed to use the value as of the day before the disaster. In the context of South Florida, our disasters are typically hurricanes, so we're going to be talking about September, October. The tax roll is based on January 1st. So as a number, as an observation of what's going on in the market, it's always going to be 8, 9, 10 months stale compared to what has actually occurred and what would maybe be in your best interest as a property owner. The other feature is that we have built a tax valuation system that's designed to be incredibly favorable towards the property owner. We have very little interest in overtaxing and having litigation with property owners, and so as a result, that's not to suggest the numbers are wrong, but my first duty is to make sure that everyone is treated equitably, that the relationship between the Gulf Front home and the Back Bay home is appropriately captured in the values that we've assigned to both of them, not that those actual values are the true perfect number of what you would sell it for in the market. In fact, it's probably going to be lower than the open market value just as a result of how it's structured. So the shorthand is, if you need to get a roof permit, if you need to get an air conditioner replaced, the tax roll is probably great. Save you $300, $400, $500, maybe $800 on a private appraisal, because the ratio is not a huge deal. If you're going through a complete reconstruction of your home post-disaster, you really should go get a private appraisal. That's going to best reflect the circumstances that are specific to your case, rather than relying on a mass appraisal tax valuation.
All right. John, any questions for Matt?
I'm not sure if you want to go there, Matt, or not, but I know you had supported the amendment on the ballot last year for increasing the, I guess I'm losing my train of thought there, losing the, for your property, the increase.
The homestead by
Yes.
inflation? Yeah.
Talk out there, and I'm not sure where it is now, is about removing property taxes altogether. Your thoughts on that and how it would impact a municipality?
Yeah, what a time to be alive and be a property appraiser. You know, Ken got his last 10 years, he had a nice stable market, no disasters. He leaves, I get COVID, 3 hurricanes, and now maybe we'll just get rid of property taxes. It is a valuable conversation. And, you know, the other day I tried to condense my thoughts, and I was shooting for a 2-page memo and it ended up 8 pages. So I won't recite all of that by memory, but just the big things to think about. When we talk about, let's say, the big picture, we're going to get rid of property taxes. The question I ask each of the legislators and the leaders is, okay, help me understand, define what you mean by that, because there are not just 2 forms of property tax, ad valorem and non-ad valorem, but when you zoom out, you see the 2 purposes. You have general revenue lines and you have fee for service, essentially. For example, most of us in Lee County pay our annual garbage bill through our tax bill. So when someone says we want to get rid of property taxes, do you mean that people aren't going to pay for their garbage pickup? That's going to be offloaded to the sales tax. I don't think that's what most of the leaders mean. I think they're really talking about the big general revenue lines, and that's going to be the big county general revenue line. It's going to be your big city general revenue lines. It's going to be the school general revenue line. And then it starts to get into what's the practical reality? How can you address that? The likelihood that the legislature would be able to come up with a satisfactory formula to divvy out a sales tax on a pro rata basis as a replacement for, say, your general revenue millage at a town level, I just don't think that's very likely to be achievable. What I do think is achievable is you do have the single biggest tax line is the required local effort. That's what goes to fund a large part of the education finance program. That's the K-12 system in Florida. That represents 30 to 50% of everyone's tax bill, that one line. And that's the line that the legislature has the most discretion over directly. So they could realize immediate tax relief by changing the structure of that tax line without having to touch anything else that gets talked about. In terms of then another layer, when you look at homeowners, the homestead needs to be fixed. I was supportive of adjusting for inflation because I had observed the infirmities in the current homestead. At $50,000, you're still far short of what the original homestead was intended to achieve. In 1934, Florida adopted the first homestead of $5,000 when the median home was $4,500. So for lower and middle class homeowners in Florida at the time, it was a whole exemption on their property. And of course today, with a $50,000 exemption and the average home value is say $400,000, we've really lost the thread, right, in the story. So just by inflation, just the sheer, loss of the value of the dollar, the homestead needs to be moved up to about $125,000 just to be the same as what $5,000 was back then. And of course, going from 1 million people to 24 million people, we also have the dynamic, just demand has driven up the median value. And so they're gonna want to try to address that as well. This is the point at which we could dive off the cliff into all the myriad ways you could try to address that, but I think that highlights that there is an issue and it needs to be fixed. And I'm encouraged and hopeful from as much as they are at loggerheads say over the budget right now, I take comfort in that all three pieces, the governor, the House, and the Senate, all agree that property tax needs to be a priority of the upcoming session's conversation. And we're certainly attempting to inform them in much the way that I did here this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anything else, John?
No, I just thank you for always coming. The expertise you and your folks offer and your willingness to always work with us. I appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely.
Jim?
Good morning, Matt. Thank you for being here. As you know, everybody knows, we've had an unusually high turnover of both residential and commercial property since Ian. Can you explain, from a revenue standpoint, we're heading into our budget cycle, as you can imagine, and so we're trying to understand better how that turnover affects, because obviously when there's turnover, you lose your homestead and you lose that 10% cap on the commercial side. Can you explain, that should, from a revenue standpoint, be beneficial to Fort Myers Beach? Can you kind of give us a sense of what that impact is? How significant is it, and is it going to continue to be a benefit to Fort Myers Beach as we go forward?
From a revenue standpoint, it will be a benefit. Each time those properties transfer, they reset to the full just value, whatever that may be, and so that'll be reflected. The just and the taxable are the same in that first year, and so you'll see that show up in your taxable line. I think it has been, in fact, in the previous 2 years, that's probably been a big. I know it may not feel like it because I know in year one you all lost about half of your taxable value, and we've recovered about halfway last year. Obviously, with only a 3% gain, we're not back up to where we were the year before the storm. So my suspicion is that in the previous 2 years, that reset of the cap was a big driver of keeping the decrease from being as severe as it could have been. Now, as the market has kind of moved into a more stable, flat period, it's going to continue to be a factor, but I don't know that that's going to be the most significant driver. I think you're still going to see the continued either occupation of the damaged structures come back on the roll will be the major driver looking at 25 into 26. And then what we're seeing now that we're getting to it, where the structures that aren't going to be rehabilitated are being torn down and getting them either transferred. So that's at scale, there's a lot of value in all of the property, but obviously the golf club parcels are your most valuable pieces of property. So any of those that are still in the ownership name as of the pre-storm, now they've torn down the building. So either building the new facility or getting it sold, that's where you're gonna see the most bang for your buck, so to speak, from a revenue picture, is when those parcels move. And y'all are out here every day, so you see kind of where everybody's head's at in terms of those questions.
Thank you.
Karen?
I'm good for now, thank you.
Scott?
So I know you don't wanna buy a lottery ticket today with me, but crystal ball, when do you think we're gonna be back up to pre-Ian? 2-3 years?
Yeah, I mean, in some markets, our closest proxy is to look at Michael up in the Panhandle, go back a ways and look at Andrew on the East Coast. In terms of some properties, specific properties, they don't ever go back to what they were. We can go down and visit with the Miami-Dade property appraiser, and he can show you the properties that are still not reoccupied 30 years later. It destroyed whatever was the small business or the tourist attraction or the thing that just, redevelopment still hasn't come to that. Not to describe it necessarily as an advantage, but Fort Myers Beach is better positioned than, say, Inland Homestead and Florida City were in terms of the demand, right? The beach demand is much higher and much stronger. And so looking at the effects of Michael is probably a better proxy. Panama City Beach, we're 7 years removed from that storm. They have recovered fairly well, but still not completely. And again, the contrast to the inland areas. So from a revenue picture, I think a 5-year window is probably the most reasonable thing that you can take. But that's totally contingent again on really where the global economy goes over the next 2 years. Because our demand is so heavily tied to retirees and second homes, the folks that are most comfortable making that kind of investment are the most prone to be affected by global economic swings. And so that's where I say we really are held captive at this point to that dynamic.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Will, you got any questions for Matt?
No, not at this time. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks for taking the time to come down this morning. Always appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Have a good day.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Keep it up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is local achievements and recognitions. Should we start with the LPA first? Anita, didn't mean to catch you off guard, but.
It's gonna be a whole show.
Oh. Are you all coming up at once?
Thank you.
You didn't watch the last LPA meeting, I guess. I'm Anita Saracita for the record. Mr. McInerney, it's very nice to see you in person. We said we were going to come and pay tribute to you. Yes, indeed. So, having been in those chairs over the years, there are just a few people that are so memorable and have left such a mark. I don't think ever a group of LPA members have come to pay tribute to an employee, and Sarah is worthy of that praise. Sarah, you have pulled us out of holes, pulled us back from crazy loopy conversations. You've helped us and guided us, and especially in these last couple of years, you've been a rock for us. Never wavering when we get a little too emotional or somebody in the audience does, and you're going to be greatly missed. I would be selfish to tell you I wish you were staying because I know you're looking forward to your next adventure, and I hope you find every happiness there and how fortunate that community is to be getting you. So, Mr. Mayor and council members, thank you for the opportunity to say this, and I think my other friends here might want to say something too.
Sure. Jim?
They're acting like they're shy.
I know. Since when?
Good morning, council members. Sarah, I would like to thank you. Whenever we started to veer off, you always got us back within the guardrails. You were a source of just the knowledge that you were able to bring to us about the comp plan, development codes. You will be missed. Thank you for your service.
Thank you all for the opportunity.
wish you nothing but the best, and you've just been such a depth of knowledge and a rock for us. Thank you for everything you've done.
Change your mind, Sarah.
Talk her into it. Well, we've been working together forever on the LPA, and it's always been a pleasure. You always come with an unbelievable package and presentation to us, but I think Sarah presents herself so amazingly in everything she does. I mean, look at her haircut and her shoes. So, even when she's on crutches, she is fabulous, and we will definitely miss you. Take care.
Sarah, in life, and much as we do what we do in the LPA too, if you want to make better decisions, you need better information. You guided us through very difficult learning curves, new languages for some of us, and clearly the code compliance things that we can't even pretend to get into what you think. And what you must sit there and say is, oh, these children, they just don't get it. But you never treated us that way. You taught us and then said, oh my gosh, you discovered the right answer. So thank you for doing what you did for us. We're going to miss you.
Very good.
I've got your cell phone number.
I hope you're happy, but you're gonna miss us too.
Don't get too excited, Sarah. Your day ain't over yet.
I know. And it's a long one.
Yeah. What better way to send you on your way? All right. Thank you all for coming out and saying those kind of words. We'll start with you, Scott.
Well, I just want to echo their statements. I mean, I was on the LPA for quite a number of years, and Sarah, I learned so much from you. And like Jim said, you're patient with the kids, and I want to thank you so much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you so much, Scott. Sarah, I remember first meeting you when we moved here and we were trying to get a pool in our backyard that turned into a postage stamp pool. It's like a big hot tub, but nevertheless, we got it in, and there were several meetings and several tough conversations about what we could and couldn't do, but you maintained all the way through, just like you have in every situation from before Ian, after Ian, to this day. So we will so greatly miss you. And I'm not kidding when I say you still have a chance to change your mind. There's no reason you have to leave. We get it. We get it. It's fun here, right? Yeah.
Very exciting.
Very exciting. Truly.
Buy a couple horses.
Right. There you go. Oh, God. No, you're going to get some trouble on that. Truly, you've been the best. And I really appreciate everything that you've done. And we're going to miss you terribly.
Vice Mayor?
Well, I can't top what's been said about Sarah. We've worked together on the LPA as well as the council, and just thank you for your service. I hate to be the turd in the punch bowl, but I do want to recognize today, for the first time, maybe in 5 years, I'm going to recognize an inanimate object. What I have before me today is the interlocal agreement that was signed between the town of Fort Myers Beach and the school board of Lee County. Both bodies adopted this interlocal agreement unanimously, and it was done after Ian to get our beach school reopened. And a lot of effort was put into this, particularly by the parents of the beach school kids, and the kids have been through a lot. And this agreement was signed, negotiated for 4 years. It was to allow us to get back on our feet as a community. And in the agreement, and rightfully so, there's tough metrics in it to make sure that we can increase enrollment and that we reduce costs. And we made demonstrable progress in that prior to Hurricane Milton. And obviously that's a bit of a challenge right now after Milton because our school's closed. And we just asked the school board and the elected superintendent to hear us. We've demonstrated our goodwill. We ask respectfully that the interlocal agreement be respected. There is going to be a school district workshop tomorrow at 1 o'clock, if folks can make it. If you can't make it, what I would encourage you to do, last Wednesday we had an emergency town meeting. The ad hoc committee parents put forth a presentation that really gave some excellent information and background on the situation. If you haven't had a chance to see that, go online and take a look at it. I know a lot of folks watched it. Take that information and use that as ammunition, if you will, respectfully, to formulate some kind of an email correspondence to the Lee County School Board and to the elected school superintendent. If you have friends or family in Lee County, if you know of Beach School alumni in Lee County, reach out to them, encourage them to email their school board members, to reach out to the superintendent, again, respectfully, and plead with the school board. All we're asking for is that they respect this agreement that was reached, again, unanimously by the town and the Lee County School Board, to help us get back on our feet. We're willing to do our part. We just ask respectfully that you'll honor this agreement and do your part, and we can get these kids back into the beach school as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. John?
Well, I'd like to recognize Jim's new nickname,
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Punch Bowl. Sarah, I just wanted to say thank you. I can't add to what everybody, but your attitude is just infectious. Always smiling, always friendly, always welcoming. So thank you for all you've done for Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, I won't reiterate everything, Sarah. Obviously, being on the LPA, it was, I think the analogy about teaching the kids is very good, Jim. And I remember when I was a kid, we've been fortunate we've had both you and Jason, who are both wealth of knowledge, at least since I've been involved in the council meetings and in the LPA. And to go from, if anybody remembers when they were a kid and they had the vinyl records and you'd speed it up to like 90, you'd be like, oh, that was Jason Green. And then you came in and it was like, whoa, I can understand the words to this song now. So nothing against Jason, but the knowledge and then how you've slowed it down for us children has been great. So you'll be missed, but we still got 1,402 pages to keep you here. So. Thanks, Sarah.
Nothing like going out with a bang.
All right, next is the advisory committee's items of report. We've got the citizen appointment to the Charter Review Commission. We have, I believe it's 11 people that have applied for 5 positions.
Correct.
Are there any alternates that need to be?
If you so choose to pick a couple alternates, you may. The last charter review, I think, had 2.
Okay.
They were never called into action, but they would sit through the meeting so they would know what was going along through the entire process in case somebody had to drop out
Or couldn't make a meeting?
over the course of time.
Are you okay with that, Nancy's?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with the 5 and then pick 2 alternates after those 5. Is that how you want to do it, or how do you want to?
It doesn't, I think
Or
it's
just write
your
alternate.
discretion. I think doing the 5 first would be preferable,
Okay.
and then, based on whoever's left.
So then
go
can we
for-
get a second sheet of these so it
Yes,
doesn't
you
get too
may.
convoluted? And then there's also an asterisk for those that don't understand. The asterisk next to Rebecca Link's name just means that her application came in after the deadline to submit to be part of the commission.
Correct.
So everybody make their 5 choices and we'll see where it goes.
Yes, and Mayor, as you recall, our process is basically once you make your selection, the clerk will announce your vote. There is a tally sheet visible on the screen. You'll then have to certify that indeed that was your selection, and then a vote and the appointment.
Okay? So make your selections and we'll give it to you. Oh, you want mine?
The clerk will announce the votes or the selections, to be precise.
And then Nancy, if I remember the process correctly, if for some reason all 5 aren't unanimous at the beginning, those that have a selection will go to the next round of voting, correct? And
Yes.
everyone else then would not?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we'll need more than one more sheet.
I've got maybe 2 or 3 votes here.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, this is from Vice Mayor Adderholt, Anita Saracita, James Dunlap, Edward Schoonover, Brian Thomas, and Henry Zuba. Councilmember Woodson is Michelle Cherney, James Dunlap, Beverly Milligan, Edward Schoonover, and Brian Thomas. Councilmember Safford, James Dunlap, Beverly Milligan, Edward Schoonover, Brian Thomas, and Henry Zuba. Mayor Allers, Anita Saracita, James Dunlap, Edward Schoonover, Brian Thomas, and Henry Zuba. And then Councilmember King is Michelle Cherney, Beverly Milligan, Edward Schoonover, Brian Thomas, Henry Zuba. Okay. So with 5 votes up there is Brian Thomas and Edward Schoonover. Both have 5. Then with 4 votes is James Dunlap and Henry Zuba. And then I believe with 3 votes is Beverly Milligan. Those would be your top 5. And then each getting 2 votes is Anita Saracita and Michelle Cherney.
Okay. So we've got our 5.
So if each council member can certify that indeed that was your vote. that the
Counselor
clerk-
Safford?
Yes.
Counselor Woodson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Yes.
Counselor King?
Yes.
And mine's yes as well.
Okay, so now a motion to appoint the top 5 would be in order.
Someone like to make a motion to approve the top 5 selections of the 5 council members?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Do you want a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Still an aye.
Still an aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously.
Yes. Mayor,
Yes.
we'll need a couple waivers
Yes.
for
Brian and Ed.
Jim Dunlap and Ed Schoonover and
Brian.
Brian Thomas, please.
Could you state for the record the reason for the waivers?
Yes. James Dunlap is on LPA. Ed Schoonover is on AAC and BORCAB, and Brian Thomas is on the audit committee.
Okay. And Nancy, in the sake of expediting process, does it make sense to have the 2 other only vote getters as the alternates, or would you want us to re-vote again?
I think, I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Absolutely.
it's within your discretion. I mean, you do have selection criteria in your rules, but you can waive the rules. It seems very logical to do it that way. However, regarding the waivers, for the record, we would need a motion, some type of action.
I'll make a motion to grant the waivers to the 3 people the town clerk listed as needing the waivers for serving on other
Three.
committees.
Second.
3, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Regarding the 2 alternates, in the event that one position does come open, how do we notify who would be the first person within the 2? So perhaps we do take a vote on that.
Okay, we can do that. Of just the 2 remaining
Correct.
vote getters, okay. That makes sense. You're so smart. So you just want like a number 1, number 2?
Yes.
As far as, okay.
Yes, and whoever's the number 1.
And this would be both
First
only
call.
between Anita Saracita and Michelle Cherney.
Okay.
Okay, the clerk will announce and then we'll certify.
You want to clear the votes for the 2? Maybe? Okay, Councilmember Safford has Anita Saracita. Mayor Allers, Anita Saracita. Now I'm just reading the number one vote.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Woodson is Michelle Cherney. Councilmember King, Michelle Cherney. And Vice Mayor Adderholt is Anita Saracita. So with a vote of 3-2, Anita with 3 votes, Michelle with 2.
So Ms. Saracita would be the first alternate, and Michelle would be the second alternate. Just for the record, if you can certify that that is the way that you voted.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Counselor Woodson,
Yes.
Counselor Safford?
Yes.
Okay, a vote. All right, I'll make a motion to approve the results as Anita Saracita is the first alternate and Michelle Cherney as the second alternate to the Charter Review Commission.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
All right. Congratulations, now the work begins. Next is the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting on May 19th, 2025. Are there any changes or a motion to the approval of the minutes?
Move to approve.
A motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously.
Mayor,
Nick?
could we do a waiver for Anita Saracita,
Oh, I'm sorry,
please?
yes, I will make a motion to approve a waiver for Anita Saracita to be the first alternate for the commission review, Charter Review Commission.
Second.
A motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Next is our consent agenda. We have 5 items, all related to the 5 hurricane state of emergencies. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. All right. Well, we have more than 3, but there's 3 mixed in here, items on our agenda for public hearings for review for various, do you want me to tell how many? I guess I can state all of them, can't I?
Yeah, just for the benefit of the public, so
Yeah,
there,
for the benefit of the public, we have 5 items on our agenda and our public hearing for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please aware that 3 of these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
thank you, Mayor. So zoning revisions, special exceptions, and variances, these are all quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that today's public hearing comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. Quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before a circuit court, but they are more formal than the remainder of our meeting and must follow basic standards of due process that requires certain notices, the application of the correct standards, and your decisions made on competent and substantial evidence that is presented to you in written documents or through oral testimony. Your responsibility and duty today is to evaluate this testimony and the information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. Pure speculation or opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot legally be considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who have been qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered to be competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and information. The town's council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if a tie vote results from a motion to approve or deny, then the matter being considered is denied, unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called, to take some other action in lieu of the denial. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member, regardless of his or her vote on the earlier motion. If the town council decides to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial should be stated in the motion. The denial must not be based on a determination of public support or public opposition to an application. Rather, the reason for the denial also cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of the required criteria. Denial of an application or request is denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If the application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for rezoning, special exception or variance covering the same property or portion of the property shall be submitted for a period of 12 months from the date of denial. However, denial of an application with prejudice will not prevent an application for a different rezoning, which in the opinion of staff is substantially different from the original request. If the council's denial is without prejudice, then the applicant may make modifications to the original application and submit the application to the town council for reconsideration, or submit an application for other action for town council consideration without having to wait the 12 months. Any resubmittal will clearly state the modifications which have been made to the original request. If you intend to speak today, please keep my comments in mind. Anyone, as you come forward, state your name clearly in the record, whether or not you've been sworn in, and your qualifications or your interest in the matter. So, purposes of efficiency, before we begin any of these public hearings, I'd like to go ahead and address a few items. The first, I must ask the town clerk, have all the agenda items been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
And at this time, if any council member has a conflict of interest which would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose that at this time so that we can make sure that we have a quorum present for a review of the item.
John, any conflicts?
None.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Council Woodson?
None.
Council Zafford?
None.
I do not have any either.
Thank you. And at this time, if there is anyone present, including the applicant, the property owner, staff, who intends to provide testimony for any of these quasi-judicial hearings, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
That includes public comment.
Yes.
It's usually my line.
I thought I'd get ahead of you.
If you'll all raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
So Mayor, we can proceed to your first quasi-judicial item, if you would read the title.
Okay, this is a quasi-judicial agenda item, is a second reading and final public hearing for the adoption of a rezoning and proposed ordinance 25-04, commonly referred to as Arches Commercial Plan Development, contingent on adoption of comprehensive plan amendment proposed in ordinance 25-05. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying the rezoning of 4.98 acres of property more specifically described herein from commercial marina, 2 parcels, residential conservation, 5 parcels, commercial office, 1 parcel, and downtown 2 parcels to a commercially planned development CPD zoning to allow a mixed-use development including 263 lodging units, commercial retail space, and public open space, more specifically described as 436, 441, 445, 450 Harbor Court, 435, 438 Bonita Street, and 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. Also identified as the following strap numbers: 24-46-23-W3-00027.0000, 24-26-23-W3-00026.0020, 24-46-23-W3-003-0B.0200, 24-46-23-W3-003-0B.0190, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0060, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0040, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0110, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0030, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0020, and 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0010, Fort Myers Beach, including deviations for height, setbacks, hotel units, parking, landscaping, and access, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I've had several, since the last meeting, I've had several conversations with Mr. Vaness of the neighborhood company. I did a site visit with one of the neighbors, Leah Gregg. And I've gotten emails both for and against, but not very many.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Since the last meeting, I've had emails mostly for, a couple against. I've had conversations with Pat Vaness. I've had conversations with neighbors, Chris Mastero I made a site visit with. Who else? Several conversations with neighbors, not necessarily on their land, but by phone.
Vice Mayor Earl?
I would say it's very similar. Had, since the last meeting, a number of emails, had conversations in person and on the phone with neighbors. And again, had a number of emails, both pro and con.
Counselor King?
Pretty much the same.
Yes,
Mayor, having made these, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, your disclosures.
You sure? I'll wait. Since the last meeting, I've had emails both for and against. I've met with Leah Gregg as well in person here at the town hall. I've had conversations via email with Chris, another neighbor. I've had a phone conversation with Mr. Freeland. That's it.
So having made these disclosures, members of council, are you able to come to today's hearing with an open mind and available to listen to the testimony and evidence that's presented to you?
Counselor King?
Yes.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Counselor Woodson?
Yes.
Counselor Safford?
Yes.
And I'm a yes as well.
The attorney for the applicant is present, Ms. Megan Strayhorn, and this is a good opportunity to allow her the ability to ask you any questions regarding your disclosures.
Good morning, Megan.
Good morning, everyone. I do not have any follow-up questions regarding that, Mr. Burch.
Okay.
But we can do the experts if you would like to.
Yes, I believe, Mayor, I think that's next.
Yeah, I'll
Go ahead.
read my script. Judith, are you gonna handle this one, or is it Sarah? Judith, okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use, planning, and development town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Megan?
Good morning, Mayor. Yes, Megan Strayhorn, a legal counsel for the applicant. We have a couple of expert witnesses we would like to proffer. For our certified planning, we have the neighborhood company, including Patrick Vaness, as well as Ken Gillander, both of which who have testified in front of you all and previously been deemed experts in their respective fields. Regarding engineering, we have Elizabeth Fountain from J.R.N. Evans Engineering. She has also testified before you all today, and has previously been deemed an expert in her respective field. So we would proffer these witnesses as experts at this time.
Okay, and because they've been sworn, or they've been accepted, we do not have to do it again?
You don't have to vote on that, but I don't know if there's anybody else in the audience that,
Anyone else on behalf of the applicant that would like to be deemed an expert witness that hasn't already been? Okay. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes, we have reviewed the application and backup materials. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, Megan. Go ahead.
Good morning, Judith Frankel with Community Development.
Since we've all heard this application previously, what I'm gonna do is give a brief summary, go through some of the highlights, some of the things that have changed since the previous meeting, and then I'll open it up for questions. Freeland Florida Holdings LLC, with their agent, the neighborhood company, is seeking concurrent applications for a small-scale comprehensive plan land use map amendment and commercial planned development rezoning. What we're gonna review right now is the CPD rezoning. Any approval of that would need to be conditioned on the following approval of the comprehensive plan map amendment that would follow this application. So when we get to the portion of findings and conclusions, you'll hear that this proposal does not comply with the existing future land use map, but would comply once that second application, if that were to be approved, following this application. So I'll remind you again, at the April 8th, 2025 LPA meeting, the LPA voted unanimously to recommend approval with conditions of the CPD and the requested CPA application additionally. The site consists of 4.98 acres. And with the proposed pedestrian commercial future land use map change, that would allow for a maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre. And what is being proposed here is 263 lodging units, which would be reached through an equivalency factor of 9.1. Also in consideration of the proposed commercial, the pedestrian commercial future land use category, that would allow up to a 2.5 FAR. When creating a comprehensive, when creating a commercial planned development, the code requires that we look at the standards and criteria of a commercial resort zoning as the standards. So not necessarily the zoning category which the property finds itself in. So there's a little bit of differing FARs which would be allowed. So in the commercial resort zoning district, you would be allowed a 1.2 FAR, while in the downtown redevelopment district, which is the neighboring zoning area here, you would be allowed up to a 1.8 FAR. There is a deviation request to allow for a maximum FAR of 2 within the Arches Bayfront Resort. I will also point out that that includes the below flood parking area. A number of CPD applications we've heard recently request a deviation to exclude the parking from their overall FAR count, and this project does not do that. The proposed height was a maximum zoned height of 81 feet, and zone height is measured from that base flood up to mean roof height. So it's not 81 from grade, but 81 from base flood. The nearest property is Marina Village, which is a 6-story condominium building with an overall height of 71 feet, which is from grade. So in terms of neighborhood compatibility, staff has noted 2 main things about this proposal. That the proposed development is compatible with the uses found along Old San Carlos Boulevard in the downtown zoning area. However, it appears incompatible with the residential neighborhoods that are directly abutting, and has the potential to create additional nuisances such as noise, and traffic, both vehicular and pedestrian, into the residential area. There are 8 proposed deviations. I'm going to go through them somewhat quickly, but please stop me if you have any questions about this. The first deviation is from Land Development Code Table 34.3 to have a minimum lot width of 100 feet, a minimum lot depth of 100 feet. This allows for a minimum lot width of 80 feet and a depth of 80 feet for the Old San Carlos Boulevard and 3rd Street property.
This will allow those parcels to sit closer to the street and further have interaction with the public realm. Deviation 2, Land Development Code 34-3, which is for the floor area ratio, which we just discussed. They're asking for a maximum FAR of 2. That is inclusive of the below flood parking areas. Deviation 3 is for the equivalency ratio, to allow equivalency ratio of 9.1 to achieve the maximum guest units of 263 units. Deviation 4.
Judith,
Mhm.
on the 263, that's
Yeah.
how many rooms that they're requesting?
Yes.
How many rooms would they be allowed by right?
Well, so by right is tricky because it's marina zoning, which I believe has 0 density. So if you kept the marina zoning and the marina future land use, they could not have any dwelling units. So by changing it over to pedestrian commercial, so if that application is approved, then it's 6 dwelling units per acre. They have about 5 acres, so that's 30 units, give or take. And then you could multiply the maximum, equivalency factor, you could multiply that would be, by right would be 3 if the units are less than 450 square feet. So it depends on the size of the units. So 3 times 30 is 90. But that's again contingent on the change in the future land use category.
Thank you.
That would be, I don't want to use best case scenario, but if the approval was made to change it to the pedestrian commercial and the maximum 3.0 equivalency factor and the 450 square feet, that would be the maximum that they could get if all of that criteria was met.
Yes, in theory, I don't know that all of the without reviewing it that way, like the portion on Old San Carlos, they would also need probably height deviations. I'm not sure how they would, functionally get that, but just strictly in terms of numbers that would be
Yes.
allowed, yes.
Okay.
But then it's, because when we talk about by right, it's like, how are you gonna situate all that, and then the parking, and there's a number of factors that go into
Sure.
it, so.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so deviation 4, Land Development Code Table 10-9. In this situation, the south portion, where the linear park is for the project, the required buffer between a commercial development and a residential development is a 15-foot buffer with a solid wall. And it requires that the requisite landscaping, which I don't have off the top of my, but it's a certain number of trees and a certain number of shrubs per 100 linear feet. They be located outside of the wall, facing the neighboring use. So that there would be, at the property line, there would be landscaping facing the residential area, and then behind that, the wall. And then that would be 15 feet. So you could, depending on what kind of trees you choose, it would impact exactly where the wall will go. The wall doesn't necessarily have to go at 15 feet. It could go conceivably at 10 feet and then have some other landscaping in the other 5 feet. The applicant is concerned about accessing landscaping for maintenance purposes when it is on the outside of the wall. So they would have to potentially get an easement from the residential properties for access to the landscaping by putting it on the outside of that wall. I have spoken to some of the residents about this. Some of them are concerned about this particular deviation and would prefer the landscaping to be facing the residences as opposed to having just a flat wall. I think there are some challenges to consider with that. This deviation is asking for a fence instead of a wall. The applicant is going to discuss this also. What I've heard from the neighbors who have contacted me is that they prefer a wall. There is a wall on a portion of the property now. and the neighbor's understanding is that provides somewhat of a sound barrier, as well as a visual barrier. I don't think that particular wall would be able to stay. They would have to, rebuild the wall, so the location of that current wall, just in terms of complying with this code section, is not so important because it's gonna have to be, my understanding, it's gonna have to be reconstructed in any case. Is there any questions about the code sections a little bit?
So is there anything in the code that would allow, if that's the concern, putting vegetation on the resident side?
Mhm.
Is there anything in there that prohibits alleviating the applicant from having to maintain that, and that if they, say they plant it, but the requirement of maintaining it would fall on the property owner that its property it's sitting on?
So, if it's on your property, then you would, typically you would be required to maintain it. The problem is accessing that portion of the property. So if it's on the other side of the wall, for a typical tree, 5 feet, width is not gonna be enough. It depends on, what kind of tree you choose and all of that, but you're probably gonna need more than 5 foot width to get, any kind of substantial tree in that space. So, we're talking about probably setting it back, that wall or fence back at least 10 feet from the property line. And trees don't stay within their property line. Hedges don't stay where they're planted, they tend to expand. So, you wouldn't want a situation where, their landscapers come out and then the neighbor or renter or, new property owner didn't know that they were allowed to access. It would have to be an easement, so it would be like a formal agreement so that any new property owner would know that their landscapers had the right to access their property.
I guess that it's opposite what I was saying. What I was saying is their responsibility would end at if they planted the plantings on that side. That's where their responsibility as an applicant ends. It would then fall upon the current owner or any future owner to take care of that landscaping because it's on their property.
Typically, that's how it works. If the tree grows over into your yard, then you have to trim the tree on your side of the property line. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, well, what
Yeah.
I'm saying is if that's something that gets negotiated, if that's something that ends up coming out being, if this were to get approved, is that something that's doable, both legally and if the applicant plants the plantings on the backside of a wall, that's where their responsibility ends. Then it becomes, and it falls on the property owner there to maintain it after that.
So it typically would be a, agreement between the two property owners as far as here's the line and who's gonna take care of what. There may also be some irrigation lines, that could also be on the outside of the wall. So they would have to resolve it with the property owners.
So I have a question. With that solid wall, there's two walls behind that property. Would this deviation move where those walls are? Or would they remain exactly where they are?
So, with this deviation, this allows the Arches Bayfront Resort to put the wall, or fence, because that's what they're asking here is for fence.
Sure.
But I've heard there's some ability to negotiate on that. Pretty much at the property line. That's what this deviation
That's
allows
not what I
for.
asked. What I'm asking
Yeah.
is where those two current walls there at the corner, with this deviation, where will the new fence be? Closer to the neighbors?
Yes.
Or at the very same spot?
This would allow them to put it closer to the neighbors, yes, because that wall is not at the property line currently. It's set back a certain distance. And there's some history I understand there that has to do with drainage, and what, there's some, stormwater drains there that are actually, I believe, on Moss Marina property. I know they have their drainage expert here is probably gonna go into that in further detail. But that's, on the Moss Marina property, not on the residence property, and then they put the wall, further into their property. So it's not, that wall is not currently at the property line now. So they could, in theory, move it closer.
Gotcha.
So-
Thank you.
So could I ask Judith, and if you want to yield to Sarah on this, because she's moving to Virginia, you're welcome to do so. This is obviously a bit of a Gordian knot. From a professional planner standpoint, what's the compromise position? And again, I'd be happy to hear from Sarah too, because you have to live in this world, but how do you untie the Gordian knot there? What's the compromise?
I think there's a couple things to consider. The wall probably provides more of a sound barrier between the uses and more of a visual barrier as well. The wall should be finished. If the desire is to not give them the deviation for the fence and require them to have the wall, I would suggest a condition requiring the wall on the resident side to be finished, so not unfinished concrete block, something attractive, either stuccoed or painted. I think there is the ability to maybe do some landscaping on that side, something minimal, but not the full 5 trees and large shrubs. So I think that there could be a compromise in there now, to you know, maybe make both sides equally unhappy, maybe. But the wall has been there for, you know, a significant amount of time, and it's something that the residents are used to, having that barrier, so I think continuing that makes sense. As I said, it's gonna have to probably be reconstructed anyway, so it's gonna look a little bit different. Does that help you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay.
John, do you have anything on that?
Not currently.
Okay, so that's right, that's deviation 4. Deviation 5, Land Development Code Section 26-77B, does not allow new or expanded seawalls. Right now, there's a boat ramp close to Marina Village, and this would allow them to fill in that seawall and replace the boat ramp, because they're not gonna need that with this development. Deviation 6 is from Land Development Code Table 34-3, and that's for height. This would allow them a maximum zoned height of 81 feet. Deviation 7 from Land Development Code Table 34-3.
Before you move on from 6, just a question on the 81 feet. In the renderings it shows, it doesn't include the cupolas, and that's probably because of our code, correct? Our code does not
Yes,
count that.
there's an exception for cupolas and some other architectural features that come up of it. You're required to measure to a mean roof height, so the architectural renderings have a peaked roof. So you take the eave height and the peak height, and you get the average in between, and that's what we're gonna measure to.
I'm just wondering, should this move forward, if it would make sense to be a little bit more specific in that deviation as to include that language? Simply seeing how things, when they get to that CO process, how things, it could be a different staff, it could be a lot of different things that maybe interpret that a little different.
Okay.
To me, I think it would be important to codify that a little bit, because I could see this being an issue if approved down the line when this is completed, that someone would say, wait a minute, it says 81 feet overall from base flood, why is there extra height above that?
Yeah, it's part of the reason we specifically say zoned height, not actual height, because we're also measuring from base flood. So
Right.
it's gonna, when you're standing in front of the building, it's gonna feel taller.
Right. I
Yeah.
understand it, but
Right.
and if you're comfortable with it, that's fine. I just wanted to bring it up to see if it was going to be something that could be a point of contention down the road should this get approved.
We could add it as a,
I don't know, if you're comfortable that it's
condition,
not gonna be an issue based on the planner's side of things down the road,
Mhm.
should you be here or someone else? I don't have any issues with it, I just wanted to make sure that we're covering all of our bases
Okay.
should this go forward.
the other thing that may alleviate some of that is that we're gonna include as an exhibit in the ordinance, the architectural renderings as well, as a guide framework for anybody
Makes
looking
sense.
at this in the future to say, this
Okay.
is, you know, not specifically, but generally what we're looking for. So having those cupolas.
The
and-
visual aid will.
Right, already existing on those,
Okay,
should help anybody in the future determining that.
okay.
Okay, deviation 7 states property setbacks in a CPD district. have to look at the commercial resort zoning, for adjusted setbacks, and build-to lines, specifically located within the Old San Carlos tract. This deviation will allow for a more cohesive urban streetscape along that Old San Carlos property. Deviation 8, Land Development Code Section 34-2020. This is for parking regulations to allow for a parking reduction of 50%. This is something we talked about in the first meeting, and there's some conditions that relate to this specifically, and we're gonna be asking for, your direction on that. Staff's findings were that 50% was kind of greater than typical reduction for that area, and that 33% reduction might be more in keeping what's allowed in the nearby downtown zoning. Staff suggested that if the deviation was approved, to require a parking study after the property was fully built out, where all of the rooms are sellable and most of the retail spaces were occupied, to then allow them after that point to have a commercial parking lot, which is different from what they're asking for. They're asking for begin the project with including the commercial parking lot use as an approved use in their schedule of uses, and this deviation would allow for that.
Wouldn't that kind of be putting the cart before the horse, or the horse before the cart in this case? I mean, to get a study after the building is already built, it's kind of, what's the point?
So, if you were to not wish to approve the commercial use, staff is concerned that well, two things. One, that the property is not going to be sufficiently parked, and allowing this commercial secondary use, which is not really, it's not required for the running of the resort. If that's allowed initially, then there will be conflicts in parking. People traveling to the resort and not having any place to park and having to turn around, and having that caused increased traffic and increased nuisance to the neighborhood. What staff's initial suggestion was to say, to not permit the commercial use of parking until the property was fully open and running. Let them do a parking study to prove to us, yes, at peak season, there's still all these things, parking spots available, they're not being utilized to the full extent. They have the ability to do, maybe they've decided at that point to do full valet parking. We don't know that yet, how their operations are gonna run, and then grant them the ability to have the commercial parking. And putting it in the ordinance now to allow for that process would, they would bring the parking study, staff would evaluate that, and then we could sign off on it at that point without having them to have to come back to you all to add that as an additional use. They're suggesting something different. What they're suggesting is that you allow the commercial parking use now as one of their schedule of uses for 45 parking spaces. So if the 50% reduction is granted, they have 45 extra parking spaces.
That's what they're saying, but
That's what they're
staff
saying.
is saying 10.
Because we're disagreeing about the right amount of reduction that they should get to properly park it.
Fair enough.
Cause there's a number of uses that are not really accounted for currently in our parking requirements. So it's gonna have the ferry, which we don't really know yet how much that is gonna impact parking, people coming, going. Hopefully it'll have a positive impact on reducing traffic, which is why we're suggesting we don't see the correct or the appropriate parking now, but we see that there's a possibility once it's open, once they implement all of the programs that they're suggesting that they're committing to implementing, that then there could be that space, and then a parking study would give us that information. What they're suggesting is they're asking to, you all to grant the deviation now, allow them to have the commercial parking now. They're still offering to do that parking study, to be able to expand their commercial parking, after that point. Cause their feeling is that they're gonna have more than 45 spaces available.
I guess my question lies in the study after the fact, regardless of which way it goes in this deviation. What if the study comes back and says you're grossly underparked by hundreds of parking spots? What does the town do then?
Well, we wouldn't allow them, I mean, if we haven't granted them commercial parking, then we would say, no, we're not going to grant that. But if you.
But how would you
if
stop
it's-
it?
If we would, condition the ordinance to say the condition for, a commercial, shared parking lot is conditioned on, a successful parking study to be evaluated by staff. 1 year post, full operation of the property, or 80% operation of the property, something like that. And then at the staff level, we could approve that so that they wouldn't have to come back. The other option is for you just to not allow it at all, and then they have to come back and ask for it later. So that's another option. Or you can, grant them the ability to do the commercial parking and, with this deviation.
And I understand all that. I'm not trying to get too far into the weeds on it. I'm just trying to understand the point of it all. So how is the staff ever going to know if someone is there to enjoy the promenade or eat at a steakhouse or versus staying at the resort?
Yeah, so I don't think we don't need to know that. So what we need to, there's like a standard, process for doing these parking studies. It's, if, especially on a property that's already, built, and then you wanna add a use, so you've already built, say, a shopping mall, and you wanna develop another section of it. So there's a process to go through to do a parking study to see whether you need more parking. They have people come, they sit in the parking lot, they see, the occupancy. It doesn't necessarily matter to the study where exactly everybody's going, it's about the overall use. And because there's a lot of uses happening on this property, so there's the hotel, there's gonna be retail, there's gonna be restaurants, they're gonna have a events hall for weddings, the ferry terminal, the marina use, there's a lot of things going on. It doesn't necessarily matter to the parking study exactly which use people are using, how long are they staying there, how much of the parking garage is being occupied at any time, to see whether there's an addition, whether there's overflow.
Maybe I'm just the only one not getting it. It still doesn't make sense to me how this parking study, again, let's say it comes back and it says that there's grossly underparked. What does that mean in real world scenarios as far as commercial uses on the property?
So at that point, we wouldn't be able to do it. If it came back, the project is fully built out, they get all of their approvals, and we find out it's underparked, we're just not gonna allow them to have anything more at that point. Right.
And that's what I need clarification. What do you mean by not allow them to have anything more what?
More commercial
Sarah,
parking.
maybe you wanna help with,
I think you guys are thinking about different terms. We're talking about, when she says commercial parking, she doesn't mean for the commercial uses, she means paid parking. So if
Got
they
it,
wanted to
okay.
pay like $20 and then go walk to the beach.
understood, okay. So that they wouldn't be allowed to pay, people to pay to park, right?
Yes.
Now, that's the clarification I
Sorry.
needed. Okay, no, that's okay.
Yeah, so if they wanna charge their
See,
hotel
still
guests to
teaching the
use it.
students.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand now.
Okay.
I appreciate it, thanks.
Okay, so that's deviation 8. I don't think, at this point, I'm gonna run through all the findings and conclusions. We did that at the last meeting, but obviously I can answer any questions. The main thing is it's not compliant with the future land use map, but any approval here would have to be conditioned on that approval, with the second application you're going to hear. I did wanna point out, because I did talk specifically to 2 residents, and I know you all got a letter from the residents. I did wanna point out some of their concerns. The one we talked about a lot at the last meeting were the gates, or the potential for gates at the ends of Bonita and Harbor. The The master concept plan that you have in your packet shows kind of a T hammerhead, we've been calling it, turnaround portion at the end. That was to accommodate turnaround because Harbor and Bonita are both narrow, and there's not really enough room, on the road proper to do a 3-point turn there. And that was something that the applicant was trying to account for so that to reduce people backing into residents' driveways. There is a second option the applicant is gonna present. What I heard from residents is that they prefer to have the gate right at the edge of the property, and they prefer not to have any pedestrian, not just vehicular. I felt at the last meeting we talked a lot about vehicular access. What I heard from the residents is they also don't want pedestrian access there at Harbor and Bonita, which is a little bit different than what I might have suspected because if you were a resident living on Harbor and Bonita, you wouldn't, if there was no pedestrian access there, you would not be able to walk through to the waterfront. You would have to go around to Arches Way. But the neighbors did express that that was their preference. So there's two options in terms of gates, which I know the applicant is gonna go over with you. And the residents were not as concerned about people turning around in their driveways as I think both staff and the applicant were trying to solve for. They want access there to be only for emergency vehicles. And something we didn't talk about at the last meeting is that if the desire is to put those gates right at the property edge, then I think it probably makes sense for the town to vacate those portions of the right-of-way that go into the property. If the desire is to put the gates after the ability for a turnaround, maybe the town doesn't want to vacate those street ends because maybe something, some other use or need could arise. But I wanted to point that out, that we should probably think about that, whether the town desires to vacate those portions or not. Other concern from residents was construction noise. Construction is always noisy. But I think directing construction vehicles to use the Arches Way or the easement that connects to Old San Carlos would alleviate some of the, having the construction vehicles travel through the residential area. The applicant has also said that they are willing to consider keeping the existing wall during construction, which may also help with sound and dust carry, and things like that. Third, privacy screens at certain locations on the rooftop areas. The wall at the property boundary, what I heard from the neighbors is that they prefer a wall over a fence, which we discussed.
Sarah, do you have sorry, Judith, do you have the page number? I know that it's in our packet, I'm having a hard time finding it.
It's included with the CPA application.
Okay.
Somehow
So it's down below.
Yeah, it should have been with the CBD, but it's included after the CPA application, the letter from the neighbors.
Okay.
So I don't know what page number that is, but
Yeah, I'm
it's
trying,
all the way
I knew it was in there, I just can't remember.
at the bottom.
Cause it lists everything that you're going through.
Mm-hmm, yes.
We also got an email on it.
Yeah.
Yes. They're concerned with noise from the garage. They like the renderings that are provided showing louvers there. And as I said, the renderings are gonna be part of the ordinance, so that reference would be included. And they're concerned about drainage. I know we're gonna hear a little bit about drainage from the issue from the applicant. So staff is recommending denial of this application, mainly because Land Development Code Section 34-85B11 asks whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. While the request is compatible with the existing commercial uses in the downtown area, it is incompatible with the abutting single-family neighborhoods. However, the town council votes to approve, staff recommends, and we have a whole list of conditions, which again, I'm not gonna run through all of them. The applicant I know is gonna talk about them. I would ask when we get there that we're all very clear about which ones we wanna keep, and if we're gonna adjust any language, just to be as specific as we can about it so we can make sure we capture it accurately for the ordinance. I did want to point out at the beginning of the conditions of approval in the staff report, 1, 2, and 4 are really about those gates. So when we're having that discussion, trying to be specific about that language, where we want those gates to go and whether they're pedestrian and vehicular and what exactly they look like. And then the issue of parking that we talked about is condition number 21. So again, we should think about exactly what language we want to keep or exclude from there.
Okay. John, questions for Judith?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional.
Council Woodson?
I'm good at this time.
Council Stafford?
I'm good right now.
I'm good right now.
Okay.
Thanks. Megan?
Good morning, Council. Megan Strayhorn for the record, legal counsel for the applicant and property owner. Before I begin a presentation, I just want to respond. Many of the comments that Judith has made, we incorporated into our presentation, so we will be responding to those concerns, particularly comments from the neighbors and nearby residents. In the application, the applicant, or rather Mr. Vaness, has creatively created arguments as to the compatibility and other uses, so we're happy to take questions on those once. I'll defer to Mr. Vaness on those, but once he gets up here, would be happy to answer questions on those, but those specific issues won't be presented in this presentation. We're gonna try and keep the presentation limited to what has changed from first reading until now. So I've already introduced the applicant's team. In addition to our expert witnesses, we also have ownership representatives from Freeland Florida Holdings, LLC. This is the subject property, which is nearly 5 acres and includes 10 parcels. There are 2 applications before you all. And just for members of the public who are present or watching, this is the area location map outlining those 10 parcels which are subject to this rezoning. So there's a mixture of zoning classifications at play, including marina, residential, office, downtown, which this requests to change all of those to a commercial planned development. Some background, this is an older, well, not this, but some background. We had a unanimous approval at the LPA, a favorable approval at the first town council, and we're here now. I'm gonna skip through some of these. So this request is to rezone a total of 10 parcels into the commercial plan development. Our presentation, we are going to try as best as we can to get through this as quickly as possible. However, there are a lot of details that we will need to go through. We're gonna do our best to make it as riveting, thrilling, and exciting as humanly possible, but we do ask for your all's patience today. So how we are structuring our presentation, we have broken it down into 3 different sections. First, for the first reading, council, you had all asked us to you identified 4 specific items for us to go back, review, look at. So first, Mr. Vanessa is gonna get up here and explain those 4 items with the help of our engineer from J.R. Evans, Elizabeth Fountain. Next, we will review the letter that everyone has received from the neighbors, and which Ms. Judith has spoken about during her presentation. That letter has 6 items included in it. We'll go through each one by one. And then finally, to give both Pat a rest and you all a rest from listening to Pat talk, I will get up and I'll address the conditions of approval. We are gonna go through the conditions of approval one by one. There are about more than 30 conditions of approval. More than half, I can say, we are in agreement with, so hopefully we can speed through those and really focus on the ones where applicant has some concerns or staff has concerns. So that's kind of the order of presentations.
If I can add, the conditions of approval, staff has met with the team.
Yes.
The development team. We really would like to walk out of the meeting today with as much specificity as possible. And this will assist in getting the ordinance signed and letting them do their thing.
Absolutely, yeah. So our goal is today we have all conditions ironed out, detailed out. We can tweak those which need tweaking, and get it executed as quickly as possible. And without further ado, let's get into the fun.
Good morning. For the record, Patrick Vanass, certified planner with the neighborhood company. If I can just have a side note before we get started, I want to thank you all as a council in supporting the beach school. It's very important for all the parents, but very important to this community, so greatly appreciate that. Another side note also, Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah's been a consummate professional from this side of the table. She's always been a joy to work with, very responsive, very professional on time. Thank you very much and good luck. So jumping right into it, we were asked at the first hearing from council to look at a few issues. So there was 4 items. The first one was to look into the alternative turnaround configurations and also fully restricted access at the end of Bonita and Harbor, or some kind of maybe pedestrian access only, or some kind of alternative. So we have looked into that. We've got details on that. We were asked to look into the drainage. Applicant has hired experts to talk about this. We've got Elizabeth Fountain that's going to go into more detail. We were asked to look into the phasing plan and construction mitigation. We're going to address that. And number 4 was to put a commitment in there with regards to the setback or barrier at the edge of the sunset deck. We made a commitment at the last hearing, but we can reiterate that and talk about that today also.
Patrick, just a quick, this may be, in your world, this may seem like a minor one, but I just remember, to me, one of the important things was the applicant at the first reading, I thought, to his credit, made some significant commitments to not only operating a water ferry terminal, but also operating a water ferry, and you were gonna come up with some language to codify his commitment. Is that part of your, is that gonna cover a different section?
Not in the 4 items here, but it is one of the commitments.
Okay.
And we're gonna go through all those commitments one by one. I'll let Megan do that.
Very good, okay.
And we can discuss it at that point.
Thank you.
Patrick, before we move on, one of
yeah.
the things, I don't know if it's on here or if it's gonna be later in your presentation that was brought up. I know it was a long meeting at the first one, and it was towards the end. I'd asked that you look into some of the requests from the people on the other side of the canal that had issues with building E, maybe coming down a little bit to be more in line with what's allowed by right. Is that something that will be addressed hopefully later in the presentation?
We can address questions. It wasn't an item, I think, from that standpoint. Our original request stands, and we have provided some buffering for that, and our design hasn't changed, but we can certainly discuss it. There's one last item that was part of the discussion, but not necessarily a formal request of us. One of the questions was, if you remove the parking under the buildings, what would the FAR request be? We had our architects come up with some detailed tables counting all that square footage. And if we remove the parking under the building, instead of requesting a 2.0 FAR, we would be looking at 1.22. So parking is significant, takes up a lot of space.
So that being said, would that, let's say that was the scenario that you were dealing with today, so hypothetically, you don't have to answer, I'm just curious, would that change your ask then, to go to commercial pedestrian, based on that number?
No, what it would be is, if we just went the alternative route, we would have to ask for a deviation to change how the FAR is calculated, to exclude it. It wouldn't change the amount of parking we provide, or it wouldn't change the amount of total square footage for both combined, the resort and the parking. It would just be a deviation in the way you calculate it. And again, we felt that asking for 2.0 is under the 2.5 that is allowed under pedestrian commercial, so we're fine with keeping it 2.0 and including the parking.
I guess that was my question, is if, let's say you didn't, would you then ask for downtown zoning district, or would you have still stayed with the pedestrian?
We would have kept pedestrian commercial. So the first item, as was discussed, was how do we treat the terminus at both Bonita and Harbor. We were asked to talk to the neighbors. We met On site, we spent about 2 hours talking about various issues. Drainage was the majority of the discussion we had. One of the things that we were hoping for, and if you recall at the last meeting, we felt that there wasn't consensus from the neighbors as to exactly how those access points should be treated. We were hoping that when we met with them, we would have the majority of the neighbors there. Unfortunately, we had 2 households represented. They have talked to their neighbors. We're not dismissing any of that. But we had also heard from other neighbors that we are seeing differing opinions. So what we're thinking today is we're gonna show you alternatives. We are happy to take your comments and let you take the lead on this and see where we go from there. But I will present those two alternatives, and we're happy to have that discussion. So the first alternative you're seeing here is what we're calling option 8. It would be a fully gated access with no turnarounds. It would allow for emergency vehicles only. That would be through the stabilized subgrade between Harbor and Bonita. It would provide a pedestrian gate with a key code if desired. Again, we've heard from some people that they don't want pedestrian access whatsoever, including the neighbors. I think we can weigh both of those options and see where we go from there. And what we had as those turnarounds in our design, if we were to go to a fully gated at the property line, those would be just converted into hardscape and landscaping, maybe extended water fountains, that type of thing. So that's option 8. And just, it's a little hard to see on this slide, but where you've got the extension of Harbor and Bonita onto the property, you see a red gate that goes right across the property line and also goes around the roadway, and there would be a need to gate all those areas to control access, not just for vehicles, but also for the pedestrians.
And that would also, that option A, that would not allow exiting either, would it?
It wouldn't. We could have a gate where it opens one way and it's got a code on one side, so that could be for the residents, but the guests would not have the code and they couldn't exit.
No, I meant more vehicular. People coming out of the parking garages, will they be able to
No.
exit in option A? They
No,
won't be able to
in
exit.
option A, there would be absolutely no exit from
Okay,
vehicles.
so just be emergency exit and entrance only.
Correct. Just want to point out that understanding that some neighbors want to turn around, some neighbors don't. If we're gonna go with that full gate at the property line, we prefer not having a turnaround. And the reason for that is that we thought we came up with a very attractive design. We really like the design with the linear park and the memorial garden. I think there's value there. And not having the turnarounds is a way to keep that design intact. But we've provided a second option that would provide that full turnaround. This is a modified hammerhead configuration. It meets all LDC engineering standards, emergency vehicle standards, and what that would allow is a fire truck could back up and turn around. There would be no need for the stabilized subgrade between Harbor and Bonita. It would be, again, would fully control car access exiting the property. It would also allow for a gate for pedestrians with a key code, and same thing, that would be optional. And any kind of turnaround that we had previously that would be remaining, that would be hardscaped and landscaped, that would be converted. If you look at this design, as you can see, it does encroach into that linear park and memorial garden. We don't think it's consistent with the original theme and the original design. We would prefer option A. But we, as promised, we told you we'd look into this and come back with.
I got a question on this, Patrick. I guess I visualize this a little bit different.
Yeah.
I thought at the first hearing there was discussion about the town had some right of way, or you had to look into some right of way. I envisioned that the hammerhead would basically be like a T on Bonita Street and Harbor Court.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't go into your property, it would stay on whatever the town's.
So I've got a slide for that when it comes to the letter that we received from the neighbors. And they had kind of did a quick schematic of what that could look like.
Right.
Essentially, the thought is, got about 50 feet of right-of-way. The roadway might be 20 feet. So if you did a T turnaround within the right-of-way, you could kind of extend it on both sides. Unfortunately, that configuration would not meet engineering LDC requirements, wouldn't meet emergency vehicles requirements. So if a substandard hammerhead was provided, we could maintain a stabilized subgrade, but again, that would have to be approved by the town. You would have to support this non-conforming hammerhead. And the other concern was it would be in front of someone's property where currently they don't have that configuration, and we don't necessarily know. We've had no indication from those property owners that they would support that. We've heard from other property owners that would like that configuration, but not the immediate folks that abut the property.
Well, I certainly don't wanna speak for those
No.
property owners, but my guess is this is still going to have some intrusion into the side of their property, or whether, no matter how the configuration of the hammerhead is configured, right?
Yeah.
I just was trying to, this to me looks completely different than what I had envisioned,
Yeah.
I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And one of the things that we talked about the first time around is that if we did something like that, that T that goes into our property does create potential for people to go back there and park or do whatever. As mentioned, this meets code, but we do prefer option A.
So why wouldn't, what I'm envisioning or what I just
Yeah,
described,
I
why
can
wouldn't
skip
that,
to it.
why wouldn't that meet code? Help me understand. Cause I guess the way I envisioned it was, for those that missed Arch's Way and instead of turning around in the driveways, they essentially just have a driveway on either side that they could pull in, back up and turn around versus going into your property, cutting into the linear park, just using the right of way.
So this is what the neighbors sent, and you've got that little exhibit to the right that shows that configuration. Essentially what it would be is those two legs of the T would be shorter than what code requires. So if you got 50 feet of right of way, you're at 20 feet, you've got 15 feet on each side that you could do those little T legs. That is not code compliant. Those legs are not long enough. Could the town approve that? Possibly. If, I don't know what the mechanism would be exactly, but if the town supported that, we'd be fine with that too. And we'd be happy to pave it accordingly. We just don't think that's something that, currently the code doesn't support this.
I guess I'd be curious to hear from my fellow councilmembers. That was my vision of what I anticipated seeing there, but I'd be interested to hear what you guys think about what you envisioned in that discussion from the first hearing. Go ahead.
I would just say, and I don't mean to not answer your question, but I'd be very curious to hear what the neighbors have to say in response to it, cause they've gotta live with it, but I would yield to the neighbors on that, cause it sounds like you've given them some good options.
Perhaps maybe a better question would be the gates, the pedestrian gates. I mean, based on what Nancy was trying to say and with staff, I think to me it makes more sense to try to address these issues as we go versus go through the whole presentation and then try to remember to go back and talk about this and then move over there.
I like that idea.
You know what I mean? I just think that would help give staff better direction as we go through on, should this get approved, this is what is kind of being presented. Does that make sense to you?
The one thing that I would ask is, some of the questions that you asked us to look into and some of the concerns from the neighbors are similar. So if you maybe let us go through those 4 items and the letter from the neighbors, because we are putting forward some solutions. We haven't been able to address every concern they have, but we address, as best as we can, most of them. And I think once we do those two portions of the presentations, you're gonna get that full information, we'd be happy to talk about those.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm fine with doing it that way.
Okay. So this, again, this is just a modified exhibit. And it was more to kind of show you that there's multiple ways we can address this. So this was Ben telling us, well, I've looked at both of your solutions, I thought the gates would be a lot simpler than what you have. So what this configuration essentially does, it simplifies the amount of gates. But what it doesn't do is, so for example, if someone's got the key code, the intent is to shut down the linear park after sunset. So it would be shut down, but the promenade is open till 12. So a neighbor could access the key code, they wanna go to the promenade, no problem, but if someone decides, I'm gonna go hang out in the linear park past sunset, this configuration, while it's a lot simpler on the gating configuration, doesn't address that possibility. So we just threw that in there just to let you know there's many ways to skin a cat here. We haven't looked at every single option, but it just goes to show you, even with those two options, you could slightly modify some of the gating, and it does have effects for pedestrians if that were the case. So the second issue was drainage. So the applicant has hired J.R. Evans Engineering, who are experts in drainage and floodplain management, to address the issue. The engineers conducted research. They looked at your existing drainage plans that Tetra Tech did. They did a site visit. They met with the neighbors and they coordinated with staff. And we think they came up with some good solutions for both the backyard drainage for the abutting properties and for 3rd Street. And I'll turn things over to Elizabeth, and she'll go into more detail.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. Elizabeth Fountain, for the record, with J.R. Evans Engineering, and I've been accepted as an expert in the field of civil engineering, stormwater management, and floodplain management. So, as Pat mentioned, we did conduct some data collection and evaluation of that data from looking at existing topographic data, survey data, the previous stormwater master plans prepared by Tetra Tech. We also did a site visit with the neighbors on May 21st. So the screen provides an exhibit where we really detailed out the flow patterns, the existing drainage flow patterns for surface water runoff, and identified where there's drainage bowls or flat areas, particularly for the rear yard area of the 3 neighbors on 3rd Street that are circled in the orange. That's where there's a pretty good drainage bowl where water just sits there and has to reach a certain elevation before it would actually be able to leave that bowl. Same thing with the portion of 3rd Street that's in front of those 3 homes and in front of the potential future Arches Way intersection, and then a little bit halfway the width of the adjacent parking lot. That's a really flat area of 3rd Street. It barely gets, it's like between a 2.89 elevation to a 3, so there's very little elevation change in there, so water would again have to pond there, and then once it reaches a certain elevation it can exit, but it does provide some prolonged street flooding. So based on that evaluation and discussion with the neighbors, we understand that for the rear yard area of the 3rd Street neighbors, it's very important for them to be able to maintain their overall drainage conveyance. There are 2 existing great inlets there that are outlined in blue. And from what we understand is once those inlets are cleaned out periodically, they function very well. And we understand that the neighbors are very concerned that those might go away with the development of the Arches property. So we, in an effort to maintain that conveyance, we are proposing to put inlets strategically placed just inside those neighboring properties, because they did not want to have a linear drainage easement to go along the rear property line. They thought that would be too obtrusive. There's existing structures back there. I know there's a pool deck that extends pretty much to the property line for one of the properties. So that wasn't gonna be feasible. So to address that, we thought, well, we could put inlets just inside their property with a connecting stormwater pipe to a main line that would basically be a bypass line that would go out to Arches Way and then extend to the bay. So that way it's a dedicated conveyance route for those neighbors, so that they can maintain their existing stormwater conveyance.
So you went in the backyard, you saw these drains that were originally alleged to no longer be functional, but the neighbors said they were functioning if they were cleaned. You confirmed that they could function well if they're cleaned, and you're offering these inlets to take their place? Is that in essence what you're doing?
Exactly.
And what was the reaction of the neighbors when you made that offer?
Their reaction was positive.
Okay.
They did not want to have a parallel drainage easement. They preferred to have an easement that was perpendicular, and the easement would just be to cover the drainage inlet itself, because it would be right there at the property line. And those would be strategically placed not to impact any of the existing infrastructure on those properties.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the bypass line again would go out to Arches Way, and then run up to the bay, and it would be, oversized, just to help accommodate additional capacity that may be needed.
So this would solve the problem that Third Street has continuously had for years and years and years?
This is
ponding water?
Yeah, this is mainly to mitigate the concerns from the Third Street neighbors, their rear yard drainage. And then as a follow-up, we looked at the issue with actual Third Street, and our solution for that would to be providing a connecting stormwater pipe that runs out to the Third Street right-of-way and place an inlet right there at the right-of-way line. Now that provides two benefits. One, it's immediate relief for current ponding that might be happening on Third Street. And number two, it provides the town with a point of connection for future improvements that you might want to implement as part of Third Street drainage improvements down the road. You could easily tie into that inlet because it would be connected to the bypass line to the bay.
So we're talking at the side of Third Street that's closest to Old San Carlos, not where it makes the turn into Harbor Court, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
This is close to Old San Carlos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't Harbor Court one of the big issues as well, that floods? That whole neighborhood pretty much has flooding issues. This wouldn't solve that.
Not necessarily, no. It would really provide relief for that flooding that's happening
Immediately on Third Street.
in that
location.
flat spot at Third Street that we noticed. We do know that the grades drop. Bonita is the high point. The intersection with Bonita and Third Street is the high point. So runoff will go towards Old San Carlos to one side and then towards Harbor on the other side.
So, being the expert, what would it take to alleviate the problem on Harbor Street? And Karen, you live there, you probably can. Bonita Street, does that have issues as well as flooding like Harbor, or is Harbor and Third the worst?
Harbor and Third.
So what would it take to alleviate that flooding issue on Harbor?
I do know in reviewing the improvement plans, I guess preliminary improvement plans by Tetra Tech, there is an inlet proposed at the end of Third Street and somewhere along that vicinity of Harbor and Third, with a pipe that goes out to that connecting canal. But I don't know what the implementation.
Wasn't that the issue we've always had with not getting an easement out to that canal?
It would require an easement.
So the only way that, if you can't get an easement, would be then, and again, I'm just trying to understand your methodology. If there's not an easement to be able to drain that water from Harbor Street out to that side canal, the only other way then would be to drain it down Harbor Street, down Third to connect into that.
Exactly. There could be a set of inlets placed along Third Street that would eventually connect to the one that we're proposing.
Then it would make sense to probably have one at the end of Harbor Court to take that water runoff in there. So that
Yes.
would all tie in and then run down Arches Way and go out.
Yes.
Okay. But you're not proposing doing that?
Not at this time.
Okay.
So this is our solution for immediately addressing the Third Street localized flooding issue. And I'm here to answer any questions or have additional discussion.
Okay. John, questions?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
Just in lay terms, the drainage behind the neighbor's house, behind, they live on Third, but behind, in their backyard,
Yes.
you're switching their drainage to an inlet. Could you just define what the difference is in lay terms? What's the practical?
Yes, so
difference?
right now there's two inlets, they're spaced out, and there's a connecting pipe. But those inlets, keep in mind, are on the Arches Way
So
property.
you're using the term drain and inlet
Drain.
interchangeably?
Drain inlet, yeah, it's a grate inlet, it's
Okay.
an inlet with a grate on top, and then
Gotcha.
there's a connecting stormwater pipe between them. And essentially, we're proposing to move those, replace those, so that the inlets are just inside the neighbor's property with a connecting pipe, T-pipe, to the main bypass stormwater line.
Just curious, this is minutia, but with this improvement, would they need to be as cleaned as often? Would they function better?
There should be a regular, maintenance program for them.
So they would
Yeah, and there'd
still,
be-
and you would be responsible for that maintenance?
There will be an easement placed, we would propose an easement to be placed, a drainage easement to be placed over top of the new inlets and the new pipe, specifically for maintenance activities.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I had heard, and maybe it's just rumored, but I had heard that there was some give on an easement off of Harbor Court, somewhere there going to the connecting canal.
Mhm.
Is that strictly a rumor? You did not talk to anyone about that, or?
I might be able to help.
Yes.
For the record, Pat Vaness, I heard the same rumor. We haven't been able to confirm that. But my understanding is some of those, at the intersection of Third and Harbor, there are vacant properties that might be coming forward for construction.
Right.
And we think that could be a great opportunity to request an easement. And again, that would be consistent with the plan that's already been designed by Tetra Tech in the ideal location.
Right, I mean, there's actually 4 vacant properties that could work.
Yeah, and we heard the same thing. We were very happy that someone might be providing it, but then we were not able to confirm that.
Okay.
We can
The
neither
coconut telegraph.
confirm nor deny.
Okay,
Scott?
I'm good.
You know, for me, there's a lot of talk about what ifs, right? What if this property owner lets us, what if that, we know we can do things down Bonita Street, down Harbor Court, down Third to alleviate this.
Mhm.
Just ballpark, just idea, what do you think the cost would be to, I'm assuming that Tetra Tech's design doesn't currently have it running down the streets, on our right of way? I'm assuming it's designed to dump out into the outfall.
That is correct.
Rough ballpark, could you give a rough ball? I mean, I certainly won't hold you to it, but I'm just curious as to what the cost might be to be able to, let's say we did what we discussed to alleviate Bonita and Harbor Street to tie into that Third Street drain. Being an engineer, could you give a rough idea of what that would be?
For these improvements.
To improve what I just had talked about, instead of
whole
worrying
thing.
about if we're going to get an outfall down one of these
Oh,
potential.
to go ahead and put the inlets in
Put-
along Third Street.
Yes, and then they
Okay.
tie in, Harbor Street, or put the inlet on
Yeah.
Harbor, and then at the end of Bonita to be able to allow that to drain into the easement that's already there going through Arches Way.
Bonita is not really the problem, though.
No, but my point is
Yeah.
if you're going to put something on Harbor or Bonita, or Bonita, which one's the end one? I can never remember.
Harbor.
Harbor's the most
If you're gonna
farthest
run
one.
that pipe from there to the Third Street,
Inlet.
you might as well put one there to capture the water from Harbor Street. So it's not like it would be adding anything more than just another drainage or inlet, whatever you wanna call it.
So just for the town, just for the Third Street right-of-way improvements?
To alleviate the flooding that they're dealing with.
probably on the order of, 100. Would be
Okay.
75 to 100 grand.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Again, I won't hold you to it much.
Okay.
Sold. Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Sold.
Yes. All right. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
All right, I will keep going from this point. The third item we were asked to look into was the phasing plan and mitigation, with regards to construction. So as you recall, we had more phases last time. We now have 4 phases. 3 of those are upland phases. The last one is the marina component. As we all know, dealing with state and federal agencies can take a long time without permitting, so that makes sense to be the last phase. A few things that are important to note. The green part is phase 1. We've incorporated Arches Way as part of phase 1. So the idea would be to put in Arches Way as soon as construction begins. That's a way where we can eliminate any construction traffic along the local street. Everything would be directed to Arches Way to the project, no local construction access on those roads. Then what we did is we made building E, what we have in blue or teal, phase 2. That would be built right up where the canal is, and once constructed would create some buffering or shielding from the construction on the rest of the resort. We also are committing to build a concrete wall. We like this idea of a decorative wall fence previously. We've met with the neighbors. We fully understand, they explain that with previous storms, they felt the wall actually protected their properties. A lot of debris was found on the other side of the wall, so we fully understand that. We're okay with providing the concrete wall, and not only providing it at the end of the project, but as soon as each phase is demoed and cleared, the next step would be to put that wall immediately. That would provide some mitigation when it comes to sound, dust, erosion, and that's a commitment that we've added to those commitments that we'll go through.
So Patrick, just
Yeah.
to be clear, just so I understood what you said. So you're committing to doing the solid concrete wall that abuts the properties,
Yes.
to be on the south side of the property,
Yes.
but doing it in the phases at which you do the phases of this construction.
Yeah, so a portion of it already has a concrete block wall. So if we don't have to demo that, because we're not there yet, so if you look, building.
And that's one of your
B-
deviations, is to keep that wall
Yeah, to
that's
keep,
there versus
to
moving
keep it in, yeah, to keep it in place until we get to that demo phase. Once we demo, next thing we do is install a new concrete wall.
Is that your understanding, Judith, of that deviation and how it's worded?
Well, there's
Good.
multiple things that we're addressing as part of that deviation. We were addressing the fact that, we wanted that decorative wall versus the concrete wall. We're committing to a concrete wall. We were also asking to maintain all the landscaping on the resort side, and we'd still like to do so, and we're gonna go into that. And, yeah,
Sorry, so, yeah, he's correct about the deviation, but if you want the wall, if you're agreeing with this, offer to put in the wall first as part of the construction phasing, we should probably add that as a condition, because this is about the deviation is about the end result, so in theory, they could put the wall in last. But if they're offering to put it in first or during one of the initial phases, then we should condition that in the ordinance.
And that's instead of a fence, it'd be a wall?
Yes.
Right, so the requirement is
Decorative
for
wall,
a wall. They had initially asked to put a fence instead of a wall, but now they're, because they've heard from the neighbors that the wall is important, and will provide benefit. So they're, I guess, requesting to keep a portion of that deviation, so we would alter that language, but they would put in the wall instead of a fence.
Thank you.
and I think we have that as part of our conditions, and if we don't, we can certainly add that, not a problem. And then the other thing is, as part of our submittal for a development order, the contractor would put together a construction management plan. You often see that for projects, you may have heard the term MOT, management of traffic. So it's a plan that staff would review, and that would go along with the construction permit. And the construction company would have to abide by that plan. So I think that's a good way to mitigate and provide some guarantees to the neighbors as to how the construction would take place. It's too early at this point to know exactly what that would be, but the applicant would work with the contractor, and they would provide that and submit that to the town.
Patrick, this is just my 2 cents, and
Yeah.
I appreciate your willingness to go to the concrete wall, because that, as you guys well know, you had the same meetings I did, that was a point of contention with the neighbors along there, both for dust and noise and things like that. To me, it would make more sense, knowing construction, doing things in phases usually is more expensive to do, because you're setting up and taking down. Would it make more sense to agree to do that concrete wall, maybe all at phase 1, to be able to provide those gates? And the reason I suggest that is, I've been on both sides of constructions, right? The management side of it and then working it. And as you're doing construction, you will have construction vehicles going down Harbor and Bonita trying to get into the project that way versus trying to go down Arches Way. They're just gonna do it. Unless you have something set up off-site where you're bussing people in, which we can have that conversation too. But by having that done at the first phase, I think that would, and then the drainage part of it at the same time, I think that alleviates a lot. I don't wanna speak for the homeowners, but I think that would help alleviate their concern as far as dust, construction. You're still gonna have that,
Yeah.
but I think that would mitigate it a little bit. It's just something to chew about. It's just my 2 cents on.
Well, I will turn things over to Elizabeth, because Elizabeth is a civil engineer, not just a floodplain expert, and she can talk about that. My understanding is a site that's gonna be phased like this, some of those uses, like the boat barns, will stay there until they're ready for demo. And typically what you do is you do demo and you regrade the site. And as part of regrading the site, I think that's where the site's gotta be graded properly before you put in that wall. But what we fully intend is that wherever there's no wall, there would still be a construction fence with lining. So I think the idea would be those access points would be completely fenced off.
Okay.
So, you wanna address that maybe, Elizabeth, and talk about the grading of the site?
And again, the grading of the site, I think what you're trying to get at, Pat, is the ease of grading that site would be easier if that wall wasn't there, because the grade of that wall is not gonna change, right? Whether you do it at the beginning, or you do it in the middle, or you do it at the end, that grade's gonna be the grade, the drain's gonna be the drain based on the elevation. So maybe help me understand what would be the benefit of doing it phased versus doing it at the beginning.
Depending on where the wall is located, obviously if it's close to the property line, then the existing grade will pretty much match. It should be consistent. I think where it gets tricky is if we were putting that wall further inside the property where you might have some elevation change, then, you know, if there's a limit on the wall height,
Sure.
then you have to make sure you're measuring it from
The right
finished grade,
elevation,
right?
So it just depend on the location, whether the fence stays where it's at, or whether it moves out to the property line.
Right,
Okay.
yes.
Could I just take it up 10,000 feet, and maybe if Ben could come up for a quick second? I'm not asking Ben, I understand there's all kinds of finance and market, you know, dynamics that are in place. But just trying to get a sense of your vision as we look at the phasing. Is it your vision to have the arches basically completely done before you opened, or do you, in a perfect world, do you hope to open it in phases? What's your vision?
Ben Freeland for the record. So, I mean, obviously we'd prefer to build it all at once. I think Mayor mentioned that costs are more efficient when you can do it all at once. So this phasing is just anticipating if we need to phase it out, how we would do it. But the goal would be to build it all at the same time.
And to open it all at the same time, roughly?
Yeah.
Okay, just want to clarify that, thank you.
But I think phase 1 allows us to do a couple of things a little bit quicker.
So it wouldn't be your intent, if let's say this was the scenario you had to go based on financing and all the marketing and all that kind of stuff, you wouldn't wanna open phase 2 until phases 3 and 4? Cause I think that's I don't wanna speak for you, but I think that's the question you were getting at. Would you want phase 2, the blue building E, would you want that to be operable while you're going through phases 3 and 4? Or would you,
Well,
that building
that's
just?
the condo kind of hotel
Is that what you were trying to ask? I
I'm
guess.
just trying to understand, I'm just trying to, in a general sense, your vision, was it to open it incrementally or to have it open it all at one time? In other words, do it in pieces or actually
I
do
think the
it?
goal is to do it at once.
Okay,
right?
that was what I-
But if you have to stage it based on, you know, the economy or
Yeah.
different reasons, that this gives us some flexibility.
Okay,
So,
yep. Thank you.
Um, if we have no other questions, I'll move on to, item number 4. Item number 4 was, we had a discussion with regards to the sunset deck. We did make a commitment, so that's been added as part of our conditions. It was to provide a setback from the edge of the building of 2 feet. And also what we've added in there is that within that setback, there would be a low-lying decorative or structural or vegetated component to create a barrier on that edge. Again, it's very early in the design process as to exactly what it's gonna look like. But, and one of the things that we discussed with Ben is to maintain that design flexibility. He doesn't know what the architect's gonna be proposing. He doesn't wanna get into that level of detail, but, you know, as committed, we'll provide that 2-foot setback. There will be some kind of structural barrier or vegetative barrier in that strip.
And obviously you saw what they sent in the letter.
Yep.
I didn't even think about it, but seeing how it worked, or how it works at whatever the name of the big resort is up in Punta Gorda, when you go up there on the rooftop, they've got that, like in their picture, they've got that, it's glass, but it's a protector to keep somebody potentially falling over, but it prevents that view corridor and it dampens that sound a little bit.
Mhm.
Is that something that you had discussions with the neighbors to consider, or is that not something?
We got the letter from the neighbors, we did discuss it with them. And I think we talked about it internally. That was, you know, we had made that commitment at the last meeting, that came on. I think in talking with Ben did not rule it out, but he said, you know, as he explained to us, it's so early in the process, he doesn't know what the architect's gonna wanna do. And I think we don't know also from a structural standpoint, how much reinforcement is needed or any of that stuff. So I think we just felt it was too early to commit to that.
But you're not opposed to it?
But the idea is, well, I think the idea is, we provided a mitigation, and we think that what we provided is sufficient, but we're not opposed to it. I think when he would move on to the next phase, that one might be one of the different configurations he might consider. So I can, those were the 4 items. As mentioned, also, we were asked about the FAR. We talked about the FAR without the parking. So what I did is I took the letter from the neighbors that you all got a copy also. And I've got a slide for each of the requests. And what we have in green is our position and points of discussion. So the request from the neighbors, from the letter, and I just wanna be careful when I say the neighbors. I'm saying it's from the neighbors that sent us the letter. And my understanding is they did talk to their neighbors. We just don't know, and we don't wanna make it seem that we've confirmed that everybody's been contacted and everybody's aware. I think they've made their calls. We don't have any evidence that everybody necessarily supports the letter, but again, those were fair requests that they made of us. We'll address them one by one. The first one was, they indicated that they wanted no turnarounds, actually, let me correct that, no turnarounds on the subject property, turnarounds within the existing right-of-way. They wanted a full gate with no vehicular access, and absolutely no pedestrian access, including the residents of that neighborhood.
You say, my conversations with them, that wasn't the case. The case
Mine
about
either.
the pedestrian, yes, but they were okay with the gates for emergency use only, not just a solid gate that wasn't usable. So you're saying that your meeting was different than that?
No, emergency use
Okay,
only,
okay.
but no other vehicles.
Right.
So we agree with gates and fencing. We just have to figure out what configuration we're gonna do. As we already talked about, the turnaround, the way they designed it, doesn't meet code. If there's a way the town can deviate from that standard, we'd be happy to entertain that configuration.
Patrick, you're the planner, so or Judith, is there a hybrid way to do this? Because the way that you had yours proposed obviously went into your property.
No.
Is there a hybrid approach that could achieve this without taking up a lot of your property, like your proposed does, and taking up the right of way? Is there a hybrid approach to be able to do that, to be compliant with the code? Or would we have to basically put a deviation to deviate from the code to be able to make?
So I'm not as familiar with the street requirements and turnarounds, so we would have to look at it. What I would like to point out here is that the initial version, we were concerned about the turnarounds really for the fire trucks. I mean, that's the largest vehicle that you're gonna see. And there was I don't know if we can go back to that plan.
But if you had the gate there, wouldn't the fire truck enter into your property, have the
Yeah.
ability to turn around and come back out?
The fire truck was being accommodated in the initial plan and is being accommodated now. But there was a stabilized surface, and if you look at the between building D and building E, there was like a circular turnaround in there, and they've kind of taken that out now. So that extended T is really to accommodate a fire truck and not necessarily to accommodate, a typical vehicle.
And that's the hybrid approach, dude, that I'm trying to get at. Is there a way to keep that turnaround that you had, shrink the amount of encroachment into your property to have such a big turnaround, and work with the town's right of way? I guess, is there a way to use a much smaller portion of what you have proposed on your property to be able to achieve the turnaround using the town's right of way and come into compliance with the code? Does that make sense? So the emergency response still has the turnaround on the property, but we can significantly shrink that hammerhead to be able to allow regular vehicular traffic to turn around and stay compliant with the code?
So I'm not as familiar with if we're talking about just the like a typical vehicle turnaround,
Yeah.
I don't know what those
Like for a
dimensions
FedEx
are,
truck or
but they've got to
whatever.
be shorter than a fire truck, right? So
Right.
I'd have to take a look at the code and see if we could accommodate something like
Okay.
that.
Just trying to see if there's a way to achieve what both sides are trying to achieve.
What I heard though from the right of way there is a little bit, I don't know if they're trying to figure that out, but the right of way there is a little bit wider than the asphalt. The asphalt is about 20 feet wide, but the actual right of way is 50. So I think maybe you could accommodate something in there. It wouldn't be standard.
And does the right of way run, so on this picture up here, from left to right, does the right of way run the entire length of that? Or is it just in front of Bonita and Harbor Street? Is there any right of way that goes beyond the street edges?
At the street ends, a little bit. So that where you see that the asphalt there in gray,
Yeah.
that's about 20 feet. The
Okay.
width there is really closer to 50 feet, if not 50 feet there
Okay.
for the whole right of way. So where they've drawn in red, I think that's where the neighbors are saying that you could take up to that much space, that 50 feet width into their property. Which is, it's
So that's, the
town
red up there
property.
wouldn't be town right of way, that would be the applicant's property that you would have to.
Well, it's still town right of way now, unless it was to be vacated.
Okay.
Because there are single family lots there, so the town's right of way goes all the way up to the Moss
So
Marina
our
now.
street width is fine at 50 feet, but it's the length, horizontal length, left to right there, that we would need to work out as far as how much space would be needed to be able to pull in a vehicle, back up, and then come back out.
I think so, but I also think that might extend somewhat onto their property.
And that's the hybrid part I'm trying to get at. Is there a hybrid way of being able to achieve that without staying compliant with the code? Maybe it takes a little part, but not significantly what they have proposed in option A or B, whatever it was. I think you understand what I'm trying to say, Pat.
Yep, I fully understand what you're saying. As mentioned, there's many configurations we could look into. If I may just make a suggestion, again, even if we were to do something similar to what they have on their exhibit, and Ken was looking at the width of the right of way, and he measured more 40 feet rather than 50 feet in that area. And there's existing driveways on those properties that abut the arches. So anything that would be essentially outside of our project boundary would impact the neighbors. And again, we don't know if those neighbors would consent to that. So I think what you're saying, Dan, is what if we did it on our property, but instead of doing the very, the much longer modified turnaround, we do something that is, we ask for a deviation, we do something smaller. I think that's another feasible option. But if we can get maybe through the public comment, find out the direction we're going, and we'd be happy to maybe take a recess at that time, talk to your staff, and maybe we come back and say, we discuss it, we think it's doable in this way.
Perfect.
Okay.
So we just took a look at the actual width requirements, and it looks like for a standard vehicle, where we're talking about the T at the end there, that you would need 70 feet. So if the right of way is 50 feet wide there, which is still town-owned right of way, that
You need 20 feet extra on, or overall 10 feet on either side.
right, 10 feet on either side, but to accommodate a fire truck, it looks like 90 feet of length, so that would be 20 feet on either side of the town-owned right-of-way that they would have to, give up into their property.
And that would be assuming they didn't want to have the turnaround that they had in their original proposal on their property, to go in, turn around, and come back out.
Right.
Okay. A lot of options.
Yes. And as I mentioned, I think we were looking at the code, and Ken was pointing out some other details, but again, I don't think we need to go into those details. If we have a general direction as to what is preferred, we'll take a little break and sit down with your staff and try to get that figured out. Then I think there was, I think that's for the access issue, we've addressed that. The second request was requiring construction barriers, and we've addressed that with our discussion of that concrete wall. Also, the other mitigation that we can provide, we think Arches Way is the appropriate access to the construction project. They're talking about that easement that runs between, right by the parking lot where you got Wahoo Willie's. Yes, we've got access there, but as you all know, a lot of people come and go in that area. I don't think that would be very conducive to construction traffic. We still believe Arches Way is the appropriate access point for construction.
And then just to identify that when you go to construct this building, OSHA's gonna require you to have some of that safety mitigation anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I think what you're saying is you're gonna be required to do it, but not the entire time that you're building this entire, it's not gonna just be there all the time.
No.
Is that safe to say it that way? Cause I think there was some misunderstanding in some of the people that I talked to from the neighborhood, that it made sense to have a 40-foot wall of scaffolding. That's not conducive. It's not
That's another issue was, put a tall wall with a barrier, so the way we looked at it was scaffolding with a liner on it. Part of the problem is we did talk to our engineers and construction folks. Typically, when you see that in a redevelopment of a building, there's a building there, and it's either the scaffolding is attached to the building, and the building protects it from the wind. Having 40 feet of scaffolding with a liner becomes a sail, and I don't even think we could get that permitted. And I think Frankie's kind of shaking his head that we wouldn't allow that to happen. So we think that the concrete wall would provide some mitigation, and we're committing to doing that.
But just to kind of alleviate some of the concerns of the neighbors, as you build this, if it gets approved, you will have to do this type of mitigation anyway, when it comes to scaffolding and catch-alls and all that kind. You're gonna be required to do that anyway as you construct it.
Yeah, I think just from what I've seen, when people do stucco, for example, and they're close to other properties, they make sure they put that liner to protect adjacent properties from that stucco.
Very good. And I see that you go back one, and I see that that's a little different than what we talked about earlier, which helps me understand a little better with the concrete wall will be built immediately after demo.
Yeah.
So as you demo the buildings, then you would construct the concrete
Correct.
wall, okay.
Yeah.
I was misunderstood that you weren't gonna start the construction of the wall until you started the construction of the building, which I'm guessing if you did the demo, you're
Yeah.
probably gonna follow up right away.
It would be right after the demo, yeah. This was, regards to that glass wall, the setback from Sunset Deck. But the difference also in that request compared to the last hearing, they were asking for, some kind of a setback also for the deck where we've got the pool between buildings B and C. We had not addressed that area because all the activity on that deck is towards the promenade. The pool is gonna be towards the promenade, the restaurant's gonna be towards the promenade, so all the activity was towards the promenade. So we didn't see the need for that, we had not addressed that. As mentioned, we have our commitment, we've shown it on the master concept plan. 2-foot setback for the railing on the Sunset Deck, a commitment for some kind of structural or vegetated barrier within that area. We did talk about limitations when it comes to sound and activity on those decks at the last hearing. We've carried that forward, that's in our commitments. And as I mentioned, buildings B and C, we don't think it's needed, all the activities towards the promenade. Number 4, we've talked about in detail, we're happy to provide that concrete wall. But we do wanna maintain deviation number 4. So the 2 important components to deviation number 4 was we were asking for a decorative wall that would have been partly concrete, partly aluminum. We can change that, it could be conditioned, or we just change our deviation. We will provide the concrete wall. We are concerned about maintenance and access to the landscaping. That's why we'd like to keep it fully on the side of the resort, so we have full access, we can ensure that it's well maintained, and that there is no conflicts over time with neighbors. And we'd like to keep that component. The other component was the existing wall varies in height, and we took a look at it and we saw the variations. The code says a wall, maximum 6 feet, but that's above grade. And one of the things that our engineers looked at was that existing grade is 1 to 2 feet higher than most adjacent properties. So when you put the wall on top of that existing grade, you are gonna maintain that 7 to 8 feet in height next door. Number 5 was with regards to the parking garage area. The initial request was, we had heard, I think the neighbors had heard that possibly that it wasn't gonna be enclosed. We assured them that it would be enclosed, however, we have a design with some arches, and those arches would be louvered. We need to keep air circulation, make sure that we don't get fumes in the parking garage, so we are committed to keeping our design consistent with those renderings. They were okay with those arches. They did ask for 100% valet parking. We would like to retain the right to have both self-park and valet. As you understand, the Freelands will be the developer builder. They're gonna turn this to an operator. Obviously, they need to make their resort attractive to get the best operator possible. And I think most operators wanna keep that flexibility of both self-park and valet parking. We'd like to maintain that. Neighborhood drainage, again, it's been addressed previously. Our engineers do have some solutions for the backyard drainage and also the 3rd Street drainage where it does meet Arches Way. And my understanding is there are plans already in place to address the remainder of Third Street. And I think what we're proposing is compatible to that and is gonna make a big difference and alleviate the Third Street, the most significant flooding that occurs there. So that kind of wraps up what you had requested of us and also the requests from the neighbors. If you guys can give us a little direction, for example, on the turnaround, we want to turn around, we don't want to turn around. And if we can take public comment, then we might have a better idea of what seems to be the consensus, and we could talk to staff and take it from there.
I think it makes the most sense to take public comment, and then we can come back and discuss with both our staff and you to see what everybody up here is thinking.
Perfect, thank you.
Are we okay with that direction? Yeah. All right, with that, we will open up public comment. Is there anyone, oh, let me read my script, I don't wanna get in trouble. Public comment, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Amy?
I have nobody signed up.
No one signed up. Who would like to be first? Chris?
Good morning, Council. Chris Mostero. My address is 923 3rd Street. I was sworn in at the beginning of the meeting. I'll be referencing a letter from neighbors that is on page 592 of your packet, if you wanted to follow along. But I'm here on behalf of over 60% of the neighbors on 3rd Street, Harbor Court, and Bonita Street. I'm representing the neighbors that are out of town. I'm here representing the neighbors who are exhausted after years of rebuilding. I'm here representing the neighbors who aren't here because they already know you're going to change our neighborhood forever. Personally, I reached out to every single neighbor in our neighborhood that I had contact information for. All of them responded in support except for one. I didn't get a response from that one. Everyone else in our neighborhood, the hands have changed, the properties have changed a lot over the last 2 years. I don't have all the contact information for the people in our neighborhood. I tried my best to reach out to as many as I could to get a neighborhood consensus because that's what we were asked and had heard so much. But the Arches project before you is a huge ask from the developer. They are asking for increased height, increased FAR, increased density, a comprehensive plan map amendment, and 8 deviations from our town code. As neighbors, the items we are requesting are so minimal, and they're required for the protection of our neighborhood. As neighbors, we ask that you make these 6 items a part of your conditions for approval. These are not concerns coming in at the last hour. They're concerns that have been repeatedly brought to the Freelands and ignored over the past 2 years. Everything they're doing is to maximize their property. The turnarounds that they say they can't fit, they're trying to push it on our right of way. They have the property, put it on their side. The drainage that they've proposed to fix in our backyards, the drains are on our property. They're pushing the wall as close as they can to the property line, and they're asking for an easement to get on our property to clean these. They have the property. The drains are already on the property. The landscaping they're asking for a deviation for, they're asking to put it on their side to beautify their park, not beautify our neighborhood. You look at some of these other properties and parking lots and things that have been approved to be built where they have to build a fence and landscaping's on the outside of the fence. It makes the neighborhood look nice. It does. That's the kind of things that make our town look nice and beautify our town that are in the codes that should be required. So I just ask that you listen to neighbors. The things that we are requesting are so minimal compared to everything that the developer is asking. As far as the turnarounds, the preference is from the neighborhood, no access, no pedestrian access, no vehicle access, inside or outside. Whether a turnaround can happen or not, I think people are okay with either way. We don't want people accessing the resort through our neighborhood. I'm happy to answer any questions. Like I said, I've met with so many neighbors. I'm happy to continue on and answer questions that I thought are fair. But you can force them to do these things. You can force them to put in glass walls. You can make them put the F&B logo on every step of the resort if you wanted to. You can make them do design changes. You have the key for approval. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anyone else like to speak? Bill? You just standing up to stretch, or are you coming up?
It's a long walk from the back room.
Good morning.
Morning. Bill Veach, 3580 Estero Boulevard. I've been sworn in. A couple things that come up when I'm watching this. One is that it seems like it's a de facto vacation of the right-of-way for the road that's going into the property. It makes sense to me that if the town is giving up that right-of-way, they should do that in exchange for a right-of-way, move the wall back, maybe connect Matanzas and Bonita together, and make it into a circle. I mean, it seems like it's fair if you're going to give up town right of way, even if it's de facto give up town right of way, to get some of that as an additional right of way on the residential side of the wall. The other thing is about the wall. I understand that the wall is good for sound. It's good for getting some privacy, but they're also terrible for scour in the event of a storm. After Ian and I went on Strandview and Bayview, and there was a huge scour along the wall. Even if it's a breakaway wall, it'll guide the water along the wall, and you'll get a lot of scour. If the wall is right next to residential properties, then that scour can risk those properties. And it's very severe. It doesn't take an Ian. It just takes enough to get water flowing, and our sand moves very easily, and it can undermine those properties. Also, as they said, this is more compatible with Old San Carlos and not the residential neighborhood. Now, it's very clever on their part. They have one little finger of land they acquired that touches Old San Carlos. That's a very, very small part of the property, when there is a huge line that affects the residential property. So it's like, when they say most of the effect is from the residential aspect, and all these properties can be affected. The other thing is that, again, you move the wall really close to the property, you're putting them at risk for a lot of things, and you're also just, it's like nickel and diamond. They're trying to get as much as possible without really thinking about the effect on the neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Anyone else like to speak in public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back up for, well, do we want to have discussion now, or do we want to close the public hearing? Well, is there any rebuttal, I guess, it's based on public comment? No? Thinking about it?
Do we want to address the conditions of approval now, or do we want to take a recess and then get into the conditions?
Nancy, what do you suggest? Do we close the public hearing? Do we keep it open to discuss this and then
I have
close the
nothing to
public hearing?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but to answer the initial question, I have nothing to rebut with the public
Okay.
comment.
I figured as much.
The conditions of approval, there's what, 30 of them or so?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're very detailed, and I think it's very important that council understands the project. I know staff and the applicant, they spent a lot of time. I would recommend you take a small break so that you can review that entire packet of information together with clear minds.
Well, I think, to me, it's important to have a conversation with council before you take the break, simply because are there gonna be any potential changes to those conditions that are in the packet, based on what was testified here today?
Okay.
So to take a break and then come back,
No,
and then discuss it, and then go back.
So you could have a general conversation with council, and then after a break, go into the details, because the details really is gonna require a lot of concentration.
Okay, so I guess my question is,
Have your-
procedurally, should we keep the public hearing open until we have that discussion before we close it, so that we can still have conversation with the applicants?
You can do that, or you could close it and then reopen the public hearing if you wanted to.
Okay, we'll do that, that way.
Which avenue are we taking?
Well, let's.
They wanna talk, I think.
Well, I think we need to have, there's been a lot of
Yes.
discussion about what you're willing to do, what may or may not be a change in the conditions based on recommendations from council, so I think, to me, it makes the most sense, but I'll love to listen to my fellow councilors to find out, are some of these, to me, in my mind, some of these conditions are probably going to change.
Correct.
Based on the testimony that was here
Correct.
today, so it would make more sense to me to have that conversation, so that when we take the break, you can discuss the recommendations to the changes of the conditions
Okay.
to be able to come back up.
So, do we want to, I think I'm a little bit still unclear. Do we wanna go through the conditions of approval one by one, or do you want to maybe take a consensus as to the big ticket items, i.e. whether it's gated, ungated turnaround, the Bonita Harbor Court issue, or
I think that's the best
wall?
idea, is to,
Break down
the
this-
big ones first, and then
Okay.
as we go through after the break, we can go through
The conditions
one by
and how
one,
we've modified
and how
it.
they've modified, and do they need to change, or do they not need to change?
Okay.
Based on that, but I think it's important to talk about the big items that were hanging out since the first hearing,
Correct,
gates, things like that.
correct.
Everybody okay with that direction? Okay.
So I think as it turns to specifically the gates of Bonita Harbor Court, we've heard a couple of different versions. Our preference is really, let me see if I could go back to, is what has been presented as a modified version A. This provides for the gate, which would be no vehicular, no pedestrian access, but in the event of emergency vehicles needing a turnaround, they would have the ability to do so.
So that first one there, that option A, based on what we've heard now, and talk about all the options that we have, does it make sense? And if that is 50 feet, or it's 40 feet, and we only need, how many feet? I don't remember exactly now how many feet you said,
60
Judith,
or
that it was,
70.
that we needed there to have the, does it make sense to push that in? And the question that was raised by Chris in his public comment is the road, where does our right of way end based on that black line going into that property? Is it where their property line is?
Correct,
On
so
the
where
street?
where that property line is, everything, we would ask for what's above that property line or what's behind the gates to be vacated.
So what I'm getting at is to try to not change your design. To me, that's a significant change in your design. Is it possible to move the gate back to allow for that hammerhead turnaround on their property and not affect their park?
So, can you back up?
Yep.
Option A.
There we go.
So this is what you saw at the first meeting and what the LPA saw. So this accommodates the issue of the fire truck and emergency access.
I'm saying keep this,
Uh-huh.
but move where the gate is, where the arrows are. Move that back to be able to meet our code to have the hammerhead turnaround with the right of way and then whatever little sliver on either side of the grass there.
Right, so they have purchased single-family lots. So those ends there, where those black arrows are, that is still town-owned right-of-way unless the town chooses to vacate it.
Okay.
So, you do have some ability there to use that full 50-foot right-of-way. And then to get to that 70-foot, using option A, not this option. If you stay with option A, you're accommodating the fire truck turnaround, right? They've got the stabilized area for that. And then what you're saying is to where the town-owned right-of-way ends, which is essentially where Moss Marina begins now, to keep the 50-foot right-of-way as town-owned, not vacated, and then have them add 10 feet on either side to get to the 70 feet that they would need for a typical vehicle turnaround.
I guess what I'm looking at trying to do a hybrid, and I keep using the word hybrid because do we necessarily need to have that 50 feet of right of way, or can we vacate part of it in exchange for allowing the turnaround to happen on their property? Does that make sense? So you're kind of, maybe you're vacating a little bit to allow that to happen, so that it's, the turnaround's not on private property, it's not on the town, part of it is town right of way, but part of it then would be on their property as well. So they're gonna gain a little bit from the right of way to be able to keep that design. Am I making sense to anybody, or is it just in my head?
I mean,
if
so
I had a
you're
piece of
saying
paper, I could draw it.
instead of 70 feet wide, to reduce it to 50 feet and allow them to
No.
turn, no.
No. What I'm saying is keep it the way it is, but we need to have the expansion horizontally, correct? To be able to make that turnaround work off the town's right of way. You understand?
But
Give
the
it a try.
turnaround is behind the gates, not in the neighborhood.
Right, so, but.
No, the turnaround would be at the end, before the gate.
No, because that's not where the residents want it.
So.
In every conversation I've had,
It would be.
they want it behind the gate.
I disagree. Because then you, in order to turn around, you'd have to access their property, so the gate, you would allow more access, not just emergency access, into their property to turn around to come back out the gate.
Right,
I don't know
so-
that that's what the residents are I think what they're saying is don't let the turnaround, don't take up the personal property for the turnaround, I think they're saying keep the turnaround on their property, but my understanding, and Chris, you can nod, I think what you're saying is the gate needs to be at the end of that hammerhead, but the hammerhead needs to be on their property. Is that what, he's nodding his head? That was my understanding, not go in the gate to turn around to come back out.
Yeah,
Otherwise it defeats the
What I
purpose.
understood is that they wanna limit that access as much as possible, to
Right.
have it only emergency vehicles. And again, we could ask Chris, but to have that gate at the edge of the property and have no turnaround is what I understood. Because they don't want anybody turning around or to encourage that or for anybody to know that's a possibility. Because once you put the gates further into the property, then people can stop there, Uber could drop off, even if it's technically not allowed and not permitted, by providing that extra space, it's letting people know that there is that possibility there. Staff and the applicant were trying to accommodate for a turnaround that it sounds like the neighbors don't actually want. They would prefer to have straight gates there, which would let anybody know that the right-of-way is only 20 feet wide, and it would be very uncomfortable for Uber, Lyft, DoorDash, anything to access there, because then you would have to, walk a certain distance to get to the property, and would encourage everybody to go around.
Well, I think whether you encourage someone, and Chris, you can nod your head again. I think we're all smart enough to understand whether you have a turnaround there or not, people are going to go down those streets to go into that property. Without a turnaround, they're gonna use the driveways to turn around. If the neighborhood is okay with their driveways being used as a turnaround for FedEx and everybody else, Uber, whomever else is gonna turn around, I'm not gonna stand in the way of that argument, but that's not my understanding of my meetings with the neighbors, that their concern is they wanted the turnaround, they just didn't wanna lose their property to do it. And if I'm mistaken, please nod your head. Is that the understanding? Because when you did come up here and talk, you did say you were fine with it either way. I'm trying to understand, would you prefer to have the turnaround as I'm describing, or would you prefer to just have a straight gate and no turnaround?
Do you mind if I?
Mr. Mayor, I ask for unanimous consent to proceed out of order to allow Chris to speak for 1 minute in response to your question.
I have no issues. Any issues?
No.
No? Come on up, Chris.
The preference of the neighborhood is that there's no access down Bonita Street or Harbor Court. So we understand there's challenges to putting in a turnaround. If the option is open it or not, we want it closed, no turnaround. We don't want access.
Yeah.
Secondly, our preference is to put in a turnaround.
But you said no access down those streets. So what I'm hearing you say is you don't want cars down that street at all.
Into the resort, yeah.
Into the resort.
So our second ask is, yes, we would like it, if it's possible to put in, I think we're on the same track, Dan, a hybrid, non-compliant turnaround where a small vehicle, so someone comes down 3rd Street, they look down Bonita Street, they see a gate. Okay, I'm gonna continue down to Harbor Court. They drive down to Harbor Court, they see a gate. They got no option to turn around but into someone's driveway. Exactly. Might be the people's at the end of Bonita Street, it might be Karen, it might be your driveway because they're turning left. They see a gate, they're turning left right there.
But my point is, Chris, is there's no way that we're gonna be able to restrict access down 3rd Street to go down Bonita and down Harbor Court.
Not restrict 3rd Street, restrict Bonita Street and Harbor Court into the resort. Did that?
I'm gonna do whatever you guys, I'm gonna try to support you guys any way I can.
Yeah, no, I think you were on the right track, Dan, with the hybrid. We want some kind of small turnaround, so a small vehicle can circumnavigate Bonita Street or Harbor Court if they get down those streets without getting into a driveway.
But restrict the access into just emergency vehicles only, no
Yeah, so we don't
pedestrian,
want
no-
a lift to be able to sit in the turnaround and guests be able to come in and out of the resort.
All right,
Yeah, 'cause
thanks, Chris.
I'm thinking if you have a turnaround, you're just encouraging cars there.
See, that's what
You're
I think
encouraging
too.
cars if you allow access into the resort. There's what? Does someone sit at the end of your street, Scott? There's a turnaround at the end of your street.
Yeah, I've got cars coming down my road all the time, looky-looing and spinning around, and it's.
They turn around and they move on. They don't sit. Do they sit there and park for a reason?
Some
It's
do.
at the end of a neighborhood street. I guess that's.
I guess the question, Chris, and we want to do everything we can to make sure you guys are happy.
Mhm.
And don't think we don't. I mean,
No,
well,
I-
met with you. I mean,
Yeah.
So you're thinking like Dan, you would want that turnaround in their property, or
A minimal turnaround.
A minimal turnaround.
As small
instead
as
of
we
no
can.
turnaround.
Yeah.
Okay.
but to the extent of we want it fully gated. Because currently they're presenting a turnaround with hybrid pedestrian access.
No, so gate,
No,
let's talk about
no.
the gate for the cars. Pedestrian access, I think we all understand that. The gate, you want the gate on their property, so you don't want them to have to go through the gate to turn around and come back out.
Yeah, no.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
where
The
I
gate
wanted to clarify.
restricts vehicles going into arches.
Because again, there's no way we're gonna stop traffic
We don't
from
want,
going down Bonita and Harbor, regardless of what you do.
the neighborhood does not want traffic going into the arches through the neighborhood streets.
And that's, we get that.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we've got clarity as to what you're looking for.
Thank you.
At least I do, and hopefully everybody understands. I understand what you guys are trying to say. By having a turnaround, I don't think that just having a resort there is gonna promote traffic down that street.
Right, but when you're driving, and we'll just use my street and Coconut Street as an example. They're side by side. Coconut's a dead end. Rarely do cars go down there. But my street has a turnaround. It's not a dead end. So I have more traffic coming down. I think this is just my opinion. You
Dead
live
end.
there.
I know. If it was dead end, you could put signs, dead end.
I
Can't
think
turn
if you put a
around, can't do
turnaround down
anything.
there, just encouraging cars to go down there. That's my opinion.
I mean, it's not a cul-de-sac. I mean, you're talking
Yeah.
a cul-de-sac versus a small, I think Chris's preference was to have a small turnaround, or at least the neighborhood's preference was to have a small turnaround. Should cars go down there? I mean, I wouldn't want people backing in my driveway to turn around if they had a different option, but I don't live in that neighborhood.
Karen, you live there. What do you think?
But they're not gonna turn around in Karen's
No,
driveway.
I know.
No.
She's
But I did talk to probably 5 different residents. One only owning 4 properties, one owning 2 properties. And they basically said, definitely the gates, no turnarounds, putting at the beginning of our street, on 3rd Street, dead end street, no outlet, that type of thing. So it's getting away from encouraging anyone to go down. Right now, the UPS trucks and everything, they back up if they have to. They just back out of the street and go on. I mean, the garbage trucks, they come in, they back down Bonita, they back down Harbor Court, and they go out. I mean, that's what they do now. So if we had just gates there with absolutely no turnarounds, then we could say dead end street, no outlet.
Well, you'd still have that signage regardless, if there was a
We would
turnaround.
still have the signage regardless. I do wanna put on record that there are other residents besides those who are present here that have explicitly told us, ones that are contiguous to the Moss Marina property, that have really expressed concerns over any turnarounds, and specifically having this type of a hammerhead configuration. So that's the difficulty that we're dealing with, is we have a lot of very vocal opinions, which is great, but now we're to brass tacks of which avenue are we gonna go. And unfortunately, I believe it's an avenue that no matter which avenue you all get to select, there's gonna be somebody that's not particularly thrilled with it.
Oh, without a doubt. I think future council members' e-boxes are gonna, if this gets proposed, or this gets approved, are gonna get filled with people that live in that neighborhood about cars turning around in their driveway.
Right, so
You can't win either way.
we cannot win either way. We are trying to figure out a magical concoction of this hybrid approach, but I did wanna put on record that the neighbor that is contiguous to Moss Marina has explicitly told us that they don't want that in their backyard, this hammerhead configuration.
And the other ones are
Yeah, I'm not a
rotates.
fan of that one at all either. That's,
Neither are we. And so just for the record, we had talked about where the gates are. The gate would be behind the turnaround. So it does pose its own issues of people parking there, waiting, drop-off service, Uber service. But then it alleviates the issue of, well, if somebody does go down accidentally, where do they turn around? So we prefer this approach. We think it's cleaner. We think it's more, as you were indicating, dead end, do not pass go, do not enter.
well,
That's-
and then going back to what you said, Judith, at the end of the day, you're talking 10 feet on either side of the existing road to make this compliant, right? 10 feet.
Not necessarily, I mean, it depends on what you're trying to comply with. If, in order to do that, smaller, hammerhead, that's what the code asks for, is, 70 feet. They pointed out that in this option A, the area between Harbor and Bonita is intended to be a stabilized surface so that the emergency vehicles could drive over it, so it's not just gonna be like dirt and sod that the fire truck would sink into, so it'll be stabilized. So really, they could provide a small, 20 feet on one side, on the kind of the north side of Harbor and the south side of Bonita, to accommodate just a typical vehicle turnaround and not have to accommodate a emergency vehicle turnaround, because the emergency vehicles are accommodated for.
Again, I'm saying this option that they have up there makes sense. All I'm proposing, and I'll just propose it, and we'll see if the consensus of the council, if it's 10 feet on either side of what that is, on the outside of the fence, not the inside of the fence, so the configuration stays the way it is. So you can turn around with your emergency vehicles inside there. But adding the 10 feet on the outside of the fence,
Gate.
outside the gate, I'm sorry, gate. The gate would only be used for vehicular access. There would be no pedestrian entrance or access through that. So that if someone did go down, and that's all I'm proposing, is the extra 10 feet that you and Sarah had talked about on either side, to make that area a little bigger, to be able to, should someone go down there, not have to use a driveway to turn around. That's what I'm proposing as a suggestion. If the majority of the council's in, I'm not gonna live or die on the sword over this thing, but just trying to get this part of it done and move on to the next section.
One item that I do wanna, if the town's wish is to utilize the town's right-of-way property to effectuate this turnaround, then that would not be a condition in our ordinance, because we can't be constructing or working on your right-of-way and your improvements. So that would be the concern with us, is if you all as a town want to effectuate a turnaround on the existing Bonita or Harbor outside of our property, that's your decision, but we couldn't necessarily.
We would need extra, because the town is only 50
That's
50 feet,
right.
so we would need.
You would have to condemn.
10 feet or 20 feet of your property to become part.
Right, that was my understanding, is the roadway is the right of way, but left or right of that on this picture would be, we would need, if it's on this side of the fence though, or
But if
gate.
it's on the outside of the gate, then that's no longer a property, so I'm confused at.
No, so on your property, but
So moving this
before the gate,
down, moving the hammerhead
no,
south?
decreasing the size of the hammerhead.
Uh-huh.
So the roadway there is 50 feet that the town continues to own into your property. What we would need is either additional 10 feet on either side into your property, so 10 by 20 and 10 by 20 on either side, or a 20 by 20 on one side, something like that, to accommodate. So it would go into your property as it does here, just not quite so much. It would be a much smaller, because this configuration is trying to accommodate for the fire truck. And in scenario A, it would just be for a typical vehicle. So it could be much smaller, but it would be similar to this. So the vehicles would use the town right of way plus a small portion of your property.
I believe Pat and Ken are trying to put together a modification of something like this, but smaller.
Well, let's see if there's consensus from the council. I mean, again,
Okay.
I don't wanna belabor this for an hour,
Well, I bet we'll still be talking about
Well,
it.
I'm sure we will, but does everybody understand what I'm saying there? Is it's not, it's gonna be 10 feet essentially on either side. It could be rock, it could be gravel, it doesn't have to be asphalt, it could be, it doesn't have to be a pervious surface. I mean, it can be something very landscaped, it can be, very small, it doesn't have to be obtrusive. To me, I'm always a fan of options, and that provides an option for people that we know are gonna go down that. People are gonna get pizza delivery there. The pizza delivery guy's not gonna know to go down Arch's Way. He's gonna see that they're in that building, and he's gonna go down to Harbor Court and realize he's gonna have to turn around, he's gonna turn around someone's driveway. So how can we design it where it's very minimal, it's not obtrusive to the neighbors? That's what I'm proposing. But I will fall back to the council to decide if that's a path we want. Again, I'm not gonna die on the sword over it. I just think that makes the most sense as far as options. John, what do you think?
I'm okay with it.
Vice Mayor?
I honestly don't know.
Well, we'll come back.
I will yield to the will of the majority for compromise, yeah.
Okay. Karen?
So I just know of the residents that I spoke to, and they said no turnarounds no nothing, just a gate, a locked gate, no in or out of the thing, no turnarounds, and signage.
Well, yeah, signage is gonna be regardless, but.
Yeah.
Hey, Scott?
I thought I said mine.
Okay, guess you're the tiebreaker, Jim.
Well, this is extremely unscientific, but
Yes,
Chris,
very much is.
Chris, are you nodding in support of what the mayor is proposing? Do you nod, is that your will? Would that be based upon your conversation with the neighborhood?
Yeah, I think that makes, I think between that and yeah.
Okay, then I'll support it.
Okay, there you go.
So,
It's that easy. Cat's laughing.
yes, let's, in summary, what exactly was decided? So providing a modified turnaround
Good question.
You know,
in front of the gate?
Yeah, for the record, Pat Vanaz, Mr. Mayor, I think when you were talking about a modified turnaround outside of the resort, and I think staff was saying inside, so I think there's a bit of a conflict there.
Sarah, come on. Educate us children.
This is just what I'm hearing. I'm hearing you say, and that you want the turnaround to be on their property, but outside of the gate.
Correct.
So, and, okay,
Yes. You're using your property, but it's outside your gate.
Understand, the gate would be pushed in,
Yes.
and we're gonna have a
It'd be
little, after recess, we're gonna have a little exhibit of what that could look like.
Okay, perfect. Now that we all understand each other. I was speaking Swahili for a minute.
Okay. So I
But
think
you're
it's
good at
safe
it.
Very
that
well.
we can move on from the Bonita Harbor,
Okay.
and move on to the next issue that we wanna address. Where do you wanna go from here? So we have Bonita Harbor, we presented the drainage as presented, are we happy with that?
Well, we can start with the drainage. My preference would be to add that inlet so that all the streets would tie in. That would be my preference. That would be a true public benefit, not just for that neighborhood, I think for the resort, as well as anyone that traverses. Hopefully, nobody traverses that street. Let's not go down that road again. But to me, that makes the most sense as far as fixing that drainage issue.
I would agree with that, like have them all come together and have an outlet, because they do flood.
So from Harbor Court down with an
To
inlet
Bonita.
at Bonita, and then it ties into that Third Street entrance at
Yes.
the corner. Scott?
I agree.
John?
Yes, sir.
Consent.
One concern
Okay.
that I, as the attorney, would have with that is, so far, the applicant property owner has been going above and beyond to providing drainage fixtures beyond the property, beyond what would be impacted as a result of this development. In order to be imposing conditions to development, there has to be a legitimate state interest involved, and the condition has to be related, has to have a nexus to that legitimate government interest, as well as to the development of the property, or the adverse impact proposed by the development of the property. Now, we have included in our drainage plan a summary of what could be done to mitigate the impact of the property that will have on the drainage. Now, that includes the inlet on Third Street, as well as fixing some of the other drains or relocating them, which are already in existing. I'm not gonna sit here and say yes or no, but I'll put my concerns on the record, that once we start going further and further and further away from the development of the property, we're getting further and further away from that rough proportionality or that nexus. We can go back and talk as a team, but as the attorney, may I have to put that onto the record. I was trying to get back to.
that would just be to clarify that there is no voluntary intent to agree to that condition.
Well, and that has not been,
Discussed.
correct, that has not been discussed or committed to. You know, right now, we have gone back to the neighbors, we have met with the neighbors, we've met with the engineers went on site with the neighbors, have identified, we've met with staff, and this was the plan that seemed to address all of those concerns as best as we could do. So, where do we wanna go next?
Well, we only have 2 more, right?
So we have
We got the
the turnarounds, the drainage, the wall, the
Private.
the phasing or wall. Are we happy with the phasing and wall?
I stated my,
phasing?
I stated my concern, I would prefer to see the wall constructed, you know, maybe they'll be challenging, but to me, doing I appreciate that, again, that you went from 7 to 4. I would like to see the drainage be incorporated into phase 1 of the project. And, you know, the wall and the fencing, you could still use the, you know, maybe it'll just be construction fencing, I don't know, but something has to be done there to be able to help mitigate that, in my opinion, the potential dust and demolition. And I know you have to have a construction fence, but does it make sense to just, again, I'll fall back on the will of the council on what they think there, but I think you've made concessions as far as building the wall as demo happens.
Correct, yes, so the wall, my understanding is the existing wall would remain until we get to that segment of the phasing. The wall would come down, would be immediately replaced, and would stay there. Then you go on to the next phasing, the existing wall would remain while you're working on phase 1. The wall would be demoed, would be replaced, and then
But through your deviation request, that wall would be pushed back to the property line.
that is our request, yes. So the wall would be on the property line. And then also involving the relocation of those drains, which is why we included that in our drainage plan.
And then Chris had mentioned.
Or inlets, I think is the
The
preferred.
concern was having the drain on Moss's property versus on an easement on, am I stating that correctly? That there was concern about having those outfall, or the drainage, whatever you wanna call them, inlets? We use inlets or drainage, whatever the engineer would prefer to use, be on Moss's property versus, is that did everybody else hear that same thing from?
I think so.
Engineerily wise, or maybe we should talk to her, how does that impact your engineering design, or?
Elizabeth Fountain for the record. Well, that really depends on where the wall's located, because that wall is gonna prevent collection of that rear yard drainage if you put it, you know, in between the drain inlets and the neighbor's property. So,
Couldn't the wall be designed to have a cutout to allow the drainage to pass through just that section, or, I mean, whether you have, whatever side of the wall it's on, it's gonna block water from one side or the other.
correct. So that's what we were proposing, to put the inlets, because those inlets are specifically for that rear yard drainage area.
So what,
To capture
them
that,
on the
you know,
rear yard.
runoff coming off those rear yards.
so if the drainage or the inlets were on the property owner's side, that would catch the water coming, and then Moss Marines or Arches would be responsible for collecting all their water and
Exactly.
dispersing it. So their water wouldn't go to that drain necessarily, it would go directly to the back bay or whatever mitigation you have to put in.
The arches would have their own internal stormwater management system that'll be designed
Understood,
specifically
okay.
for water, you know,
So
water
these
quality
drains
and
that are
storage.
outside that wall would be specifically to catch the water from within the residential
Yes.
neighborhood, okay.
Which, that makes sense.
John, how do you feel about the whole wall thing?
I think I'm where Jim was a little while ago. I'm not sure.
Jim, are you unsure?
No, I think the wall seems to be an important piece of the puzzle, and it seems like the applicant has addressed that. I guess it's just the placement of the wall and the placement of the drains. I think the engineer makes an interesting argument. I'd be curious to hear what Chris says about the drain and the wall and the correlation between the drain and the wall, but, it seems like doing that wall, A, and B, doing it early would help mitigate some of the construction issues and some of the other privacy concerns, at least from what I've heard, if I understood it correctly.
And I guess
I have heard concern about the wall being moved 4 feet. That's a concern, and then the landscaping piece, but, you know, there's a lot of give and take that goes on, so I don't know.
And the landscaping piece, you know, this is something that we've discussed internally, that we have discussed internally. So the concerns, there are a couple. We've mentioned the maintenance issues of trying to access that landscaping. I know that there was a discussion about maybe we make a condition that we're only obliged to put in the landscaping and then forget about it, but that can also lead to certain property rights infringements, implied easements, adverse possession. If, you know, a neighboring resident is claiming that, oh, well, I've maintained this area for X amount of years, then that could infringe on the property owner's property rights for that area. So that is a concern. So we would have to have landscape easements, maintenance easements, and the whatnot. It would have to include, as I believe it was Ms. Dubridge that had indicated about, you know, irrigation lines and things like that. But it gets into a maintenance nightmare. What if the neighbor doesn't like the trees that we put in? Even though they don't have a specific say, there could be unintentional damage to the landscaping on our property. So there are concerns on both ends, and that's why we were requesting to put the wall on the property line, which then creates the drainage to be able to be relocated more in on line with their residential properties. That would be better. So that we wouldn't be moving any of their or removing any of their existing drains. We would be relocating them. So that was our give and take for that.
So you're basically, because I was thinking as you were talking, if you were to, where the drain is by Chris's house, for instance, that's on Moss's property, correct?
Correct.
So what you're proposing is moving the wall to where that drainage inlet is and moving the inlet further onto the private properties
Correct.
of the homeowners,
Correct.
as opposed to bringing up the wall to the edge of that, where the existing drain is.
I want to be careful here because I'm not fully certain as to where those drains are located, whether they're on the property line, whether they're set back from the property line. So I don't want to misrepresent anything. But our proposition would be to put the wall on the property line or as close to as possible. And then those drains, which have been in place with the intention to relieve the drainage on those backyards, would be to place that drain where it could be more efficient and effective into the backyards. If that answers your question. Which I'm not sure it does, but.
No, I think we're both saying the same thing, but essentially what you're saying is you wanna have your cake and eat it too. You wanna move the wall all the way to your property line and then encroach on the private property owners with an easement to be able to move the drain from where it's currently located. When I was out there, it looked like there was some survey stakes. Can't say that they weren't, but the survey stakes made it look like at that corner of that property there, the drainage was on Moss's side of the property. What you're proposing, again, as I say, cake and eat it too, is you're proposing to get the maximum amount of use of your property based on that wall and moving the drainage now over, as opposed to leaving the drain in where it's at and putting the wall on that side of the property.
Just to clarify, I think that it might be helpful and we can have the engineer discuss it in more detail if you want. No matter what, if we were to put the wall offset from the property line with some landscaping, those inlets are gonna have to be modified. There's gonna be a new system going in.
Sure.
And we're gonna have to accommodate for the landscaping and the drainage. One of the things that they talked about, instead of having the big grates that we currently see, these would be smaller inlets that would be placed strategically to best drain those properties. So no matter what, there's gonna be some kind of a change associated
It's
with,
gonna have to be
with what's
redone.
existing, yeah.
Judith, you look like you have something to say.
Yes, I just wanted to reiterate that the reason why we proposed relocating the drains to just inside the private property line was to eliminate the need for a parallel easement along that rear property line.
That's right.
So that way we just have the smaller drains to collect that rear yard drainage, and then the pipe would go towards a main line that would be on the Arches property.
So what if the property owners didn't wanna give you the easement to do that?
Then we would have to go back to the drawing board for that.
So just so I understand, so you're moving the wall back so you can have the drains be on the, closer to the private property and be more effective? Is that in essence what you're doing?
Yes,
That's the purpose of moving the wall, having the 4 feet movement of the wall?
that is one of the benefits of it, yes. And really, I think we were just proposing that the inlets further inside their property, just to eliminate the need to have a drainage easement parallel, because it would have to be like 20 feet wide and that would further encumber their property. So if it's just over the drains with the pipe connection to the main bypass storm drainage line, that would be within the Arches property, on the other side of the wall.
Wouldn't it make, just trying to think, wouldn't it make more sense construction-wise then to provide yourself your own easement? If you were to move that concrete wall on the outside, just, let's say you move the wall up to where the edge of that drain is now. You're on your own property. You could have your own easement. So then if you did landscaping there, you have your own easement to be able to walk on without going onto their property by simply just moving the wall 2 feet from where you currently want to move it, or however wide that inlet is. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that would solve a lot of issues. Yes, you're gonna technically lose or have an easement, which could then take care of that landscape buffer that you have the ability to go on your own property and maintain. But then it also allows you along your property to do what you're talking about, Elizabeth, and having that, I'm trying to understand what is the need to move that, to push the wall, to then tee into something that's gonna be on their property and go down. Does that make sense? Engineerly wise, to me, I'm not an engineer, but to me, that would solve a lot of issues.
Right. No, I understand.
And it's
what you're
something
saying.
maybe you wanna discuss when we
Yeah.
take our break here.
Yeah, let's do that.
Does that, did my, make that make
Yes.
sense? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think as regards to the wall, there's, I think it's fair to say there's concerns with the deviation request, requesting for it to be on the property line and the landscape on the interior. But even if the landscape was on the outside on our property, there would still need to be maintenance easements to access it from the nearby residents, from the contiguous resident, because we need to get to it. So unless it's directly on Bonita, where you could, or Harbor, where you could drive up and then access it, we
Well,
still would.
couldn't you access it from Arches Way?
Not in the middle. I mean, the parcels that we're talking about, you wouldn't be able to walk straight over. We'd have to access it up, going up Bonita or Harbor, and then those individual parcels in the middle. We would still need easements from those property owners in order to cross their yards to enter, to access our property.
So either way, you would need an easement.
Correct.
Whether you move it or whether you landscape it, you need an easement either way.
Correct.
So
Okay.
I just have a quick
Yes.
question though. So the piping that Elizabeth is talking about,
Yes.
does that take the place, so that I'm assuming is underground, and then takes the place of the swales that are going in on every property with reconstruction now?
Yeah, the pipe would be underground, yes. There may still be some grading that would promote getting positive drainage off those rear yards into the grade inlets.
So would that be in the yard then, and not on Arch's side? That would be in the yards for more, so that would be an additional easement, if you will, or additional what exactly?
I think the goal would be to make sure that those grades were placed in a way to promote positive drainage. And I don't know if the yards would have to be regraded like along the rear property line or not. Their existing they have pretty low grade elevations today, but the main piping would be on the Arches property. So there'd be a connecting pipe from those grade inlets that ran perpendicular to a main storm drainage line within the Arches property. It would go out to Arches Way and then to the bay.
And when you say that the drains are strategically located, like right now, there's only one that I've seen there's two on Chris's property and then on the other, Marilyn Anderson's, I believe.
Yes.
So you're saying that those two will remain, but there could also be more to help with the drainage and not necessarily a swale?
I was anticipating we would be replacing those, but in a slightly different location.
But all in all, to make it more
To convey
better.
the water, with more capacity, yes.
More capacity to get it off their property.
quicker,
Okay,
yes.
okay.
Again, I just want to reiterate, Karen, I think what I'm saying is this could, the applicant has the ability to do all of this within their property. They may lose a couple feet on that backside, but you have the ability to still do all of this within your own. Your wall's gonna be offset a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
But everything you're talking about now, you're eliminating a T, because what you're talking about is having to put the inlet on the private property, go underground and T onto the main inlet that will take you down into the main outfall, right? I'm talking about eliminating all that, keeping the straight line that you have, it's already on your property, and just moving the wall on the other side so that you, if there's landscape buffering that needs to be done there, you already own the property. Now, as far as easement, I don't know where the other drain is, where, if it's around that corner, or why you would have to access it from, I think Megan said you'd have to go down the middle of the properties on Bonita. I don't understand why you would have to do that. If you couldn't, why couldn't you access that landscaping along your own property line, where the red line goes all along the private properties? If that drainage there is all within your property, you would never have to walk on someone else's property. You wouldn't need an easement. I think that would benefit the applicant as well. Is that something engineerily that can be done?
So
Judith?
I just wanted to point out, I'm not an engineer, right?
Makes two of us.
But in terms of the code requirement, the code requires a 15-foot buffer, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
without the deviation, you would set that wall back 15 feet, put the landscaping, and then you probably have enough room for, not a vehicle to enter, but a landscaper by foot,
Okay, that one
to
makes
come in
sense.
and landscape, and then you could potentially put that
Therein
drainage
lies the issue.
on that, between the property line and that wall, right? So in that scenario, there's enough room to accomplish those
Right.
things. I also did wanna point out two other things, is that in terms of, the attorney brought up Nexus, they are providing this now. So it's a continuation of mitigation efforts they've already undertaken, so I think that there is a connection existing for them providing the drainage, because it's part of what they've already been doing.
They just have to redo it to make it work.
And I think to increase it probably, for what's gonna be
Increase the
required,
flow.
in the review process. Secondly, we could think about, a public-private partnership for the stormwater for the area in general. And now that's broaching a larger kind of agreement here, but, if the town has plans to improve stormwater there, we could potentially, work with them to develop that moving forward, so.
So again, we're back to, easements are needed either way unless you were gonna go to that 15-foot setback.
We're talking about different things. So the drainage only needs a certain
Right.
width for access, and then
Bless you.
vegetation, landscaping needs a different width for access. And so I guess you'd have to consider both pieces and how you want to allow access.
Easements aside, let's just, based on what I've just said, is there a way, what would be required to, let's say the wall stayed on the other side of the drain's where it's at, but it gets enhanced obviously for what it needs. The inlets run down and connect down to Arches Way. What would be required then if they were required to put landscape buffering on the other side of the wall? Again, easements aside, what would be required from the town to be able to allow them to do that?
Yeah, I mean, so she pointed out, there's a potential, it depends on what kind of landscaping, right? How deep are the roots, are they gonna impact the pipes, all of that kind of things. I'm not sure the exact distance right now, and whether those drains are exactly fully on their property or not, so there's also that as well. And then there's, maintenance long-term. So if those drains are like half on their property, half on the neighbor's property, it becomes an issue. And I do know that there needs to be substantial work done to get it up to, current standards.
Okay. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, thank you.
What's next, Megan?
Okay. Well, if
Let's
we
see.
circle back to the initial items highlighted by council that we bring back and discuss, we'll turn to the fourth item, which is the setback barrier at the edge of the sunset deck. So currently in our master concept plan, the revised master concept plan does include a 24-inch setback from the edge of the structure, and we can include a commitment that we would provide a low-lying whether it be structural, vegetative, hardscape, something of that nature, to ensure that even though the wall or the edge is right here, you would not be able to access it. There would be 2 feet away from that. So it'll be more interior. So that is what we are currently proposing, and I think that's what we're comfortable with. We're not, will there eventually at some point in time, is there a possibility of a glass being constructed there? Maybe, perhaps, but we're not in the design abilities to make such a commitment at this time. And we are only discussing what is on this sunset deck, which is attached to building B. We're not gonna get into the building C's for the reasons stated previously.
Yeah, the building C pool deck makes sense, but that's not facing anything, but I do see the concerns of the neighbors on A and B, based on the bodega restaurant and the sunset deck. You know, the privacy thing is,
See if I can get the A, building A. Go ahead. Trying to get to the map.
Pat Vanaz for the record. Yes, I guess we forgot to talk about the bodega
Yeah.
with the market and the outdoor seating there. So I think what we've proposed is, again, a detail like the trellis or what you do up there. I think it's very premature to address that. I think we've got one property that abuts on the other side of Archesway. We've intentionally angled Archesway to create a wider buffer there. I think the idea is we'd much rather plant that area with mature trees and hedge, where the property owner, currently one-story home, would not see the rooftop deck area. And the same thing is the patrons there could not see in the backyard. We'd much rather put heavy landscaping there than have to decide what kind of physical barrier would have to be associated with the building.
well, I wanna be cognitive of, you guys obviously don't wanna block your view from there, right? You're gonna have a good view, I think Ben testified to that at the you don't wanna block your view, right? I certainly don't wanna block your view, but I wanna show some compassion to the neighbors that are gonna have this directly in their backyard, to try to provide them a little bit more. I'm gonna appreciate the 2-foot buffer. I would like to see it honestly go a little bit farther, quite honestly, Patrick, and I'm not saying it has to be glass, I'm not saying, but that you will do something there to help privacy. Again, I agree with you, I think it's too early. Could we say, yes, you gotta put glass there, but does it make sense engineering? I don't know, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a designer. But I think having something that doesn't necessarily block your view, but does provide some privacy to the residents would make sense to me.
And I get what you're saying. I was actually talking about the bodega building.
Well, both. I mean,
Yeah.
just, again, the pool, I think,
But
the pool, you're not gonna see that from any of the residents, so.
Yeah.
But the bodega and the sunset deck, I would like to see, and again, we don't have to get it down to the exact, what the material or what it's going to be, but something that could provide an additional, I would prefer to see that. Maybe my fellow councilors wouldn't, but, it doesn't seem like a substantial request from the immediate neighbors that are abutting your property.
Yeah, I just see a distinction between the sunset deck and the bodega deck. That building is removed. It's not a tall building. It's gonna be shutting down that
Okay.
area for eating, shutting down relatively early. It's up against San Carlos. We're gonna provide that buffering close to the neighbor. I see it as two different issues. Again.
In the spirit of
Pat-
compromise, I'd be happy to
Yeah.
agree with you on that with the bodega, because you have the driveway, you're gonna have
Yeah.
buffering, that makes sense, but the sunset deck is gonna be looking over
Yeah.
the top of.
And again, we're happy to take your direction where, what the feel is.
Okay.
We'll take the break and we'll come back with how we can address your concerns.
Megan, you're getting your steps in.
That's right. That's right. It's a good day. So those were the kind of 4 items that you all had asked for us to go back to. Were there any other big ticket items that you want to get out of the way now before we go into the conditions of approval?
The, one of the things that they had on there that wasn't, was the parking. I know you're gonna have those louver things there.
Mm-hmm.
Do those louvers have anything behind them as far as like screening, or is it just gonna be open, or? I'm trying to think of the ones that
open
have.
for airflow.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but I didn't know if there's gonna be.
I don't know if we have a picture of it or not. Hold on, let me see.
And they're just gonna be like a normal louver like you'd have. I mean, I think those louvers would provide quite a bit of noise mitigation personally, but
I'm getting some,
You bet.
I passed it?
Yeah.
You don't have to chase it down. I know what it looks like. I just.
There we go.
There you
Right
go.
there.
Okay. So what was the question?
Well, I just wasn't sure if there was anything gonna be behind it as far as like
I,
any kind of screening, or if it'd be open. My guess is it'd probably be open. It's,
I don't know the answer to that.
no,
I'll
that's
be
fine. It's
honest.
not that, it just wasn't
I
sure if
don't
it
know
was
the
gonna,
answer to
if it was
that.
just decorative or if it was gonna be fully, you know, if those were just decorative, but it sounds like they're gonna be open for ventilation.
Correct. Yes, that is how the ventilation would be achieved, just through those openings. And I believe we had reached out, you know, we had indicated with the neighbors whom we met with that the design will be consistent with these renderings, and they seemed to be, yes, that's good, as long as, you know, you're not staring into the cars, into the parking
Right.
garage type of thing.
Okay.
Okay?
John, you have anything else before we take a brief break?
No,
Or a break
currently.
to let everybody do what they need to do? Huh?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Karen?
I'm good.
Scott?
I'm good.
All right, then we'll take how long of a break do we need? How long do you guys need?
How long have we left? 15. I'm hearing 15.
All right, how about 20? We'll do 20, that
20
way.
it is.
If people need to grab something to eat, they can grab something.
20 it is.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll recess for till, what time is it? 12:35, we'll say 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yeah. 25 minutes.
I know my glass. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. It is 1:06 PM. Megan, do you wanna, or Ken, whomever? Who's
Yes,
coming?
sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
One of the items that we were working on was yet another option for that Bonita Harbor gate. So it's just got it. Okay, let's skip the Bonita Harbor Court. Let's jump into, let's see, the drainage wall landscape is what I have written down. So there is one item that was addressed about, are we going to be putting in an inlet on the corner of Third Street and Harbor Court? We are not proposing that. If at some point in time in the future, if the town wants to install an inlet or a drainage there and have a pipe that runs down Third Street to connect, we would be open to that in the future, but we're not imposing any condition that we're going to go above and beyond even more to provide that third one. The existing drainage system, or proposed drainage system, is all along our property lines. Let me see if I can get to kind of where it shows, where these inlets would be. There we go. It's kind of small. But the inlets would be on our property line, so connecting to our main underwater storage system and whatnot. Specifically as it pertains to the drainage for the backyard neighbors, there are 3 locations. Hold on, let me get closer. If you can see on the corner of 3rd Street and Arches Way is where the backyard drainage for the neighbors is located. So, in addition to the drainage, we've also discussed the location of the wall, the location of the landscaping, this deviation number 4. And we have 2 options. If we keep the wall roughly where it is, and its existing location, it varies, it's roughly somewhere between 3 feet off the property line in some locations, up to 6 feet in others, but if we keep it in generally the same location, we keep the drainage on our side of the property, so outside of the wall, but Arch's property. And then the additional landscaping, there would be no landscape on the outside of the wall. We'd have to keep the landscaping on the inside of the wall for a couple of reasons. Number one, the landscaping could be inconsistent or could fight against those drainage pipes underneath. We don't want to be causing any damage to those drainage pipes. So the landscaping could be on our side of the property. The wall would still be pushed back between 3 and 6 feet, depending on where the location is, and the drains would sit roughly where they are today, or as close to the property line as possible, to catch that backyard drainage system. In that scenario, we would still need a drainage easement. They're roughly, I believe, generally speaking, about 10 to 15 feet wide, bless you. So it would have to probably extend a little bit onto the neighbor's property, but just so that we could access that pipe, which the pipe would be located under our property. That's option 1. Option 2 is still maintaining the location of the wall route about roughly where it is. The landscape would be on their side or on the outside of the wall, still on our property, or yes, on the exterior of the wall. The drainage would then be relocated to be on the property owners or the residents' properties, or as close to their property line as possible. Now, in that scenario, we would be complying with the code requirement of having the landscape on the exterior of the wall, but it's imposing additional conditions on those property owners adjacent or contiguous to Moss Marina. There would have to be a landscape maintenance easement. There would also have to be a drainage easement, so if we're putting it on their property line. And it would be a little bit more cumbersome onto them. So those are the kind of 2 avenues that we've selected. But in both scenarios, we've heard council's thoughts and considerations about really not putting that wall all the way to the property line. So in both scenarios, we're agreeing, okay, fine, we'll keep the wall generally roughly where it is now. It's just how do we see where the landscape is versus where the proposed inlet pipes are. So does anybody have any questions, comments, or thoughts on those 2 approaches?
Scott, you wanna go first?
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you guys are keeping that wall kind of at where it is and doing a solid wall. I think the the neighbors pretty much agree that that's what they want. Honestly, I think the first option's better. You guys keep the landscaping on your side. I know it's a deviation, but I just think that would probably be the best option, so thank you.
Yeah, so I agree, the wall staying where it is, it doesn't encroach anymore. I do like the idea of the pipes being on your side of the wall versus the resident side of the wall, because of just what you said, you plant some, they can plant anything they want, but if it messes up with the pipes underneath, all it does is cause more hassle. So this way you're in control of that piece of it as well, and what those root systems are going to be and that type of thing. So I think option 1 is better.
Vice Mayor?
I concur, that seems to address the majority of the neighbors' concerns, and I appreciate your flexibility on it.
John?
In agreement.
Okay,
Well, just real quick, so I understand, I wanna make sure that I
I'm
understand.
excited.
Based on what Karen just said, did you say that, so the inlets are gonna stay where they're at, but then they're gonna tee into the main drain on Moss's side of the wall?
So the inlets
didn't
would stay
think-
in their general location. They might have to be modified
Right,
and slightly
understood,
relocated.
right.
So right now, the inlets, and again, I don't wanna misrepresent anything, I don't exactly know where they are, like, on the survey, but I believe there is close to a property line, on the, skirting the edge of the Moss Marina property line. The drainage or the inlets would remain in that general location. The wall would be
General location.
general location, so you have inlet, wall, landscape, Arches Bayfront Resort.
But that's what based on what Karen said, she made it sound like it was gonna tee into the main drain that would take, the main, because you had said that you were worried about not putting it there because, or landscaping there because it would interfere with that pipe. To me, that sounds like the pipe is gonna be on the property owner's side of the wall.
No, in no scenario is the pipes completely under maybe I misunderstood. There is no scenario where we would be excavating pipes under the residence's property.
Okay.
Would you like to take
That makes sense, cause I think when you initially said it, you made it sound like,
Okay.
It was staying where it was.
Yes.
Yes, so there would be an upgrade to the system, but the inlets would be in the same
where they're
location
located, okay.
on the outside of the wall, like
Mhm.
where they are now, and connected to a main storm drainage bypass line that would be on the other side of the wall that would go to Arches Way.
Okay. And then in option 1, you're proposing then you would vegetate the moss side of or the arches side of the wall, but not the,
Correct.
but they would be free to plant what they want on that side since there's going to be no piping there. Should the homeowner want, it's their
Well-
property, right, or no?
Well, they could plant on their property, but
But
it's
not
still
on-
our property. So if there would be a drain or an inlet,
Right.
and still, regardless of where the location of that inlet is, there still needs to be a 10 to 15 foot wide
Easement.
drainage easement that would be controlling what could be planted there.
So this scenario, either scenario, you're still gonna need
Yes.
an easement sign off from the property owners to be able to.
Yes.
Okay, understood. All right,
It's just a matter of how much, the first scenario imposes a much smaller encumbrance onto the residents' backyards. So it sounds like with the drainage, we're gonna keep the wall existing location, generally speaking. The drains will stay in their roughly same location, but we're gonna keep all the landscaping on the inside. Yes, ma'am.
Just to be crystal clear, so there's only a portion of this property has an existing wall, right? So we're only talking about it being set back that 3 to 6 feet where there are inlets, or after it makes that turn where there are no inlets. So, and I think maybe we wanna say exactly which properties are gonna need that easement, because I think it's just the ones on 3rd Street we're talking about, not the ones that are on Bonita.
yeah, so you're asking what's gonna be the setback, or is there any setback for the rest of the wall that doesn't exist now?
Right, well, so the wall, turns,
Mhm.
so it's in the backyard of those properties on 3rd, and then it turns up and abuts 1 or 2 properties there on
Right.
Bonita, their backyards. So I just wanna be clear when we're writing this up, where we're expecting that the drainage easement is only going to be in the backyards of those, I think it's 3 properties that are on Bonita, and then they could put that wall, cause they are gonna have to reconstruct it, closer to the property line on those Bonita properties where there is an existing wall, or is your intent to have that wall still be in the general location even though there's no inlets or drainage?
I believe that was the intent, is where the wall is now is where it will stay, or close proximity. But what about the walls that aren't currently there? Will those then be going on your property line down wherever there's no concrete wall now?
We would keep it somewhat consistent. Maybe they're not gonna be set off 5 feet, but roughly about a 3-foot setback, so it wouldn't be directly on the property line.
Okay.
We would set it back a little bit. Make
Maybe-
sure that it's consistent.
Maybe for wording, it could be not to exceed whatever the closest distance is from the current wall? Does that give you heartburn, or does that give Judith heartburn? I'm just trying to make it easier for
Yeah.
you to have to understand it.
If we use it 3 to 6 feet, or we want to stay between 3 and 6 feet, and
Okay.
Just trying to make it easy for everybody else. Should it go forward? I'm just,
Right. No, we appreciate it. Got it. Okay. Let's see, so we did the drainage. Oh, regarding the, rooftop and sunset decks. We have, at the last council meeting, there was a specific request to look into the sunset deck of B. We did. We provided a 24-inch setback. We're making a commitment to provide some type of low vegetation, hardscape, softscape, something to make sure that no patron's gonna be leaning over the edge of that. We are not going to provide anything for the bodega restaurant rooftop deck. I think that's far enough excluded and there's enough vegetation in front of it. And we are not prepared to make a commitment to provide any type of visual screening on the sunset deck at this time, since we have already included vegetation and buffering. I think that was after LPA, and then after the first town council, we've already set back 24 inches from the edge. So what we have proposed, or what we've come to the table with today, is gonna be our final position on that point. This project is a very detailed project. There's a lot of components to it. We have made a lot of strides from, not just from LPA, but thinking back to 2023 when this was first, when the redevelopment of Moss Marino was first envisioned and brought up. The vision of that redevelopment is starkly different than what was brought before you in April of this year. There has been a reduction in the total number of units, a reduction of buildings, of sizes, of heights, and in addition to that, this is arguably the project that has been proposing or is proposing and providing the largest amount of public benefits that the beach has seen. We are now opening up the Bayfront Promenade to the public. This is a private marina and dry boat storage where it is not open to the public. We're providing a Bayfront Promenade. Mr. Freeland and the Freeland family has already committed. We are so passionate about this project and this island to even propose to operating the water ferry. That if they can't find somebody else to operate it, we'll do it ourselves. There is the linear park that is being proposed. There are substantial public benefits that are being proposed. So when it comes to asks that are going above and beyond what has already been discussed, considered, and committed to, we're going to be greatly limited in what else we can be providing. So, to summarize, for the sunset deck, we've already set it back 24 inches, and we're gonna provide the low-lying decorative structural and or vegetative barrier within that setback. That's what our proposition is. So those are the three of the 4 items that we've been discussing. I don't know if we're ready for, okay, but does anybody have any comments about that after?
well, I guess, personally, I would disagree with some of your comments there at the end.
Of course,
I
then you
mean,
have right to
they're
do that.
definitely subjective. To say that you're proposing far more public benefits than any other project is subjective. It's not factual. And we could spend 3 hours here going back and forth on public benefits and what I consider an amenity and what you consider a public benefit.
Right.
We're not gonna do that, but we
Right.
could. But I think it's a little disingenuous to say that you're asking for a substantial amount.
Mhm.
So it should be proportionate to what you're providing. And you've given 3 examples of what you feel are substantial. And again, I think it's a little disingenuous to stand there and say that you're proposing more public benefits than anyone else that has come before us before. I don't think that's a fair statement.
Understood. Does anybody else have anything else that they would like to add? Thank you. Okay, so now with that, we can turn to the Bonita Harbor Court and the gate and kind of another modified option. I don't even know what number we're on. C. So.
Or D or E.
So, okay, do you want to talk to me or you want me to go to it? Whichever.
Go ahead.
You can save me if I need to save it. Okay. So we've talked about providing a turnaround before the gate, but doesn't comply with, emergency vehicles. And that's what this looks like. So you would still have, a car would still have the ability to turn around before they reach the gate. I think whether it's this version or whether it was our first modified version B, you're still gonna be running into the same concerns of, is it gonna be used as a Uber, DoorDash, drop-off type facility? This is just another option. Our preference is the first option that we presented, which has gates right at the property line of Bonita and Harbor. That is our preference. I think that that's the cleanest approach. That restricts vehicle access, that restricts pedestrian access. You don't have to walk around and worry about all the other convoluted gates accessing the pedestrian park. I think with this, having the gates, you'd have to have pedestrian gates on the sides of the linear park, which then could negate that public benefit in and of itself.
Megan, I think we're going a little aggressive here. I understand what you're trying to do here, but again, I don't think I'm maybe articulating well enough what I'm trying. So you see that little white box in the top left-hand side there? That's the arrow that's pointing towards Harbor Street, the big black arrow. Just to the left of it, you see that white box where the start of the turnaround is? What I was suggesting is not have to push the gate way back to where that turnaround is, but the gate could be if that curve of the walk path was to continue on, the gate could be on this side of it, right? Your gate could be there, so that little small white box, the minimal, smallest amount needed to come in compliance. Sarah, I think you understand what I'm talking about. So you would take that same little white box and put it on the other side, and that's where your gate would be, right where that edge of that white. If I had a piece of paper, I could draw it out for you. But
Do you want to point to that?
I would, yeah.
Maybe this one?
So I'll point to this. So what I'm saying is, right here, where this white box is, that's your gate. This little piece and that little piece are the turnaround. It's just wide enough that you need for the car. So this would have just a little jog in here. You don't have to push your fence way back there. So you still have all of that property. I'm talking just a small minimum amount of area where this white box is and where this white box is, which I believe is 10 feet. That would have to come this way 10 feet, this way 10 feet, and whatever the width needs to be for the width of the car. So this would be like a little T if you were to continue that white box all the way across. That's all I was talking about. Very minuscule, very small, so it wouldn't interfere with the linear park. It wouldn't interfere with anything. It would be small enough to meet the code, but I don't think you need to push it all the way back up to where you're.
Yes, we were trying to keep it entirely on our property, just because
Because then you would still have all that drive there. I mean,
I don't necessarily want to be telling the town what to do with their property.
well, I'm
So
just
we were trying to keep it
I'm
on
just
ours.
proposing that solves a lot of the issues without having to reconfigure your linear park, pushing your gate way back, making a big turnaround there. Nobody wants a big turnaround. But just trying to eliminate cars that do go, that they're not turning around people's driveways.
I think at this point, I would like to hear from others. This was our interpretation of what we were hearing as having this modified approach. Sure, we could bring the gate down further, the yellow line that you see past the turnaround, but my perception of what the neighbors have been requesting, there has been a larger consensus of we don't want turnarounds versus it'd be nice to have a turnaround. That's my perception, and that's my understanding. if you are proposing to have some type of partnership or something where the town and applicant and private property owner create some type of a modified turnaround, that's a little bit outside of my control. I can only make commitments to what, the property owner which I represent is able to do. But at this point, I'd like to hear from others what everybody else thinks. Again, applicant would like to have a gated completely. I think that's the cleanest, easiest approach with no turnarounds.
But, and I'm agreeing with you, I see you crossed off all the pedestrian, there would be no pedestrian access.
Right.
Through that entire area. I see you did that on there, but.
Yeah.
No, Scott, go ahead. What you got, whatever is in your mind.
I'm more of the no turnaround whatsoever, but I'm in agreement with Dan. I thought that was what Dan was talking about, is just be able to, if you do have a turnaround, just do a couple feet inside your property, so it's not on the neighbor's property. So I'd be okay with that. I mean,
It's very minimal, it's,
Chris?
Still, obviously, the signage,
Yeah.
don't drive down here.
That's what I thought he was talking about. And just boom, boom, right there. Done.
For the record, Patrick Vaness. So the little leg of that hammerhead
Mhm.
that veers left is 10 feet wide. Okay, so the little white box, if we were to scoot it down and cover that, we still have to meet at least 10 feet. Or are you guys saying we cut that down to 5 feet wide?
Well, there's no
Again,
dimensions up there, so it's hard to tell,
Yeah.
like how wide your turnaround spot is. Is that 10 feet? I don't know.
But yeah, that leg that turns is 10 feet wide.
Okay.
Or 20 feet wide, Ken? 20, the leg that turns left is 20 feet?
Point them out.
About 10 feet?
10 feet in, but how wide is it? If it's 10 feet in, that's gotta be 20 or 30 feet wide. How wide is this section, Ken, right here? This piece right here. We know this is 10 feet this way. What is this?
About 20 feet?
So this could shrink in half.
If I may, tell me if this is.
Sure. Yes, but move it all the way down to your property line, exactly.
Ken is playing around with the PDF on the
Yeah,
fly.
I figured somebody was.
So-
I don't have the access to it, but what he's got drawn is essentially exactly what I was
Okay.
referring to.
So I
But
think
it's
if you
great
give
instead
him a
of,
few minutes, he can get that wrapped up and
Projected.
the AV folks can project it up on the screen.
because that, to me, that wouldn't interfere with your linear park then, it would
Yeah.
create a little bit of a turnaround. And again, it doesn't even have to be paved, it could be rock or crushed shell or something, you know.
I think that could be a good solution. Again, you're dealing with people that are typically used to abiding by code. So we're a little rigid in deviating, but we'll see what he puts together. Anything else, Megan?
Well, I think she wanted to finish hearing from the other council, I mean, I don't recreate the wheel here.
And that's fine if we wanted to, if anybody else has thoughts while Ken is working on this, but those were, I think, the big ticket items that we wanted to address before we get into the conditions.
Megan, if there is agreement as to the schematic that Ken is working on, when we do our conditions, we might wanna attach that.
Yep, yes. Does anybody else have any comments while we're waiting for
Karen?
Ken?
I'm actually want to wait and see Ken's schematic
His little doodle?
because it might be the best negotiation yet. Because otherwise I would be with the dead end streets, the no turnarounds, because that's the feedback that I've been getting personally, so.
Yeah, I mean, that, to me, is a lot of wasted space. Vice Mayor, you got any?
I'd like to see this new iteration as well.
No pressure.
Yeah, well, in the sake of continuing on, is there a way we can continue? You wanna start going through the conditions as he's doing that, or?
Well, I'm fine with either. there are, we could start on the conditions. There are 30+ conditions. I think there are 10 of which staff and applicant differ. So I'll try and spend my time focusing on those rather than going through all.
Judith, are you gonna wanna go through every single one so that you're 100% clarified, instead of jumping around and?
We can do it simultaneously.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I think that makes the most sense so that we can
Move through.
get clarity, yeah, that's
Okay.
all right with you all.
Yeah, so basically, if number one, you both agree, you
Correct.
move on.
We move on.
Okay.
And the way that this is presented, that is on the PowerPoint right now, anything that the applicant is requesting changes to what the ordinance that's in front of you, you will see in highlights. So as you can see in the first 2 slides, there are no highlights. Now, what is important to note is that when I'm looking at the conditions of approval, there are several conditions of approval which are directly tied to the Bonita Harbor Court issue. So I will notate them.
So what you have up there, unless I missed it, I don't see in our conditions of approval anything highlighted. So
No.
it's just
So-
on your side.
Yes, so
Okay.
just on the PowerPoint for easy access right
For,
now.
it starts on 309 for us.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just so you're aware of what happened, staff worked on the conditions of approval after the second reading.
First
but-
hearing?
After the first hearing. But then after that, I had individual meetings with residents, they had meetings with residents, I think that they met with some of you all, and then we had a meeting jointly last week, end of last week, to kind of go through these one by one and see where we were, we had any movement on based on the feedback that we heard up to that point.
Okay.
Okay?
Correct. Okay, so very briefly, the condition 1, the owner will provide an accessible stabilized surface between the Bonita and Harbor Court, or Harbor Court and Bonita Street. I'm gonna circle this one because depending on what provision we select, that might need to be modified, but we have no problem with that and we are in agreement with staff. The MCP indicates the access points at Harbor Court, Bonita Street provide for emergency limited access only. Limited access to allow vehicles that have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court to temporarily access the Arches property, maneuver through the turnaround area, and then exit the property. This condition will be modified
Yes.
based on whichever configuration is selected. And I don't think there's any disagreement between staff and applicant on it. It's
You'll
just-
essentially be just removing the temporary access to the property.
Correct.
To maneuver.
Correct. So in either event, you'll either have the property completely gated,
Or the small.
or have a very small turnaround. But under either condition or either configuration, there will still be signs, dead end street, no access, no through through on 3rd Street and Bonita and Harbor will still exist. The walkover pedestrian bridges will be so high to permit fire and other emergency vehicles to pass, that's fine. Pedestrian controlled access will be a system of the gated sections with keypad. I'm kind of scanning through these so we don't waste too much time. Applicant is okay with this condition, staff's okay with this condition. Access to the Arches Resort through the easement number will be for vehicular travel only, applicant is fine with it. A detailed landscaping plan showing the location and type of planting, and that the landscaping material will be native varieties, Florida friendly, we're fine. The western boundary of the canal adjacent to building E, this includes a thickened buffer. The 5-foot wide buffer will be provided and provide a minimum of 5 trees per 100 linear feet. We're fine with that. Vehicular access to the resort will be focused and directed to Arches Way. This includes that signage which I was just discussing on 3rd and probably Bonita and Harbor as well. Applicant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Access points to the resort from Harbor and Bonita will be gated and allow emergency vehicle access only. That's related, but it'll probably still remain because there will be gates regardless of which configuration is chosen. The property will include a dedicated transit stop. Condition on approval from Lee Tran. We're okay with this, that the final locations will be determined at the development order approval. And the maximum over allowed commercial space is 25,500 square feet. The hours of operation for amplified sound for outdoor areas will be limited to the following unless otherwise temporarily permitted. So this is where we're gonna get to our first provision. So under A, which pertains to the Arches Gateway Restaurant, which is attached to Building A on the master concept plan, there was great discussion about the hours of operation during the last meeting. We have agreed to limit the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. All amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. However, upon reviewing of the proposed ordinance, we see that a provision of live music is not permitted outdoors at this location was added. And the applicant, this was never came up during the discussion at the first hearing. The applicant is requesting the ability to have live music at Arches Restaurant. So that's our first item.
So you need direction.
Yes, that is correct.
John, how do you feel about the live music permitted outdoors at this location?
It's not interfering with the neighbors though, correct?
This is the one that is furthest away,
Right.
so
And
it's not.
facing-
It's by
correct.
the pool, right? It'd be the one by
And
the
this
pool.
was building, let's see if I can go. Is it the Bodega Building?
It's the one on San Carlos.
Yes, that's
okay,
right on
okay.
of Old San Carlos.
My opinion, every other restaurant has live music on Old San Carlos.
So it's on this little green leg that's up there.
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was a pool, but.
Yeah.
Well, you've got your direction, you got the consensus.
Okay.
But I think you guys were saying remove it.
That we
It says,
are
it says
allow-
not permitted, but you're gonna get rid of not.
Correct, well, and yes,
Yeah,
so live
allow
music is
music.
permitted.
Allow
Yeah.
live music.
Okay. Let's see if I
Live
can
there,
get back.
we-
Yeah, allow it. I mean, every place else all up
Right.
in that Old San Carlos has it.
And again, our hours are already limited, so. Okay, I'll quickly, yes, summarize. So the sunset deck hours of operation, we're good to go with. That was as discussed at length, during both prior hearings. Bayfront Promenade, we are fine with. Pool deck for buildings B and C, 7 a.m. to midnight is fine. Pool deck for building E is good. The outdoor deck by the events chapel, 7 to midnight, we're fine with. Linear Park Memorial Garden, 7 to 1 hour after sunset, fine with that. So 13 is the service of alcohol for on-premise consumption. We are in agreement with all of those conditions and limitations. So for the downtown ferry and water taxi facility stop, we are proposing, let's see, so right now staff has it, and this is a matter of semantics. Right now staff has it called we would like for it to be referred to as the water taxi facility and stop. I think staff is in agreement with that because terminal has separate definitions and code requirements.
Can we use the word ferry as opposed to taxi?
That's what we would prefer. I think that best defines what we are proposing, but we're leaving the option open that in the event that an outside operator wants to come in and operate a taxi. that
Yeah,
they would
let me just say for the record, I mean, we could actually have both, because there would be with the mooring field and other entities around, the taxi is an interesting dynamic to supplement a ferry. They're not mutually exclusive and they kind of
Right.
symbiotic with each other. So, yeah, I just don't want people to be confused, because the word taxi sounds like it's for like an Uber for one entity. The ferry serves everyone and has up to 49 people on it. So I think I just want people to understand what you're doing, because it's substantial here.
It is.
Could I also, I just, with going
Please,
through this language,
please
first
do.
time I've had a chance to talk to you about this language.
Please do.
One of the things I remember on first reading is that, and I think this is a certainty, if you will, assuming the town meets its obligations. But for the stops, you've got 3 stops, and I thought we were working under the impression that we had 4 stops. And the one that's missing in my eyes is the Mound House.
Yes.
And again, if I'm operating that ferry, if there's nobody that wants to stop at the Mound House that particular day or afternoon, it's a beautiful day, maybe there's nobody that wants to stop, you don't have to stop. But if there are people that want to stop, you make the stop. And I would just say, from a public benefit standpoint, I mean, the water ferry is a huge public benefit, but for the community and for the town, I think the ferry has the ability to potentially double the attendance at the Mound House, and it's huge. So if we could, and that's something the town could control, if we'd have an obligation to make sure we have capacity to take the ferry on, which I think we've talked about and I think we can. So I'd like to include the Arches Resort, the Mound House, and then I know you guys want some flexibility with respect to marinas, because you still have to negotiate a deal. But I like a mid-island location and a stop located at the south end. So if we could have those 4 stops, that would be great. Again, in a minimum, you can do more.
Let me explain a little bit of we have no issue including the Mound House specifically. Based on our conversations with staff, it appeared that identifying the Mound House as the potential location would have its own problems, because it is my understanding that we would not be able to stop there now. There would have to be a docking space, or it'd have to be access, of which we were not sure if that was going to be able to be effectuated. And the reason why we kept the language a little bit more broad as keeping it in Mid-Island and South Island is that Mid-Island stop could be the Mound House, or it could be something different.
Yeah, it's as the liaison to the CellCab committee, which oversees the Mound House.
Okay.
Jeff's here, he can opine. All of our conversations over the last year have been working under the premise that we would welcome a ferry stop and we would help facilitate one. So that would be on the town, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff.
No, you're correct. We actually, I don't know. We actually already have had stops there with previous tours. We have 2. We have an observation pier and a dinghy dock. We could modify either one if we had a bigger vessel. But yeah, it's ready to go it's got 2 docks, so.
And it's one of these symbiotic things where you're the guests at the Arches, if it's a rainy day and they want something to do or they got kids. I mean, it could be a win-win for your customers as well, and obviously would be a win-win for the town. Judith, you look concerned.
Yes, no, so, I mean, I think it's a nice idea, but there would be some work to get to that point. So
Yep.
there might be something interim until the town gets to that point. I believe there's a CPD right now governing the Mound House, so that might prevent this, so we would have, which is a thing we could work through, right?
If we had just maybe yield to Nancy to put in language to protect the Arches, in other words, put the onus on the town to make sure that we take care of our end of the deal, to make it be an ADA friendly, deal with all of our internal restrictions, get those clarified for the Mound House. And if we do everything incumbent upon the town, I want to make sure that it's included as a stop in the ferry stop, because I think it could really be helpful, not only to our Mound House and to our residents, but also to the customers of the Arches.
I agree. My only point was to say in the interim, until we're able to accommodate that at the Mound House, allowing them to have another Mid-Island location. We have
No, you're misunderstanding.
No.
I want to have Mid-Island in there in addition to the
In
Mound House.
addition to.
Yes.
Okay.
Because you've got snook bite and you've got the fishtail, and again, I appreciate the fact that there could be contractual challenges, and I don't want to put the Arches people in a box, but that should absolutely be the aspirational goal at a minimum. And again, I wish them the well if they want to go elsewhere and further and out and about, and that's great. But I think we need to let our people know on this island that there's great potential to be served at Mid-Island through the snook bite, and we don't have to reference them by name, because I want them to have that flexibility, but also on the south end as well. Because if you don't have those 2 key stops, then it changes the whole dynamic of the exercise. I think. I mean, again, I don't want to be too prescriptive here, but I think it's everyone's expectation that at a minimum it gets down to the fishtail. Hopefully it gets to snook bite as well, and obviously they're gonna have to work through all those challenges, and I don't want to restrict them, but.
For our initial commitments, if you would like to supplement our second stop, which currently we have it listed as a Mid-Island location per comprehensive plan figure 10, table 72, we can remove that and replace it with a Mid-Island location of the Mound House. But I don't believe we're at the ability to make a commitment to add a 4th stop, assuming that the town, contingent on the town providing the required docking infrastructure.
Yeah, so Sarah just pointed out the CPD for the Mound House would indeed have to be adjusted, because actually, Now, the only permitted, docking there would be for Mound House. Mooring is limited to Mound House visitors during posted operation hours or otherwise authorized by town council, so.
Yeah, that's fine. We could just make the agreement
to work
incumbent
with
upon the town making the appropriate changes in the CPD for the Mound House.
Yeah.
And if we don't, then they don't have to stop there, right?
Okay. Yeah, because I think parking is also probably an issue at that location as well. I know that's a.
Well, I think Mound House is working on some parking opportunities as well. So you gotta remember, this is 2-3 years down the road, so we've got some time to make accommodations. If we can double our attendance at the Mound House, that's a pretty worthy goal to strive for. Plus, it gives the folks at the Arches something to do, another option, you know, to visit and do different things, particularly on a rainy day. So I don't know why you can't have 4 stops in there. Can you explain that to me again? Why would you have
Well,
a
there
ferry
are-
if you're only gonna have 3 stops? That seems odd.
Because in the future, could it expand beyond the 3 stops? Sure.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No, 4 stops, yes.
But absolutely. But right now, we are still at the very, very early beginning designing stages,
Mhm.
where we're not even sure exactly where these stops are going to be located. The purpose of this commitment is to show you that we are committed to providing the service, while also not overcommitting to something that cannot be fulfilled. So at this time, we believe that it is consistent with a comprehensive plan, which does talk about a water ferry connecting the north side of the island to the south, and that is what this condition is trying to effectuate. So we are requesting 3 stops to start with. One would be the Arches Bayfront on the north side. If you want to have a mid-island stop or the Mound House as the second stop, that's fine. And then the third final stop would be at the south end of the island. So that's where we want to keep it.
So maybe as a compromise, because what I'm hearing the applicant say is that it's 3.
Correct.
The town, the council, vice mayor is saying they want, or he wants, and perhaps the others will also agree, a stop at the Mound House. So
Right.
I would suggest that if you're not willing to come off of 3, that you put or consider putting in a sentence that says additional stops may be added in the future, including the Mound House, specifically when available, or something to that effect, because they're asking you for a stop at the Mound House.
And I was trying to effectuate that by including that in one of the
They don't want
enumerated.
that, they want 4 stops. I can't be clearer than that.
Oh, I hear you, and we are just trying to toe the line here of we're offering a very big benefit already, so trying to find, where that lies.
Well, can I jump in for a
Please,
second?
yeah, please.
You know, the water ferry, to me, in concept, is a great idea, and I understand the importance of it. The more I've been able to think about it, the more I look at it as how is it practical, right? You know, if you're gonna sit in traffic for an hour and a half to go from the south end to the north end and then have to, go back on the ferry if you're taking the ferry. Anyone that's been in the Back Bay knows to go from Snookbite or to go from Fishtail to the north end of the island is an hour, because it's a no wake. And if it's gonna cost money, so if I have to pay $10, $20 to get a round trip ticket on this ferry, practically, does it make sense for me to spend 10 or 20 bucks to get on a ferry that's gonna have however many stops along the way, and take the same amount of time it would take if I sat in the comfort of my own vehicle or took my bike to get to the north end of the island, and then sit on the ferry again an hour to an hour and 15 minutes to get back home, all while I'm paying for it. So practically, I understand the concept and I get it and I
Let me-
support it, but
let me help you a little bit.
to me, it doesn't sound like a public benefit. It sounds to me like a revenue generator that I would never use if I had to pay for it.
Let me help you a little bit, Mr. Mayor, because you have a boat. You're younger than I am. I could just tell you, living in the Bay Beach Lane area, there are a lot of people who really grimace at the fact of sitting in traffic for an hour and a half to go to the north end during season. And what they do is they take all of those dollars and they take them off to Bonita and to Naples, and they would love to spend them on Fort Myers Beach. Plus, I think you're underestimating, and you know better than anybody as a ship captain or boat captain, that watching the sunset, going on the bay and having a cool beverage on your way to have dinner on the north end, and all the activity that goes on the bay side, it's just beautiful. I can just tell you, based upon my informal survey of my neighbors in my area, they will be loading on that ferry. There'll be year-round subscribers, and there'll be tremendous demand, and those would be dollars that would be kept on the island instead of driving off the island, because I'll just tell you, the vast majority of the folks on the south end spend their dollars, especially with all the things closed on the south end, and that hopefully that'll change over the years. But they're spending it off island, and they're going off island south, and I would gladly pay money to get on a boat to have part of that. It's part of the experience as well as the convenience, and maybe all I can just tell you is my experience as a South Ender, particularly when there's nothing on the Gulf side yet, on the south end, and during traffic we're stuck. The island is closed. The North Island is basically closed. I can hop on a bike. I'm nuts with my wife. We'll go on the low tide. We'll take our bike down on the sand. But most people will not hop on a bike for dinner from the south end to the north end in the middle of the season. And so I just think that not only will it be great, and if they make money off the ferry, God bless them. If it breaks even and there's a profit, I think that's the greatest thing in the world. But you got to remember, it's a symbiotic relationship. Not only is it a great public benefit to the people on the south end, but it's taking customers not just to their place, but to Margaritaville, to Times Square, to Old San Carlos, all the shops and restaurants there. And you know, I feel sorry for the folks in Bonita and Naples, but I really don't feel that sorry for them, because we need the economic development. So I feel passionately about this, and I think, just knowing the applicant, I think they'll want to do snook bite. I think they'll want to do fishtail, and they'll do their best to negotiate that. And I don't want to put them in a box on that. But as we on the south end look for glimmers of hope in the future, particularly the short-term future of our island, knowing that we're going to have a stop and that's a priority for this particular proposal, gives us hope. And it's tough to calculate the value of hope, and I don't want to be overly melodramatic, but it is grim on the south end right now during season, and we need help. So I'd appreciate support on this, and if it's so successful they make money, God bless them. I hope they make lots of money.
And again, Vice Mayor, I'm not trying to downplay. I agree. I think this it would be a benefit. However, I think it could be more of a benefit, and that's, I guess, what I'm trying to get at. And all I was trying to depict is that knowing how long it takes to get from one end to the other without stopping, every stop you add is going to add to that time. And if every stop's going to add probably 15 to 20 minutes. So each stop, you're looking at potentially from the south end to the north end, a 2-hour excursion, both there and back. So now you're talking 4 hours to go to the north end and back. And I just want to make sure that people understand the practicality of what it's going to take.
Now that could be a very good point. I appreciate that. So
and to me, a true public benefit would be that if you on the south end as a resident could use this service as a resident without having to pay for it. I'm not saying they shouldn't make money at it, whoever operates it, whether it's a town or a third party, but to me, a public benefit is to allow someone to use it.
Let me say this. I'll take your particularly since you know the boating world. I'll take your advice about lessening the number of stops. Maybe we could put the Mount House, put the south end in. Then if they choose to do the Mid Island, that would be great. But this concept of a free ferry gives me pause long term. Short terms, it sounds great. It's good politics for me to push for free ferry. But if it doesn't generate revenue, if it's not self-sustaining, then the long-term value of it declines demonstrably. I'd like to see them price it for the market. I'd like to see them do well enough where they consider expanding it to San Carlos, maybe even other parts of Southwest Florida, where they could take maybe some of our workforce back and forth. Maybe people who want to avoid traffic. I'd like this terminal to become a hub for intermodal transportation on the water that may involve other ferries, involve other companies. And the only way you do that is if you price it in a way that incentivizes the operators to do well. So I've thought about, hey, let's subsidize it or give them a discount. But man, we want this thing to be sustaining, and we want it to be a model that others will emulate. And if we force a subsidy on it or we ask for it to be for free, I think that short term is great, but long term it doesn't ensure its survivability. So I'm hesitant on that piece of the puzzle. I get its appeal, but I can just tell you as a South Ender, you just tell me how much it is annually, and I'll have my wife and I will have a subscription, so, and I don't think I'm alone, so,
No,
anyway.
it certainly works. Obviously, you look at what they do up in Tampa, they've
Yep.
got the same type of setup up there. I'm just trying to be realistic and
No.
try to be
No,
practical.
I like your idea about the speed though, because obviously the speed is, if it takes longer than an hour, it's gonna be challenging for some people will think
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
great.
I'm not disagreeing with your 4 positions. To me, the Mound House, Snook Bite,
Fishtail.
Fishtail,
Fishtail.
and Arches. And if there's something that opens up Mid-Island, then sure, but to me, those are the 4
Yeah, I
realistic.
I looked at Snook Bite as Mid-Island, but it probably has a different definition of Mid-Island.
Yeah, well, to me, Mid-Island would be somewhere between Arches and Moss Marine, or, sorry,
Well, maybe we
Mound
just,
House,
maybe
but-
we take the Mid-Island, put Mound out in, take the Mid-Island out, and
Hey,
then,
can we add flippers?
listen,
you know, where do we stop, right?
no, but that's,
Exactly.
no, but that's the great thing, I
Yeah.
don't wanna mandate flippers,
Yeah.
but if flippers make sense economically, add them on, I mean, you guys will figure that out.
If I may, I'd like to just add a few things. I certainly appreciate this discussion, and I think it'd be awesome if we had a very successful ferry system and water taxi. So just to address a few quick concerns, I think it's important for us to step back, okay? We've had a local community here for many, many years. There wasn't a ferry system and there wasn't a water taxi. You now have an applicant that is willing to provide that, okay? It started off where they committed to providing a multi-million-dollar terminal, for lack of a better word. And the idea was that there was gonna be another third-party provider that was gonna take that risk on and invest into a water taxi and a ferry system. We found out that that may not happen. So we had the applicant step to the plate and say, at a minimum, we are gonna provide 3 stops, okay? Again, going above and beyond what they had originally committed to in order to make this happen. They wanted to be successful, they're hoping to add some stops. And I think the idea is, with success is where we can mitigate if the trips are taking longer and you can have multiple ferries possibly running. There could be an express route, just like any other transit. That we can have maybe a water taxi if someone really needs to get somewhere quickly. Also keep in mind that not everybody's gonna go from the south end to the north end. Someone may just wanna stop Mid-Island and go see a friendly local restaurant Mid-Island. And I think we've talked about that we can't just have just 2 nodes that function on this island. We wanna maybe have activity elsewhere, and we wanna encourage people not to do that drive north and south from one end to the next. So I think it's like, what I'd ask is help us get this off the ground. We need to get it off the ground.
Well,
We need
I'm
to
glad you
see-
said what you said there at the beginning, because I read it, but I glanced over it. The fact that they're willing to operate it, should you not be able to find a third party, is
Correct.
committing that it's going to at least happen.
Yeah.
Because I think you and I both understand that it's going to be financially challenging to make this happen.
Exactly.
Despite 3 or 4 stops, it's going to be financially challenging. The tickets are gonna be probably more expensive than people understand to make it even a break-even adventure. Cause it's happened on the island before. People have tried to do the water taxis and they've failed because it's very expensive. Liability insurance alone is gonna be very expensive. So I appreciate their willingness to step up to the plate and say,
Yeah.
at a bare minimum, we'll operate it. So I appreciate you saying that.
And I think it's just, let's give it a chance to be successful. If we replace Mound House instead of the Mid-Island, that's fine. Or if we understand that the Mound House could be the Mid-Island stop, we're okay with that. I think it's just a question of, let's keep it at the 3. Let's make sure that it's successful, and then we can start looking at expansion at some point in the future.
Okay, don't leave, Patrick. The last sentence of this language, continued operation of the ferry will be contingent upon financial feasibility.
Yeah.
Now, I understand that as a business,
Mhm.
but at some point, how is that gonna be, how is poor Judith gonna define that? In other words, you're gonna be bringing folks, and again, I think it's tremendous what you're doing, don't get me wrong. but you're gonna be bringing customers to your facility, and obviously they're gonna frequent other places on the north end as well. What does that mean? In other words, if the first year doesn't go well, will you just, will it stop? I mean, how much time to determine that viability will be?
I don't think we've addressed the time. I think the concept there was, look, if you've got one of your local business that is losing money year after year, and you've imposed something, or they've accepted to provide a certain benefit, if it's hurting them, I don't think that we're in the business as a town to start saying, we don't care if you're losing money year after year, you're gonna keep doing that. I don't think that's what the intent is. I think the intent is someone's investing a lot of money to try to get this off the ground. If it's successful, we all win. But at one point, if it's not successful, the bleeding's gotta stop. I think that's what the intent here. I don't know how you go anything beyond what we have. Maybe the attorneys can suggest something, but I think we all understand the intent of, we're not gonna ask one of our local businesses to keep bleeding year after year.
I understand what you're saying, I don't disagree with you, but is it fair then to say, then how can you consider that a public benefit if there's no certainty that it's gonna be a viable solution after year one or year two?
Well,
Cause if it's not going to be there, it's not a public benefit.
The public benefit is, you've got a multi-million-dollar investment, which no one else is doing.
So what happens to that investment if you decide after a year that it's not financially
Well,
feasible?
it could be like any project that we've got on this island. Someone could build a project and could provide multiple numerous benefits. We can get hit by another Ian, and those things get swept away or destroyed, and who knows? But the thing is, the initial benefit in itself, the initial investment, is very significant. So, again, we can't guarantee or have a crystal ball for the future, but just in itself, I would make the argument that initial investment, that initial risk that is being taken, is a sufficient benefit.
Could we do this, Patrick, just in case people forget these conversations, and again, I appreciate that the applicant's operating in good faith here, but I wonder if we could just add a sentence at the end, before discontinuing the service based upon a financial feasibility issue, the town or the applicant would explore working with the town in a private-public or public-private partnership. Because there may be a point where the town would see it in its interest to see this ferry continue and maybe play a role in its success.
I'm getting some nods from our
Okay.
clients saying yes.
Yep, because I mean, if it's really bleeding, you guys, but we see it, people are using it and it's successful, then maybe the town has a public interest in, and maybe increasing the stops too, if the town got involved. I don't wanna rule out that as an option.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to be devil's advocate, but I will.
Well, I hear your point, yeah.
Now you start talking public-private, now it goes from a public benefit to potential, an increased taxing thing, that, you gotta subsidize it to pay for it. So now it goes from being a benefit to now I've gotta pay for it, so how does it be a benefit if you're paying for it also? Not saying that it would, but I'm just trying to.
Option number 3 is you close it down completely.
Well, that's the
No
thing,
one pays.
Nobody uses it, right? Then
we
we
got a
have to-
county trolley, it's subsidized heavily, we do a lot of the transportation challenges that we do with the trolley, and what's the other, the tram, that's heavily subsidized, because it's in the public interest to subsidize it. And I'm not saying, if Ben can make this work from a free market standpoint, make money off it, and then continue to grow it, or have other vendors join in, great. But if it doesn't, then we will, at some point, and again, maybe we'll say no, but at some point, we may determine it's a public benefit, traffic's so bad that it's worth, just like we do with the tram, and the county does with the tram and the trolley, maybe there's a benefit somewhere, long term. We'll
And
see.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I completely agree with your point that if you survey downtown restaurants, I think they would definitely be happy and see that as a benefit to have people from the south end be able to jump on a boat.
Just in my building, if you could see the people that drive off to Bonita Springs and Naples for dinner, I mean, it's in my complex, it's really frightening, and boy, all those restaurants on Fort Myers Beach could sure use that business. I'm talking about during season. Yeah. Anyways, enough, I don't wanna belabor it. Yep.
I would certainly climb on a boat before I climbed on a trolley to go from the south end.
A non-air conditioned trolley. Okay, I'll turn things over to Megan.
So Vice Mayor, this has been kind of your,
Yep.
are you comfortable with
Yeah,
the language
comfort-
at
I
the
think,
last
some
sentence?
good discussion. Let's just add a little sentence
Well,
at
I
the
think-
end. Yeah.
Do you need more clarification, Judith, as
Something
to what
along the
that
lines
should be?
of property, in the event of financial unfeasibility, the property owner will communicate with town staff and offer a private-public partnership
Before discontinuing.
before discontinuing.
That sounds good.
I do wanna loop back quickly to the number of stops, so right now we have the 3, and Vice Mayor, this is really to your point of contention, of would it be allowable if our second stop be, we can either say a mid-island location per the comp plan figure, or,
Well, I think that's a
Go
good
ahead.
question. I think, just thinking, Jeff, help me here. I think if the Mound House is that mid-island stop, we've got a challenge at the Mound House to get some more parking.
correct.
We've got to start thinking outside the, I mean, because we obviously, you know, if the people in that neighborhood use it as a stop, and they all, some drive or some close, that's a good area for traffic too, to avoid traffic nightmares. If you could hop on the ferry at the Mound House as opposed to being, because even from the mid-island Mound House, it's potentially half hour, 45 minutes to get north. I know, we've been talking about some parking options, we've got some,
Yeah, we have the 216, the overflow.
yeah.
That has some, and then a couple more spots here and there, but we could really look at it more heavily if we need to. We can't obviously do much on the mound. We don't want to, so. No, but I think 216 doesn't get used very much at all. There's spots down there, and
Because I think about Snook Bite, and, you know, during season, their lot's already full. You know, you could overflow somewhat to Publix, but how much does Publix want to be that lot? Let's just go ahead and just leave it mid-island, and then we can, and if Mound House ends up working out to be ideal, we'll
Okay.
work with you on it.
Not specifically, Connecticut Street is.
So Connecticut, I just wanted to get clarification from our expert planner, so just to, by way of background, so in number 2, it does list the comprehensive plan figure, although the Mound House is not specifically enumerated, the Connecticut Street is.
And of course, it's at the end of Connecticut Street,
Correct.
so that would work, and quite honestly, it's a challenge for the town and the Mound House and the Cell Cab folks to really see how much we want to embrace it, and I think they do, but we'll see. Yeah.
So regarding the 3 stops, we're okay with those, with the 3 stops as proposed?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Now I wanna jump back a little bit. I will read the first sentence. So the property owner will construct as part of the development of property a minimum 1,400 square foot indoor air-conditioned ferry water taxi facility on the property as depicted on the master concept plan in Exhibit B. There has been an additional sentence added which the applicant has not discussed or committed to, or I should say has not committed to, and it goes on to say which shall include office space for the town's marine staff. Applicant is requesting for that sentence, the pertaining to the office space, to be removed. Although there has been discussions or town staff has reached out to the applicant team requesting it, our position has always been, if there is a vacancy and you, the town, wanna pay market rate, we'll be happy to enter into that lease agreement, but we are not in a position to make such a commitment at this time.
I'm sorry, I was just
So-
editorializing myself.
We are asking for that to be removed, cause that has never been contemplated or committed to by the applicant.
Well, I'd like to hear from our staff as to, if that wasn't there, then why is it added now? And what is the purpose, reasoning,
I don't know who wants to take that.
whomever added it?
I didn't add it, but I can talk to you the beginning conversations that we had with Pat when this project just took off. And we had an initial conversation with town manager and myself and Pat that time. You really wanna make it go and help the town. These were ways to help the town. I have staff in a trailer underneath the bridge like trolls currently. And granted, this project is a couple of years from fruition, but you're gonna have this beautiful ferry building, and all we were requesting was desk space for our harbor master and admin to run the mooring field out of.
So the intent wasn't to have people, it wasn't intended to have, it wasn't a transient thing for the people to come in and out, or it was just office space?
It's
I'm
just
trying to-
office, right.
Just
that-
office
that-
space, the upland facilities were not part of this discussion, and
No, that got taken out right away with the discussion that we had with Pat.
And as Megan indicated, there were discussions.
Yep.
I will acknowledge that it was brought up. And what I stated from the very beginning is, again, I'm not the owner, I can't commit to that. It's gonna be based on available space and
Let me say
agreeable
a
rent.
couple things in fairness to the applicant on this one, because as the liaison to the Anchorage Advisory Committee, I talked to our harbor master just this past week about this, came up at our Anchorage Advisory Committee meeting. I think in fairness to the applicant, because the mooring field is in essence, it's not literally, a not-for-profit. We're not allowed to make a profit, but we also have to cover our costs, so we have to charge fees enough to cover our costs. In other words, we basically need to be revenue neutral. We were renting space from Harbor House prior to Ian. And for us to rent space from a private entity, if it works out, maybe Harbor House is best, maybe something in Matanzas, maybe this new location is best. I don't think it's inappropriate to pay market rate, because if we were to ask for a free rent or a subsidy, you're in essence, you're asking that from you're subsidizing the people who utilize the mooring field, not the taxpayers here at Fort Myers Beach, because the people who pay fees to use the mooring field are the folks who cover the costs of all those facilities. So it's a little unique and a little different. So
Assuming it breaks even.
Assuming it breaks even, which we by statute or not, or by agreement, are required to have it break even. So I think in fairness to the applicant on this one, I could live with that, because, again, it may be nice to have, but even Curtis said, Harbor Master said, there may be other locations that might be better for us. Regardless, we're gonna have to pay rent, and we paid rent previously, and again, it's not the taxpayers of Fort Myers Beach who are paying this rent, it's those who pay the fees to use the mooring field. So, little unique situation here, and I'd hate to see the applicant have to subsidize those who use the mooring field. So in that sense, I think this makes sense, I think.
But again, are you asking Megan to eliminate that line completely, or
Correct.
enhance it to, I think, do what you're saying? To me, I'm hearing you, Vice Mayor, say that you wanna keep that option there at market rate, whatever, I don't know, that's a,
No, market.
or are you saying there should be nothing provided
How do
there?
you guys feel about that? If it's, at least if we pay market rate and it's available, I mean, I don't know why you care, right? Yeah. So we can't guarantee ask for a guaranteed space if we don't even,
Correct.
we ourselves as a town don't even know
I think-
if we're definitively gonna use it. Yeah.
I think what our position is, unless somebody stands up and corrects me, is, we are not at a position to make that commitment now.
Right.
But if there is a vacancy, of course, we can rent it to the town
But-
for market rate.
Ben, you wanna come up, cause I thought I just heard you say that there's always,
What I was gonna say.
oh, but I thought you just said there's always vacancy, or there's always room.
No, if it's vacant.
If
at
it's
market
vacant.
rate,
Oh,
And if you
but
wanna
obviously
include,
available, yes.
if you wanna include that sentence, we'd be fine with it. We're just not prepared to say, we will rent the town office space for market rent at this time, cause it's so far in the future. So
Yeah.
in the event of a vacancy,
Yeah, and in
The
fairness,
resort
the
operator
town
would
doesn't
rent.
even know definitively
Right.
if that's our ideal location either, so
right, exactly.
it's a tough one, yep.
So we propose to remove it with the understanding that, the Freelands have been here for a while, so,
I'm always, again, I'm a big fan of options, so if there's a way you can wordsmith it to keep the option available, by eliminating it, I think you
Well, it's
eliminate
always
the
a-
option. But there's nothing
But-
codifying and saying that, you know what I mean? I don't know, I'm leaning on you on this one.
I mean, it is-
If you
no, right.
eliminate that completely, then they could say, even if it's vacant, we're not renting it to the town.
Right,
Technically, they
that's
could.
correct, but I think that, Megan had offered some language, and Mr. Freeland as well, that, if vacant spot, or if office space is available, the town, can notify and request the opportunity to rent, at market rate, office space.
And if you're comfortable that if removing that last line keeps that option open without having it in there, I'm fine with that too,
Well, if you take it out, I mean, the option may still exist. I mean, if they
Right.
have vacancies, they may come to us and say, would you like to rent? Or we might go to them and say, we understand you have vacancies. I mean, it's
Right.
still a possibility, but having it in there, it reminds people that maybe that is an option to move forward with in the future.
What would you, you're involved in the acreage, but I'll follow your lead on this.
I trust
Okay.
I trust the applicant that if we have a need and we're willing to pay market rent, that they'll make the space available for us. I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean,
Well, yeah, a rented space is better than an empty space.
Right, exactly. So we're good with just removing the which shall include the office space for town's marine staff based on this discussion.
Everybody okay with that?
Thank
There you
you.
go.
And then also, just to clarify, we're changing the terms from, it'll be a downtown ferry water taxi facility and stop, where staff and applicant are in agreement with that. With that, let's keep this moving to number 15. This pertains to the day dock slopes. So I would skip over condition A. We're fine with condition A. Condition B was an added condition. Once we saw the proposed ordinance, this was again something that, to my knowledge, has never been discussed. Please forgive me if that's wrong, and was certainly never committed to. So that sentence is 2 dock slopes shall be allocated for use by the town as needed. So we are requesting to remove that condition.
Staff? Who added that one?
Sorry, Judith.
We understood that was a desire of the marine.
The harbor
Harbor
master?
master, to have space for when they're coming to access, the pump outs,
Pump out.
or, if there was gonna be office space there, then they would have dedicated slips that they wouldn't have to, rent. The town, the, CPD we have with Fishtail, there is a spot there for town, boats, so we thought that was,
Is the spot there just for temporary use, or is it there for, you can moor there as long as the boat wants to sit there, or?
it's rented, I mean, it's, not owned by the town, but, for use by the town in perpetuity under the CPD with Fishtail.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to get at is, there's a difference between having a pump boat sitting on your dock 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and one that's pulling up to be pumped out and then moves on to wherever it has to go from there. So I guess that's what I'm trying to get at. Is that what is the intent of having 2 versus 1, or?
For use, well, this is what we heard from the harbor master, that was desired, and that for their use, not to be used by the mooring field, I don't know what the term is, the people who rent, the guests of the mooring field.
no, I think
Yeah, to be used
what
by
the mayor's
staff.
asking is are we going to park the boat there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or are we gonna just pop it out?
Currently, we have to basically pull, we're minus 1 boat, that boat will be here in a matter of months. Once we have our 2 boat fleet back, the pump boat and our regular patrol / maintenance vehicle, one of them we always have to pull out when we're done using it, because we have no space to park it. Currently, Matanzas is allowing us to take the pump out boat and moor it there, but that's not a long-term solution either, because they're redoing their whole area as well. So, again, that's a service that we provide not only to Moss Marine, but we also provide it to all the other marinas, the pump out facility, as well as the mooring field. And we have for a number of years, ever since we got into that business. Again, I think what Curtis was asking for was a permanent home for the boats. That pump out boat is not there all day, 7 days a week. It's actually being used probably about 5 of those days, pretty good, for a good majority of that day. But just to have a home so we're not constantly trailering out our boats and trying to store them someplace when they're not in use. I think that's what we started out as.
I understand the intent, but I think this goes back again to that same thing, the last one. Is this gonna be is the town through the mooring field going to pay for these spots, or is the town asking for them to give 2 spots? Cause this looks like it's 2 should be allocated, to me that's dedicated spots that don't cost anything. Is that the intent?
Yes. Well,
No,
That
from
was
the
our
town,
intent.
from the
They're
town.
not agreeing to
Yeah,
it, but
sorry,
yes.
meant from the town. Obviously, Megan, you've told us this is, you want that eliminated, but Scott, what do you think?
What about we pay market rate?
At this time, we're not allocating, we're not willing or able to commit to allocate 2 slips to the town. So my understanding, I know that there was a discussion, and I may have missed some aspects of the discussion, but, when specifically we're discussing the town pump out boats and that, source of information, my limited understanding is that once this marina is open and operational, there will be a new pump available on site. So the resort operator, property owner will be doing the pump out service. So as far as the town's pump out boat is concerned, I don't think there would be a need for them to even use it. So,
Yeah,
Yes.
because I guess my question
I'm not sure
would be,
that's accurate.
what would be the difference if the town just took one of your slips and rented it anyway?
Okay, Ben Freeland. So what we committed to was to pump out individual mooring boats 1 day a week. They could come to the marina and we would pump their boat out, not to pump out the town's pump out boat. That's already handled. Pink Shell committed to it. I think you've got a deal with Fishtail. That's already handled.
Okay.
What I agreed to was that a vessel could pull up, we'd give them a dedicated day a week. All mooring filled boats that maybe if the pump out boat wasn't on schedule or whatever and they would have come and pump out, we would do it. All they need to do is pull up to the dock. We'd say, hey, go to slip 3A and we would pump your boat out. So with our facilities. So we're willing to do that, but I'm not willing to have the pump out boat at our docks. This is gonna be a very high-end resort. I really don't need a pump out boat sitting on the baywalk when you guys walk by with your ice cream cone and your grandkids. It's not really the spot for it. So, just to be clear. Does that clarify?
What's the other, what about the day-to-day boat that you're talking about, Frankie? That's the,
It could be our regular maintenance and, maintenance / code vessel.
what about a boat like that that doesn't have anything to do with?
Pump out.
Okay, so again, this is, your dinghy docks, your facilities for your mooring field, everything are down under the bridge and in Matanzas End. If I look at all these things, you're trying to slide all that over to our facility. The office, the mooring, the boats, all these asks are to ship that whole operation to us. That's really not what the agreement was going in here. That's all new. That all just popped up. So,
and I do wanna add something else on the record, there is already a commitment condition that some of these docking slips will be allocated or designated for charter boats specifically. This is to increase public activity and access to this property, and we just don't know how many extra slips we're gonna have. So we're requesting to remove this condition, for the reasons previously stated. But again, this is something that has been included in the ordinance without ever being discussed or committed to. So it's a little bit unfair to be receiving a proposed ordinance and to be seeing conditions that you're supposed to agree to that you have never discussed.
So I just wanna jump in, and my understanding is that there was prior discussions about it, but that the prior discussions were never put into a draft, ordinance, that these are needs from the harbor master, and I think Frankie, you're here to speak on his behalf, asking for it. But one thought that I did have, what about like fire boats and, sheriff deputy boats? How would you accommodate maybe one space for public entities, whether it's the town or one of the, life safety vessels?
I think those would fall, it would depend on the reason, but brainstorming off the top of my head, if there was an emergency situation, I believe there would be emergency protocols being utilized. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but
Coast Guard facility, yes.
Coast Guard facility.
I mean, I'm not, whether it's there or not, to me, I'm struggling with, if you're gonna rent spaces there, if the town wanted to be an applicant and pay the monthly fee to dock a boat there, you're basically saying, no, you can't, the town of Fort Myers Beach cannot rent the space.
What I'm saying is, with this condition, the 2 dock slopes shall be allocated for use by the town as needed. We can't agree to this language. In the event that there is, again, going back to the office space, in the event that there is a vacancy, and the town needs a day-by-day slip or something, and you wanna pay the market rate for that boat slip, then that's a conversation we can have at that time. But we're just not able to make commitments now, because we don't know how many other slips are gonna be available. Oh, sorry.
And I'm fine with if the town wants to pay market rent, as long as it's not the pump out boat, not like a work boat.
Right.
If it's a
Right.
normal vessel,
Fair enough.
yeah.
That is totally fair.
All
I believe that's totally fair.
Coming to your dock, Karen.
Yeah, right. Pump out our boat then.
There you go.
So that is our position. So we would request for that condition to be removed with the understanding that if you guys need a dock slip for one of your regular vessels, we can have that conversation.
How do you feel about that, John? Removing it?
I'm okay.
Vice Mayor?
I am okay with that, and again, if we have to rent a slip for our new boat, which, by the way, we'll soon be having a naming competition for, so put your thinking caps on. I think we should pay market rate, and I think that should come out of the mooring field funds, which again are paid for by those customers who use the mooring field.
Okay, Karen?
I agree with Jim.
Scott?
Same.
There you go.
Okay, good. So we're good with removing 15B. 16, moving right along, is the non-motorized watercraft docking. This pertains to that paddleboard, kayak type of dock on the marina side. We're in agreement with this condition and with this wording. So let me jump forward. And please, if there is a condition that I'm summarizing and jumping over, but you as council have concerns, please feel free to stop me. For 17, the guest and employee shuttle. There has been some language added, and I did, in full disclosure, was able to speak with Judith after we prepared this slide. So the last two sentences, let me read it into the record, that says, in the event the park and ride is relocated, property owner and or resort operator will provide an alternative location for guest and employee shuttle service. Property owner and or resort operator will make a good faith effort to expand the shuttle service in the future to allow use by the general public. So there are two conditions, or two sentences, I should say. As I'm reading the first sentence, to me, when I read that, reads with the intent of that the property owner must construct or find, alternative location for this park and ride. I did speak with Judith. That is not the intent. So I think we can reach, and this was in response to proposed language that we did propose that said, in the event that the park and ride is removed or relocated, the resort owner and or property owner will make a good faith effort to continue that service, which is not written here, but that would be my proposed language. So removing these two sentences. Regarding the second sentence, the property owner pertaining to expanding the shuttle service to allow use by the general public, we are not in a position to make such a commitment at this time. The property owner is not in the roadway transportation business, the resort owner will not be. If there is in a future where different resort operators are reaching into or creating a program to reallocate, airport shuttles, then we can look at that in the future, but there is no such type of thing now. And I think some of this is, contained in the following condition, which is the Don't Rent a Car program of collaborating with nearby businesses. So our proposition is to remove these two sentences, but we will certainly make a good faith effort to continue the service in the event that Lee County removes their park and ride. I don't know if Judith wanted to say something.
So I'm in agreement in general. I think we could keep the sentences and adjust them. To be clear, we have no knowledge of Lee Tran relocating.
Right.
But the point is that it's mostly, we assume, employees who are using that. Employees are not coming generally from the airport. They're gonna come from the Summerlin Road place. So if for some reason that was relocated or ended, they would determine an alternate location, which could be the Walmart parking lot. We're not intending for them to purchase property and establish some kind of new park and ride location, but the idea was that they would choose an alternate location for their employees for that shuttle. So that was the intent with that sentence. So I think it could be kept and modified slightly to be clearer there. And then the second sentence again goes with the following condition with the Don't Rent a Car program. So we've discussed at some point in the future there being kind of a common shuttle service to the airport. So we were asking that the owner or operator participate in something if that were to manifest in the future, so that the Arches doesn't have to have their own shuttle, and Margarita has their own shuttle, and Pink Shell has their own shuttle coming from the airport. The system that would probably make the most logical sense is if the entities, you know, would establish some kind of agreement to pay into a shuttle service. So that's what that is. We understand that that's not in existence now, but it's the suggestion that if something were to come forward in the future, that they would participate in a you know, a joint program like that.
That makes sense. For me, the last two sentences weren't as important as, you know, the December through April part of it. Is it, my understanding is Pink Shell, do they operate that shuttle for their employees all year round? Or is it just during season? I think it's all year round.
I think for the employees, I believe it's all year round,
It
but
is.
they do it through a Lee-Tran program.
Right.
It's not just them hiring the vans and operating it independently. And I'm not sure exactly the mechanism, whether there's a discount or how that works, but they do it through a Lee-Tran, like, rideshare kind of program. Rideshare is not the right word, but.
Because this
but,
is, I mean, this is a significant resort that's gonna require quite a number of people to operate every day, and just to be able to get the employees there without having to bring that many more cars over the bridge. One, it'll help free up some parking, whether it's commercial or not, we won't go back to that again, but to me, I would really like to push to make sure that that program gets implemented with at least the employees. I completely understand the December through April, if there's a shuttle service, that, I think what you say makes sense. No sense having everyone have their own individual shuttle. If there's something that can be operated for all the resorts, so be it, but.
So we could separate it out and just, like, the first sentence, minimum twice daily in season for hotel guests, and then a second sentence following, some kind of shuttle from the Summerlin Square Drive to operate.
Wherever it comes from, just to try to bring the employees in versus bringing all those cars in.
Our problem was general public.
Oh, so that, yeah, in the last sentence, that
Yeah.
was the general public, but the idea with that is people coming from, specifically
Right,
from
right.
the airport, not from
Well, that's,
Summerlin.
I can understand why that
Yeah.
would be, I mean, there's already Lee-Tran there, so that general public can take Lee-Tran. They doesn't have to be on this project or this applicant to be able to do that. But the employees, to me, would be on the applicant to make sure they get here from a universal location, similar to what Pink Shell does. It seems to work really well for them.
Yeah.
Just my 2 cents and what I think should be incorporated in this. Wherever that location is, whether it's the park and ride, I don't know where they're picking people up, but.
Okay, so, just for clarity, the last sentence, you would like to remove the last sentence and then maybe add language specific to employee shuttle?
You know, I'm okay with, yes, but it doesn't have to, I'm okay with both the sentences, what they're proposing. I mean, if the park and ride moves, it would only benefit them to wanna bring people to their resort from there. So, I think, as you said, Vice Mayor, they've been around for a long time. I have no reason to believe they wouldn't be good operators or wanna do this, but for me, it's more important that the employees get a ride to work from off island.
Sorry, I just wanted to review this. So are you indicating that you want more clarity regarding the employee shuttle up front? Like outside of the season, is that what? Is
Yeah,
that
I
what the
would,
request
I would
was?
like you to try to follow the model that Pink Shell uses, however that I don't know how their model works, but they bus or van in their people every single day to work and bus them back to keep that amount of car, and I think they do it year round versus just during season.
Patrick Vanass, for the record. So the title, and I know maybe we incorporate that within the sentences underneath, but it does say guest and employee shuttle. So the idea is, it's for guests and employees.
But only in season from December to April.
Yeah, I think but just, I want to clarify the guest and employee thing
Right.
first. So just so you guys understand, our issue was general public. Again, that could be misconstrued. That could be, someone that lives at the other end of the county saying, they will not come pick me up and they will not drive me to Fort Myers Beach. Again, we don't want to be responsible for that. We're not transit. So the idea was always guest and employee shuttles. We're willing to do that. And there's been discussion about this Lee-Tran program for employees. Unfortunately, we're not super familiar with it. From what I've seen, there are benefits for sure for the hotel operator to use that service. So we don't negate that in any way. I think the idea was, we're gonna provide a shuttle no matter what. Can we still use the Lee-Tran service for employees? For sure. We just don't know the details of it. So at this point, I think this condition we were putting in there doesn't negate the other one. This was just on top of the possibility of using Lee-Tran.
Yeah, and I don't wanna pin you down to one specific service versus another. If you wanna operate it yourself, buy a van and hire an employee to run back and forth, so be it, but it's the time. The employees, I think, should be for the entire year round, and you can do the December, April with the shuttle from a secondary location. And maybe at the end, if your concern is with that last sentence, your
General
willingness to
public.
participate in, maybe it's to allow use from the airport or to and from the airport for hotel guests or something along those lines, and eliminate the general public part of it.
So I would suggest, in the first sentence, where in season, December through April, shuttle service for hotel guests, and employees, and then in parentheses, year round, so it's clear the employees are gonna be
Fine,
taken
however
care
you
of
need to
year-round.
wordsmith it to make it
And
make
then
sense.
at the end, I mean, we can strike out general public. I'm okay with good faith effort to expand shuttle service in the future, to operate collaboratively with other Fort Myers Beach,
Businesses.
Or maybe just put
businesses
the
or
word
resorts.
airport in there somewhere, cause no other resort, I'm sure, is gonna wanna go out to the middle of Lehigh Acres or Cape Coral and
Yeah.
pick someone up from their house. I mean, they're only gonna wanna operate it from the airport to their resort.
I was talking with my client, I think we wanna distinguish between guest and employee. I think, in season, going to the airport would be in season for guests. And I think from an employee standpoint, we can extend that year round where it's a combination of going to the park and ride and a combination working with Lee-Tran and their service. But,
Yeah, whatever.
but in combination, we would keep an employee service year round.
Yes, that,
Okay.
I
And
think
no
that would be
matter-
beneficial.
We're okay with that.
And no matter what, exclude the general public piece.
Yes, we wanna
Yes.
exclude general
Yeah.
public.
Are you okay with the language, say we kept that last line, property owner and or resort operator will make a good faith effort to expand shuttle service in the future to include the airport or something, but I mean, it's not forcing you to do anything, it's just keeping wording in there saying that you're, again, it's saying I think the obvious, but
So one idea could be, and Judith, I think you were trying to talk, but the Don't Own a Car program has kind of other examples of partnering with other businesses. So perhaps we could add in there, so in 2 it reads, the established partners with businesses on Fort Myers Beach, especially in downtown zoning, adopted and as amended to provide incentives and discounts to guests who do not drive. Maybe somewhere in that sentence we could say, and in the event of partnering businesses, creating an airport shuttle, we'll make a good faith effort to collaborate with them, something like that.
I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So we'll include it, cause I think it logically makes sense to include it into that provision.
Okay.
Let me make a note.
Judith, are you comfortable with that?
Does that make sense, Judith? Okay. This is in line with what we had discussed. Thank you for your patience as I make sure I take notes on this. So I think we're good with number 17, so to clarify, the employee shuttle will be handled year-round, whether it's provided by us or provided by Lee-Tran.
Or a
and then-
combination of both.
Or a combination. So we'll revise that first sentence to accommodate that. Forgive me if I missed this, but this first sentence, in the event the park and ride is relocated, property owner and or resort operator will provide an alternative location for guest and employee shuttle services.
So like, we make a good faith effort to identify.
That's perfect. So as Judith said, is In the event that the park and ride is relocated, property owner and or resort operator will make a good faith effort to identify the alternative location to town, or something along those lines. Okay. Okay. Moving on to 18, in fast fashion, not quite, but we are in agreement with staff that we're gonna utilize but we're gonna put "don't rent a car" in quotes, cross out the program, since this is an idealistic program which has not come to fruition yet. So in the event that it exists, we will participate in it, but we don't wanna be bound to participate. We can't really be bound to participate in a program which doesn't exist, but we're gonna make a good faith effort to continue these services, so it's a little bit confusing. So in that first sentence, we're adding in that we'll make a good faith effort to encourage all guests to use alternative modes of transportation. Again, it's going back to, technically this program doesn't exist currently, but hopefully as more businesses come into play.
Can I
Yes.
just help you just real quick? Property owner and resort operator will promote a don't rent a car program. Then it could become your own.
Okay. That's
A. Take the word the out, just put the word a. Then it becomes your own, because you're right, there is no uniform don't rent a car program. Every or a number of hotels already instituted it, they've instituted it with their own stamp
Policies,
and,
yeah.
and terms and so forth, and that'll at least get to put your thinking cap on.
Do you still get naming rights for that?
Hats are coming.
It's gonna come in my financial disclosure form.
Yes, I think our only concern is we don't wanna be, 5 years down the road, if a program has never existed, for somehow that to fall back on us. So as long as it is clear in the wording
Right.
that we're gonna be taking forth these efforts on our own, and you can call it whatever you would like to call it, but
Well,
that's what the intent is.
the intent would be to provide incentives to not rent a car,
Correct.
whatever they may be.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, then in exchange for maybe eliminating that word program, maybe can you go a little deeper into that first one where you've got the dedicated page? Maybe give an explanation on that page as to why you're promoting these things and referring to the don't rent a car. I don't know if you call it don't rent a car page on your website, that would be kinda weird, but you can call it whatever you want, but just to, anyway,
Yeah,
never mind.
Yeah, just hate to drag it on further.
Never mind.
What, just,
I'm trying to work with you.
just in terms of best practices, just because the applicant's here, what the Pink Shell does, which is fascinating, is they'll have their concierge service, they'll literally reach out to the guests while they're arranging their trip, and let them know that, hey, on Fort Myers Beach, you don't need to rent a car. You can walk everywhere you need to go, you can rent a bike, you can do a golf cart, you can do whatever you wanna do. And that kind of preemptive information, they have found it to be extremely successful. Anyways, digress.
I have a couple of things I underlined, but I think that they are redundant, so we'll move forward. So, including bicycle rentals, ferry service, shuttle service for the resort guests and employees are information that will be included on the website. Let's see. And then for 3, I think this is just highlighted because we needed a little bit more information, but Judith, I guess I'll ask you this. After our conversation on Friday, are we okay with this as worded, or what are your thoughts?
I mean, if the town council would like this language included, we can include it. My concern was it says participate in mitigation efforts. We don't currently have a program with which they can participate in. They're listing out things that they will try to do, but we don't have any way to check necessarily. The one that's not highlighted, incentivized to park off Fort Myers Beach, we asked them, do you have an off-site parking location? They don't have that. Maybe they will in the future. They don't have one of those, have that location right now. They could provide water ferry discounts for hotel guests, and that would be a concrete thing that we could measure, but I would include that within A. Reasons not to rent a car, we're gonna give you a discount on the water ferry system, would be part of number 1 there. 3 just seemed we didn't have any way to, measure that, control that. I mean, and some of those things, the multi-use pathways, the ride-hailing stop, that's on the master concept plan. We didn't feel like we needed an extra bullet point for that.
Well, I'm still on 2. Are you okay with the language that they have crossed out and underlined on number 2? It essentially says the same thing. It's just, you're eliminating will receive. You're basically saying they are going to get a discount. And theirs is basically saying, we could do a monetary or a voucher for a free drink versus a monetary.
I think that's fine. I mean, I think they should probably include that on that dedicated webpage, you know, the incentives that they're gonna provide to their hotel.
Oh, yeah, I
guests.
agree, yeah.
I don't have a problem with that.
Megan, you okay with that?
Yes, no, so I was just looking back because I think there was the last sentence is on 2. I think this might be an older version from one of our.
Yeah, because that's not on ours, it's not in our.
Correct, so just ignore that because I think.
But what I would say for number 2, where it says establish partnerships with businesses Fort Myers Beach, that's where I would add that sentence from 17
Yes.
about the
Yes.
good faith effort to expand shuttle service. That could go with number 2 there as part of
Yep.
their
That's exactly what I was.
partnerships. Yeah, but we didn't really feel like 3 was necessary. I would just include any discounts or whatever, you know, in part 1, what they're gonna provide on their.
So eliminating number
website.
3 completely, and just including that wording that you both agreed upon into 2? Is that what you're saying?
So the good faith, so the good faith effort about partnering with businesses for the airport shuttle service will be included in 2.
Okay.
And if we ignore the last sentence, which is crossed out, because that came from a prior version working with staff, the only change to 2, in addition to the good faith effort about airport shuttle, the through would be replaced with the such as, because I think the intent of this it's really, these are the examples of what we're gonna be doing, and I think that makes it clearer. But about removing condition, or the third one, that's really up to you all. It
Oh, I
doesn't.
thought that's what you were getting
Yeah,
at,
I
Judith.
didn't feel like it was necessary. The water ferry discounts for hotel guests, I think would fall under 1. You know, because that's an incentive, you know,
Okay.
you're gonna let the resort guests know about, is a reason that they don't need to rent a car because there's gonna be this water taxi, water ferry.
Well, the fact that number 3 isn't even in our packet.
Yeah,
you-
well, we took it out, they wanted to put it back in, but.
Oh.
it's a-
So we will
That's unusual.
cross it out.
Does anybody have an issue with 3 not being in there? I don't see anything here that's not redundant.
No, and I think Judith is right in the sense that a lot of them are, addressed in 1 and 2.
Or in the master.
Or the master council.
John, you okay with that?
Perfectly acceptable.
Vice
to
Mayor?
me.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Moving along. Number 19.
Number 19. Okay, number 19, there is a sentence added, condition C, a dedicated bike path for safe travel to and from the resort will be incorporated into the site and reviewed at DO. The existing proposed, we are okay, for the record, 19A, applicant and staff are in agreement with, 19B, applicant and staff are in agreement with, it is only 19C. So there is already a multi-use pathway, which is included in condition 20, that has been outlined in the master concept plan. My reading of a dedicated bike path means an additional path which will only be used for bicycles. So we're requesting for that to be removed. Our site is constrained. We've already have this conceptual plan to include the multi-use pathways, which is in the master concept plan, and I think that should serve the same intent.
What do you think? I tend to agree, Judith. It seems like it's redundant language, C and A. I mean, if they've already got it, bicycle and pedestrian pathways.
Yes, what we talked about though is, we don't know exactly the width of the pathway going through the linear park. I mean, I think they've told us, but it's not on the master concept plan, and whether or not a portion of that was dedicated solely to bicycles. What they're saying is no, that it would be shared, and so we're suggesting some kind of like signage so that people on bicycles are aware that it's for
Well, wasn't
bicycles as
there,
well.
if memory serves me, wasn't there on a previous rendering Arches Way, there was a dedicated bike lane or something along the sidewalk, did I?
There's a shared path.
Or shared path, whatever you wanted to call it, but, so it was the sidewalk and a bike lane combined type thing, or?
It was a shared path on the roadway, right, of Arches Way?
It's a wide sidewalk which could be 8 feet.
An 8-foot sidewalk next to Arches Way.
So you're proposing just keeping that listed as a multi-purpose, so it could be bike or pedestrian?
Correct.
Right.
Yes. Okay, so we
People are
will,
gonna ride on it if they wanna ride on it, you're not gonna stop them.
we will remove 19C.
Everybody
number-
okay with that?
Okay, number 20, staff and applicant are in agreement with. Number 21 is our next item, which we will review. I think applicant and staff are okay with condition A, condition B. It is condition C. So, we've heard staff's position. The applicant's position is we would like the ability to provide commercial paid parking up front once everything is developed. The resort operator will be making sure that the hotel guests, the resort guests, whether they're staying or coming on, will have sufficient parking. It doesn't make logical sense that they're going to shoot their own foot by offering commercial paid parking in excess of what they are able to provide. So we are requesting the ability to provide the commercial paid parking up front, but in conversations with staff, it appears that, you know, the town is interested in reviewing parking studies or having parking studies. So we will do the parking study once we are open, operational. But we are requesting to have the paid parking up front.
Megan, I'm sorry to disagree with you on this one, I agree with staff on this one, I think it's, without knowing exactly what you're going to need, to grant you that use now without knowing, you could rent those however many parking spaces you're gonna end up with it 338, whatever it was, you could rent every one of them out technically if you really wanted to, if your hotel was empty, so I have to agree with staff on this one, I think that language should stay.
I'd be curious to hear from other council members about whether to provide it up front or.
Yeah, I have to agree with Dan. Providing up front seems like a lot. I think you guys should wait till you open and address it then.
Yeah, I think it still provides that option to be able to get the study, and should it become that it's available, great, then I have no objections, but.
So just to be clear, so if you're okay with the deviation for parking that allows them the 50% reduction, but you don't want to allow them that, what our code calls shared parking, which we call commercial paid parking, if you do not want to allow that as a use now and wanna make it conditional on the parking study, then we'll need to strike through A. Because A says that they can have the paid parking. So C is what's up now,
Well, I don't wanna put the cart before the horse here and say that we're,
Okay.
agree or disagree with any deviation at this point, but we're talking specifically about this one condition item that you have in here.
right, so the C is, there we go, so the paid parking A, that is the condition that they're okay with, because that would allow for the 45, that's the paid parking. In addition to their parking for their resort use, that's the additional commercial paid parking.
Well,
So,
so you're saying if C stays, A has to be crossed out?
well, their
So-
position is to have both, to,
I understand what
agree-
their position is,
okay.
I'm asking your position.
So what my position would be to strike through A, and then require the parking study once the resort is open. And we would, it doesn't say here, but maybe we say 85% occupied or something along those lines. And then to be allowed to have condition A, or potentially more than 45 spots for that commercial use, if the study determines that there's a greater, open available spots.
Well, and, again, I'm comfortable with where you stand on this position or where staff stands in this position. So I'm willing to follow your lead, whatever you feel is necessary to achieve that, if that means crossing out A and keeping C. I think until we know exactly what you're dealing with, to me, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Can,
So,
I don't wanna be a contrarian, but we've had so many conversations over the last 2 years about sort of letting market forces work and let the business owner, I mean, obviously the Arches is gonna have every interest in making sure their guests have parking. And so, and they're gonna know immediately what they're gonna need for their guests and what they're gonna be able to use for commercial parking. To hire some outside firm to tell them the obvious seems odd to me, to your point earlier, Mr. Mayor. I don't like any of this language, and, you know, I'll live with it if that's the consensus, but I'm comfortable taking this out because, it just doesn't make any sense. The fact that the Arches somehow is gonna not wanna provide parking for their hotel guests, it doesn't make any sense to me.
So what I will say to that point, I know that Patrick's gonna disagree with me, but is that once you're offering the paid parking lot, say it's full that day, it fills up, you're gonna get traffic coming through to visit that commercial spot. And in thinking about mitigating impacts on the residential area, it just means more traffic coming through that area.
But if, one of the things we've talked about for years, Judith, and we came real close right before Hurricane Ian, is having a parking app that says which lots are open, which ones are full, which ones have spots available. So when you come over that bridge, you immediately know where to go and where not to go, because we have so much congestion when people are looking for a spot. They have no idea where to go. They're trying stuff, they'll turn around. And my hope is that smarter people than me will come up with this app at some point, and we'll actually be able to tell folks where the open spots are. But that's a good point, but technology is gonna get to the point where it sort of makes that kind of moot, I think. I hope anyways, but of course we'll have self-driving vehicles in a couple of years anyway, so maybe it's all moot, but.
If I may, just wanted to add a few things. I just want to clarify this so we all understand. This resort will be providing paid parking to their guests. This will not be free parking. So this idea of any overflow parking, they're not foregoing income by providing it to somebody else. The idea of this overflow parking was really, it provides parking to the general public, which some people see as a benefit. And when we first started having this discussion with staff of the reduction should be a 50% reduction or a 33% reduction, that's where we had a bit of a disagreement, okay? And what we've indicated from the very beginning is whatever the overflow is, that's what we'd like to be able to offer to the public. We thought there was a benefit there, and also we thought to this business, especially in the slow months of the year, if they're gonna be putting this capital cost. And I know about 10 years ago, when I talked to the engineers, maybe Elizabeth can tell me, but a parking stall in a parking garage was 10,000+. So they're gonna be spending that money up front. And if there's any way during the summer season where the parking's not full, if they could supplement that income, we also saw it as a win-win. Public gets parking, they get some revenue off season, but in season, by all means, the priority is gonna go completely to the guests. They're not, by offering it to the public, they don't benefit from that. They're still got paid customers through those guests at the resort. So again, we don't understand why this has become this complicated. We thought the intent of the parking study was that we don't have a good handle as a town regarding parking. And this was gonna be a resort that could be used as an example of, that we could apply to other resorts, saying there's X amount of rooms, they've got multi-use, they need about this much parking. So when other people come in the future, you would have a very good sample. I thought that was the intent. Because ultimately, I think we all know this, what we need as a town is a parking study for the entire town to get a handle on our parking issue. But again, we haven't stepped forward as a town to do it, so I think the idea was, here's someone that's willing to do it, pay for it, and we are gonna get some very good data that could be applied into the future. But that's the context, that's the big context as to how we got here. So I would just say, just please keep that in mind.
But Judith, is it safe to say that these parking spaces aren't going to sit idle. They could still be cars parked in them, correct? They just can't charge for them. Is that?
Oh, you mean they could just offer them for free?
Well, no, I'm just
No.
wondering, no, I'm just trying to
It's-
understand. He's making it sound like they can't use these parking spaces if
So-
they don't get granted this commercial use.
What they, yeah, so, it's, would be part of their schedule of uses to allow a commercial shared, paid parking lot. So it would be an additional use. So if they're not permitted to do that, then they're gonna, most hotels these days, resorts charge for, you parking your car. There's usually a daily rate for that. So it would still be for their guests or, you know, people coming to an event or whatever operations of the resort. It just wouldn't be able to be advertised as a commercial, you know, public parking lot. They wouldn't have that ability to use that as a additional commercial use for the property.
When you say advertise, so again, I'm trying to ask, these spots, if they weren't not being used, if they don't have this use, they wouldn't have to sit empty, would they?
Well, I think if the individual was not coming for a resort use and was not making, you know, payment as a hotel guest or whatever for the resort, then they would not have the opportunity to sell those spaces, rent those spaces.
But they could still park there. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
You mean for
The-
free, unpaid?
They're not gonna do that.
They're not gonna do that.
Why would they do that?
But you're
So,
asking, I
but
mean, it would
you
sit
just said
empty.
that you're okay with the commercial, now you're saying you wanna let them charge, so that's, trying to get down to what, the difference between them and our staff.
So, let me ask it a different way. What's in Margaritaville CPD? Do you know, with regards to parking?
So I don't know that off the top of my head, whether they have the ability, I believe that they do have
I mean, what-
commercial parking there.
They have a
However,
sign
they're
out there.
running their thing is,
Well, they offer $20 valet parking.
Well, it's all valet parking.
It's all
This is not
valet.
This is self-service.
Yeah.
And valet.
Ben Freeland, I'd just like to mention a few things. So from a parking perspective, we've done a lot with traffic and parking mitigation, right? We've done water ferry, shuttles, drac, bike racks, golf carts. So we've invested a lot up front just to mitigate this, right? Plus we're building them. As a business operator, I think Patrick and Megan both mentioned, obviously we wanna park our guests first. So that's just logical, and I've heard you guys mention that on other developments, leave it up to the business owner, run their business, so it seems like something that is pretty normal. And to her point, there's no way for us to know. I mean, there's no way to manage it. Somebody says, hey, I'm gonna go and get an ice cream cone and walk the Baywalk, and I'll pay $20 a part. How am I gonna know if they walk down the street and go to the pier and don't do it? And now I'm gonna be sitting there in season, we have a phasing plan, right? I could be sitting there with a whole empty facility, people driving all over the island in season, looking for a parking spot, and I can't help it.
That's
It's
what, Ben,
almost- it's
Ben,
almost
that's what
so-
I'm trying to get at. That's
But-
where I'm trying to understand this. 'Cause
But if I can't park them, they're gonna keep driving around, and I've got a whole empty facility. And I'm on phase 2, so if you trust us to manage that properly, it is some income opportunity. I think it's a town benefit, because we can then legally park people, otherwise I'm like going, wow, I've got 50, 46 parking spots, whatever it is, and it's peak season, and you got a concert series going on Sunday, I can't help them.
I guess my question is, where did the 45 come from? Did you guys negotiate with them, or you're telling them it's
No, so-
45, or?
That comes from the deviation, right? So the code lists out based on your uses, how much parking you need. And then there's an allowance in certain cases, in certain locations for reduction. In the adjacent downtown area, the reduction is 33%, I believe. So it's a multiplier of 0.67. So that's what staff suggested when we initially looked at this, that the 33% reduction was more in line with other similar uses around there. Their deviation is they're asking for a 50% reduction. There's a chart in there, in the agenda materials that shows how they did their calculations. What would be required for all of those uses, and then with that reduction. So with that 50% reduction, there are 45 spots left over.
Gotcha.
So, and what they're, and I will point out too, is that, I think 7 of them are, street parking
Street.
spaces. So they're not all in the garage. So that's where we came to, and that's part of the reason that we pushed back a little bit, is saying that we didn't feel like the deviation was the right ask. They disagreed with us, so that's where we've got to, is, well, the offering of doing this study, and maybe that there is more.
I think I'm better understanding what you're trying to accomplish here now. So you're essentially saying, and again, Ben, I'm not trying to get in the way of you guys making money. But in fairness, you guys are the one that proposed the scalability of this project, not us. So Patrick, for you to stand up here and say, you know, it costs a lot of money, you're proposing the project, we are not. So how you recoup your money, I'm not going to stand in the way if you want to rent out these spaces if they're not being used. That's not my intent. My intent is to try to understand, I think I better understand what you're trying to say, is you don't know how many spaces are going to be required without that study to be able to say how many need to be provided for the commercial use versus what's going to be required to be used for and that's what will dictate that percentage.
Yes, and I appreciate their agreeing in any case to do the parking study. I don't feel like we have enough information about parking in general in the downtown area. Most projects that come in are asking for a deviation one way or another from the parking, and we don't really have an idea whether that's on point or not. You know, and there's a number of commercial lots. I pointed this out previously, commercial lots, but you're not allowed to park overnight in the commercial lots, so the resort guests couldn't use them. I mean, I do think a hotel is better positioned than some of the other projects we've looked at, because they know how many guests they're receiving that day or what events they have planned, and can, you know, adjust those needs, you know, day by day. And certainly if they have at least some valet parking, they can, you know, make some accommodations that way. But I think that you know, there's a couple of uses in here that are not accounted for in their overall parking calculations. One thing we talked about is the ferry. We told them we can't call it a terminal because the code specifically has parking requirements for a ferry terminal. The ferry is not probably gonna be there overnight, or there are not gonna be multiple ferries, you know, in their off hours being serviced at that location. That'll probably happen someplace else. So we don't feel like it's technically a terminal, and so they don't have to account for parking that way. So, I mean, whichever way you'd like to go, I would like to have the parking study. I think that that would be a useful tool for the town to have an understanding of allocation of parking.
Based on their commercial
whether
use.
it's right-sized or not, yeah.
So again, I go back to, I think what we talked about earlier is, let's say they get the approval to use it as a commercial, which would allow them to then charge for the parking. They would still be required to have the amount of rooms or spaces available for the amount of guests, right? However many parking spaces they would need to park those guests. If they have no guests, then they could use them to fill the need for parking as they see fit. Is that fair? So let's say now they're in there, everything's going fine. Now the study comes back and says, this is way off. It's 150 spaces way off based on what does the town have in its toolbox to be able to say, this is way off. You were approved to be commercial. You can't take it back. What's the point of having the study then?
The study would only, I agree, it would not rescind anything, but it might allow them more allocation towards the paid parking. That's the only thing it would.
Okay. All right.
So we're hearing a lot of discussion, and one item that we really would like to have the ability to provide the paid shared commercial parking up front. We are still willing to commit to complete the parking study. In the event, we'll add an additional, yet another condition. In the event that the parking study shows a deficit, then the property owner will obviously have to take mitigation efforts to reduce that parking.
Fair enough.
Whether it be valet, whether it be, you know,
Fair enough.
whatever.
And again, I wasn't trying to stand in the way of making money for these
Yeah,
parking spaces.
And if
That
it
was
shows-
not my intent.
Right, and if it shows a surplus, then that would, give us a little bit more parking spaces to have available. So-
That's fair.
That's fair.
Fair.
Totally fair.
Okay. Let me make sure I notate that.
Not a note.
So
You-
parking study.
Megan, you need another pen?
I might. It shows a deficit. Property owner will take, mitigation efforts.
Just want a clarification, because there was a lot of commercial, non-commercial.
Sorry.
Okay, so commercial parking up front, then a parking study. Are we okay with the timeline of the parking study, Judith? Do you wanna keep it as is, or do you wanna? Because right now it says, fully operational, all buildings receiving gas, all units sold, all retail space occupied for at least a year, is how it's currently phrased. And then during peak season, so we would open Arches Bayfront during one of the phases, if we're able to open it during a phase. Operate the commercial parking, then have a parking study during a peak season, once it's fully operational, and provide that to the town. Good? Okay. Mitigation, the deficit, let's move on as much as possible, but still. So 22 is golf cart parking, staff, and applicant are in agreement. 23 is Bayfront Promenade,
I
condition A.
assume, Jensen,
Yes.
since we're on the paid, I'm assuming these 13 would be paid parking spots as well, or are they non-paid parking?
Those are, no, condition C, oh, sorry.
22.
Okay. It shall include 13 dedicated golf cart parking spaces available to guests for use, or the public. I don't think that we anticipated them being paid golf cart parking? Or are they just open? I don't know, are they?
Customary, I don't know. Are people charging for golf cart parking?
Not usually, but
I don't know if we've contemplated this, to be honest.
It might be option, but I don't.
yeah,
know.
yeah,
Now
not
that you
usually.
mention
'Cause
it, maybe we should make it paid.
Well, most people, they encourage it because you can get two into one spot. You could get 2 golf carts in villages, sometimes they get 4 in one spot. It might be whatever, yeah. I mean, you could get 4 families in one parking spot versus one. I just, not sure that it had to be depicted in that or not, but.
Yeah.
All right, 20.
Okay, 23, items A and B, we are both, staff and applicant are in agreement. 24, staff and applicant are in agreement. 25,
You gotta forward your, there you go.
sorry, thank you, pertains to the linear park and memorial garden. We are in agreement. 26 is the pump out. So this will be our next item to discuss. Item A, we are in agreement. Item B, there's 2 specific topics that I want to address. The first is highlighted, the second is not. So let me read this into the record. Property owner shall provide a convenient high-capacity PSI 1020 on-site pump-out and fueling service for mooring field users, the town, and the general boating public. One of our first items of contention is the specified PSI is an engineering question. We're not at this level at this time. Do we feel comfortable including numbers in this rezoning? We could still provide a convenient high-capacity on-site pump. We're just asking to remove that PSI 1020 because we don't have the engineering knowledge, what's going to be necessary there, what's going to be needed there. But I also want to jump forward to another item, which it says for and fueling service for mooring field users, the town, and the general boating public. The town, we are able or be willing to provide a pump out to the town's maintenance vessel or something like that, but this would not be for the town's pump out bar. I don't know what it's referred to as, but it would not be for the town's large pump out barge.
So couldn't you just cross out PSI 10-20 on-site pump out end and just leave it as fueling service? I mean, I'm assuming you wouldn't turn down the town's money for fuel. So just extend your cross out
So
to
we would-
include on-pipe pump out service, or on-site pump out end, those words?
So what we could do that. Another, I think you would just wanna cross out, oh, that's okay.
I would
PSI.
assume you'd still wanna take, like I said, the town's money for fueling if the town chooses to fuel its boats there.
Right, and we're fine utilizing a pump out for a small vessel, it's just it's not intended for the large pump out, or whatever it's called, I might be using the wrong. What is it?
Well, Nancy, how does that
Vessel.
contradict
Oh,
the
sorry.
pump out discussion from before? Cause I think Ben agreed that 1 day a week or whatever, boats could
For
come in and pump
individual
out.
vessels to come up, we're not pumping out the pump out boat that the town owns. That's what this is trying to clarify. I think that's what this was designed for. They wanted this high capacity, pump out system, so it would pump out the vessel that goes around the mooring field and pumps into those boats out. We're not pumping that out.
But it doesn't, I don't,
I just wanna clarify that here. We're
So-
willing to
so
have.
maybe just remove the word town in there. So
I really have to defer to Frankie because, my understanding was that the only authorized pump-out boat is the town's boat. So if, maybe down the road, if you guys get authorized, then you could do your own pump-outs of others. I didn't understand that we were intending to use your site to pump out our boat, but that our boat goes there and pumps out your boat, but then you charge your customers who are moored there. But I'm only the attorney, so I'm gonna defer to Frankie
Yeah,
because
so
I don't know how this
discussion all
operates.
started prior with Pink Shell, before Pink Shell came in, and the use of their pump out facilities. We have been pumping out boats at your facility for well over a couple of years that I've been here anyway. And I don't know what you charge the people for us coming in there, but we have not gotten anything for those of pumping out boats. Everything that we do as a town is done and handled under a grant. We're allowed to only a specific area to operate that mooring field boat. As far as putting a pump in, I believe the early discussions was if you were gonna have a pump out, I think that's where it kinda got sidetracked. The pump out that we use over at Pink Shell currently is of an older style, and it takes a little longer to do. All the new high-performance pumps can get it done in like roughly about 15-20 minutes, with less noise than what we're making right here in this room. And that's, I think, what the language, how it got in there, how it
And
got
that's for
pushed in
individual
here.
vessels or to pump out?
This was to pump out the pump-out boat
Okay,
itself.
and that's
how
what
it
I
got
wanna
put in,
clarify.
yeah.
That's what I'm not agreeing to do, is pump out the town's pump out vessel. I'm willing to have individual vessels come in. And we'll confuse everybody if we go back to what you guys are doing right now.
No, but I mean, even on a private level, if you're able to do that, then you're talking to town attorney's questions. You're talking with FWC permits, you're talking with DEP permits, and those type of things that they would have to get on their own to provide that service.
Yeah.
We already have that.
And as we get our docks redesigned, once this is, we know what direction we're going here, if we're doing a resort or a marina, we'll have our docks redesigned, we'll have our high-pressure pump-out system reinstalled. It got destroyed in Ian, and we haven't rebuilt it because we've been going through this process. So that's about $250,000. So that's not been on site, so we've used the town pump-out boat to handle our customers in the near term, and they've been fine to do that, and they just haven't got the invoice things. It's $5 a boat, so it's not a moneymaker, it's just a service that I think all marinas provide in the mooring field. But I just don't feel that this facility is where a pump-out boat.
And I can agree with you on that,
And
but I
that's
don't.
what- that's what that
And if you wanna
terminology-
take on mooring field boats, if they wanna drive over to his place
Yeah.
and pump it out, so be it, I don't necessarily need to.
We have no control over that, who goes there.
Yeah, and we're willing to offer that service to individual boaters, fuel, the town doing anything.
So what do we need to change up here to?
I'll let you all handle it.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that. So, my proposition would be to remove the PSI 1020. We could continue with the on-site pump out and fueling service for mooring field users, the town individual vessels. I mean, I'm not sure if the town has any individual vessels that needs pump outs.
Who would pump out our
Or
own?
just remove the town.
In other words, we don't have heads on any.
Yeah.
Okay, so there was also prior discussion about some kind of license agreement, regarding the pump-out use. So it sounds now that you're not offering that, service to the town, so then we don't have to have that agreement.
And I think that where we landed on that agreement is we never were gonna enter into a licensing agreement, cause it was a service that we were offering that if it, whether it be a town vessel, a general public vessel would come in, pay the, whatever the charge is, as we've discussed, $5, then that would be enough. So, what I don't wanna do is to reword this and limit it so that it reads that if a town vessel wanted to come up and, you know, I don't know if there's any town vessels that need to be pumped out other than the town pump out boat, but if there was one, we would still be able to provide that service to the town, and we would still be willing to provide a fueling service to the town. So.
Would it make sense then, after the word town, to just, in parentheses, add excluding
The
town pump out boat?
pump out boat, yep.
Okay.
That would make it very easy to understand.
Yes. And then we would remove the PSI 1020.
Should we ever get a boat then down the road that has a head on it, you have the ability to go and.
Right. We're not trying to, you know, that's all. Okay, so I think 26, that was B. 26C, we're fine with, and 26D provides the, I'm moving forward. I thought I was moving forward. There we go. Oh, it's not included in here, but 26D, said service shall be provided 1 day per week, subject to change at the discretion of the property owner and or the resort operator. Such day shall be posted either on the resort website or via the on-site signage and via designated VHF radio call. So that's pertaining to the pump out service that's being offered at the marina. Jumping ahead to 27A, we are asking for it to read, the final design must be generally consistent with the renderings. So we're asking to include that generally. There's been a lot of discussion with staff. This is what has historically been included in your prior plan development applications or ordinances. So we're just asking to have that word generally included. Is there any objection to that? I'm seeing, for the
No.
record, I'm
27.
saying no's, okay. Are we comfortable adding that in? I'm seeing no objection, so I'm gonna move on.
No objection.
Generally consistent, I mean, does that give you any?
It gives them more flexibility. This was an issue that was discussed and debated.
Yes.
Between staff and the applicant.
Correct.
Whether the word, my position was that basically if the word generally is there or if the word is not, it is still a discretionary call on the part of staff as to whether or not the renderings are basically what has been approved. So it really doesn't make that much difference. However, using the word generally does imply additional flexibility on behalf of the applicant.
And this was really to answer those, you know, while we are all understanding of what this means, once this gets developed or getting to, you know, permitting phase, if there's a reviewer that might have a more stringent perception of reviewing it, we don't wanna have to go back and do a CPD amendment to ask to relocate a door 8 inches to the west or so. I mean, that's an extreme example, but just giving us flexibility that the renderings will be attached to this ordinance. They will be generally consistent with, the final design will be generally consistent with those renderings.
So
And I believe it's, I'm sorry.
The topic, well, just to add to the discussion, the topic that we discussed was the louvers. The louvers
Yes.
were very important to the residents. Should there be some type of deviation or variation of the louvers, how far can they go in changing it? Because they're putting something there, is that generally consistent with it? Or is it specific to be the type of louver that was depicted in the drawings? Because that was a, concession that was given to the residents. So it is a discretionary call, on the part of staff, as to if it is, consistent with the renderings. Having the word generally there, it might imply that there's more flexibility on the part of the applicant, but at the end of the day, it may not. So it's a lot to do about.
This is like my favorite word, shall.
Yeah.
It's like shall.
Yeah.
What does shall mean? It means, you know, we can So does this give you Harper and Nancy and having this in there? I see your
No,
point about the
I'm-
louvers.
Yeah, and I'm okay with it. I think Ken brought up, the other,
Meyer side.
the Myers side project has the word generally in it, and, you know, in an effort to move on, we kind of, staff, we just said, fine, go ahead. Again, it's going to boil down to the discretion, that staff exercises.
Okay.
Agreed. So, unless we would continue to discuss generally, I'm gonna move on to 28, which is promotion of the Fort Myers Beach School. We are in agreement with this language. 29, outdoor boat storage on land is prohibited. We are fine with that language, but we are adding an additional condition just to make it more clear that the existing use of indoor dry storage and structures may remain until construction is complete. And this is to memorialize the existing use of the boat barns, and also differentiate it from 29, so making it clear that there's not gonna be just boats standing on pavement outside. But we are asking to impose an additional condition.
It's fine.
No objection.
The existing use of indoor dry storage, which is happening today, will continue during, if we go through the phased construction approach, we would be able to keep the boat barns until that final stage of construction.
So if you had to do the construction on the ancillary canal first,
Correct.
before you got to your bigger buildings, then the boat barns would stay there until you get to that centerpiece, big buildings.
Correct.
I'm fine with that.
Oh, just the ending until construction is complete.
Well-
So you're basically saying they're gonna come down when you're starting phase 3, I believe it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, obviously, we can't have the boat barns while we have active construction equipment and materials. So it's really just to memorialize the existing use, so we can keep that present. 31,
Just real quick, I just
Yeah.
want to go back to 30. So
Absolutely.
what's the intent for construction if approved on building E? Is it gonna be behind the current built buildings, or is it gonna be in front of the current built buildings for your construction access?
That's a good question, and I don't know without looking at this. Hold on.
She just said they just added it.
So,
I think it's important to have that in there, so that if approved, the residents understand where they're gonna be dealing with the traffic.
I think the boat barns would be, can you repeat your question?
My question is, if the boat barns remain,
Correct.
where on the property is the access gonna be for the construction? Obviously, if the wall is
South or
completed
north?
first, they're not gonna go down Bonita or Harbor Court. Where are they gonna access that blue building? If the boat barns are, is it gonna be behind the building, so between the residential properties and their building? Or is it gonna be in front of their buildings, between the water?
I don't, okay, go ahead.
Currently, there are 2 boat barns on site. There is space in between. It would be between those 2. Another thing why we'd like to keep that in there, and we hadn't thought of this, but your staff brought it up and we thought it was a great idea, was when we are in the midst of construction, does it make sense to maybe keep one boat barn for storage of materials and for, again, to shield the neighbors? Does it make sense? So we figured that's something we might wanna look into. And why demo it when you can get a use for a while?
Yeah, well, it makes sense, I just
Yeah.
wanted to know, is it gonna be between the buildings, or are you gonna
would
try
be
to sneak
between-
it behind the
No,
wall
it
of
would be
the?
between the buildings.
Okay.
Thank you, Pat, for helping me out on that. Okay. So are we good with 30 as is, that the existing use of indoor dry?
Well, you're 30, our 30 is decorative lighting, but
Yeah,
yes.
ours is different.
Sorry,
So-
my proposed 30, the applicant's proposed 30, would be the existing use of indoor dry storage and structures may remain until construction is complete.
Nancy, just, would it make sense to, instead of it having 30 and to stay aligned with what we have in the packet, would it make sense to make that as, say, letter A under 29?
29A.
Or 29A?
Yeah, that would be preferable, and also 31 is not in my materials either.
Okay, and-
No, I don't have it
And
either.
it's not underlined.
No, and that's fine. That was I can explain where 31 came from. That was a carryover in the proposed ordinance that was sent to us. It was just highlighted, and it was subsequently removed once it got to this stage. So this was, I think, more of a note of as it pertains to the right-of-way vacation.
But what I'm saying is, my 31 in the packet says
Correct.
state and federal permitting required.
Correct. So
Your
when
31 is different and it's not underlined. So you have a
We don't
different
have to do
version, I believe, than what we
So-
have. I understand what
Yeah.
your disclaimer at the beginning, but it's causing a little bit of confusion.
Okay, so let's
Um,
erase 31. We'll pretend like 31 does not exist, because staff has removed that from the ordinance, and we don't need to discuss it.
Okay.
Judith, what do you mean?
I would like, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I would like direction on whether you want to vacate that land or not. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in the ordinance, but if your will is to vacate up until the gate or
Well,
not vacate, then we
To
should.
me,
know
it
that.
would make sense if the gate and the wall is built, everything on the Moss Marine side of that to vacate would make sense.
Okay, and we can.
Does that
maybe
make sense to everyone else? I
Add
mean,
that at an earlier
Okay.
condition as a sub.
So we'll keep it in, but add it in. You wanna keep the condition in and then add it in earlier?
I
Or
would
you
like
wanna?
the direction to vacate up until the point of the gates or the wall,
Okay.
whichever is.
Yeah, so it should be lumped with the, conditions associated with the gate.
Correct.
Okay.
Vacate at property line. So that would be included in the initial 10 conditions.
And we do have to go through the vacation process.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We understand. So jumping back to what our proposed condition 30 is, we're good with that. Jumping ahead,
But it
well, I thought we were
becomes
gonna put 30 as 29A.
29A.
29A,
And then
yes.
32 becomes 30 again.
Yes.
Yep. Then the decorative lighting plan, I'm gonna also look at the same one that you guys have. So
I
that,
think it'd just be easier that this is already here than trying to.
okay. So the decorative lighting plan, we are in agreement with. The state and federal permitting, we're in agreement with, and the non-seawalled area separating, we are in agreement with. So, which leads us back to the never-ending question of what do we do with Bonita and Harbor Court?
Does he have his little PDF thing ready?
We have our
No pressure, Ken.
modified version X.
You've only had 10 minutes to get it together.
Wake up, Ken.
Plug you in? That one? This one?
I'm gonna try and skip back.
There you go.
Thank you all for your patience during that, that's very helpful. Thank you, staff. Correct. And, where did I write those down?
So, Mayor and council members and Megan,
Yes, ma'am.
when we go into the exercise of finalizing the final ordinance, we will work off of the one that's in your packet, and we will make your changes to that version, simply because the public saw the one that was in your packet.
Right, that was my concern.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and that's fine. I'm sorry, Ken, do we wanna
Alright, hold
talk
on.
about those added conditions?
Everybody, please, we can't hear up here, so it's difficult to. Can you guys discuss why Ken comes up and shows us his
Absolutely.
little etch-a-sketch?
He has to change it over.
Okay, that's fine, change it over. So there, if I could just have a brief 60 seconds to confer it.
Speaks for itself.
There you go.
Go ahead.
Nailed it.
There you
I think so.
There's nothing to discuss.
Oh, that's what I was trying to.
go. Understood now.
Except you made it green instead of a red gate.
I'm colorblind red and green.
Chris, you
Must
see,
really stink around
Chris,
here,
you're looking
Tyson.
at that. You understand what? Okay.
Yep, so once we get to the Harbor Court, okay. So this is option X, we'll call it.
Option U for
Yes.
U-turn.
that includes a turnaround at the end, prior to the gate. So now, the question becomes, do you want a turnaround, or do you want to gate at the property line?
Oh, I think both. I think having having what you have there, and then the yellow is your gate.
Correct.
So your wall would go back to where the, however, but your gate would still be there. You'd still have the gate and that minor turnaround.
No,
If they vote for it.
And do you need us to go through the minutia of, does it have to be pavement? Can it be rocks? How deep into the woods do we need to go?
I mean, unless you have a distinct preference, I don't know that we need
I
to.
don't have a preference.
But what I just asked the applicant is that if they're willing to amend their master concept plan to show exactly what they're showing now, then the condition number 4 refers to the master concept plan. So if this is indeed approved, they will amend the master concept plan to reflect the condition that you have here. I mean, I would say that asphalt is probably preferred because that's the roadway that's
Because
there,
otherwise the rock
and it's
runs
gonna-
off all the time.
It's gonna be the
Terrain,
most
yeah, shell, all that,
sustainable,
trust me, I know.
but unless you have a specific.
No, I have no.
Okay.
Scott, are you okay with the illusion? Or the illusion? Illustration?
Red illusion?
It is an illusion.
Yeah, that's what we were looking for.
Karen?
But I don't think it should be, I mean, you've got multi-million-dollar thing, I don't think it should be shell. I think
No.
it should be-
No, that's fine. I'm not dying on the sword over what the pavement is, but.
No, I'm fine with this, and it needs to be asphalt
And gated.
and gated.
John?
Good.
Got it.
Look at that. We found a solution. We found a solution. So, condition? Is that what you're looking at?
Leave that up there if you could, guys.
I won't touch it.
Go back to the other ones.
If I may have a moment with staff.
Now, is this the discussion about the pedestrian access?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I thought the pedestrian access is closed up.
Well, I think we could make that discussion very easy for them. I don't know, is anybody in favor of having pedestrian access? It's Xed off, but I think in the condition 4 is still reading.
Well, selfishly, yeah, I'd like to walk right down that street and walk in.
Work on your pole vaulting skills.
Karen, didn't they offer a code though for people?
No, it's gonna be closed off completely.
Well, the one idea was to have a code, but then there was a lot of discussion because 3/4 of those homes at some time or another during the year are rentals. And so then the code gets passed around and then everybody has a code. So I think that's why it was kind of nixed, right?
I mean, it's not like you're walking a quarter of a mile here, I think you're.
No, I think I can handle it.
Right. What are we working on, Judith? We got radio silence here.
Sorry. Sorry, so, we just wanted to be crystal clear, so condition 2, I don't know if we can put that up. We wanna add a sentence there to specify that gates are going to be provided after the turnaround, and that those gates are only going to be, utilized by emergency access. No, other vehicles permitted.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we wanna keep the language about the, pedestrian access by keypad for
No.
No.
residents, we wanna strike that
That's
out.
out.
Okay,
The
so
only
just
access along
emergency
that
vehicles.
south property line is via emergency
Okay.
entrance only.
If I can, for number 2, you might say as shown on the master concept plan.
And then we're gonna put that
Right, the vacation will also be
right away
addressed.
vacation underneath that one.
So that's Bonita and Harbor, beyond the gate will be vacated, or north of the gate will be vacated.
You could look at
South.
condition 9.
South. Well.
Strike
strike
that.
it or add where they need it.
What if you just over condition one? Access points to the resort from,
So we can just move 9 to
Two.
2. Which will change the numbering.
so there will not be any, and I think I've heard you guys discuss this, there will not be any pedestrian access from Bonita Harbor into Arches Bayfront, so I'll make that
Correct.
clear.
Correct.
Anywhere along the south
Yep.
property line.
Correct. So there'll be no, the only access is emergency access.
And
right
Arches, yeah, Arches Way, obviously.
Right.
there. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So specifically Bonita Harbor, so we'll make sure that the conditions reflect that as well.
Megan, can you bring the mic back towards you? Thank you.
I thought you guys must have been sick of me by now. Okay. And Judith, did we wanna go through the additional conditions? Yes. I will start. So based on what has been presented today,
Are these gonna go to the end then?
these will go to the
Numbers,
end.
okay.
I have nothing that I can show you, cause everything was, it's very organic here, just working on the fly. So, let me briefly discuss the items that I have jotted down. So one of the items that we discussed was the wall drainage landscape system. So we are still requesting the deviation to allow the landscaping to be placed on the interior of the wall. The wall, we'll have to create a condition where that the wall will be set into the property roughly between 3 to 6 feet within the property line. The drainage will sit on the exterior of the wall on Arches Bayfront property. There will have to be a drainage easement associated with that inlet. And the landscaping, the required landscaping, will be on the interior of the wall. So the development will include, here's some proposed languages. The development will include a finished masonry wall constructed immediately after the demolition of each phase. However, the existing wall shall remain until replaced with the new wall. That's one. Jumping down, this is also pertaining to construction mitigation. Construction traffic shall be limited to Arches Way, and construction management plan will be provided as part of the development order process, including best practices to mitigate for construction nuisances such as odor and noise, whatnot. And then finally, including the condition that this is pertaining to the privacy screening for the sunset desk, or the setback, I should say. The sunset desk in building B shall include a 24-inch setback and low-level plantings and or hardscapes. So those are some of the additional conditions that we are gonna include. I'll let Judith also go through.
I'm up to 36, if you start adding them.
Oh, perfect.
A lot of conditions.
Would you remove 9?
Number 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nancy, if they remove number 9, wouldn't each
Yeah,
number
it's
move up?
gonna change the numbers, but I just jotted them down from
Okay.
the last one, from 32. So
So,
that would be,
I think you
4.
had additional conditions that you wanted to put on the record, correct, Judith?
No, I got it. So adding the wall immediately after demolition to provide sound barrier during construction. The construction vehicles entering using Arches Way. The addition of the drainage, so I cut and paste from their presentation about the drainage that they're willing to provide. Setting the wall back 3 to 6 feet to accommodate those inlet drains. That's where we are.
And drainage easement, that was associated with the wall and the
Okay,
landscaping.
well, we could put that as a sub, for the drainage
In the
easement?
inside, yeah.
Okay.
And where did you add, is that the construction entering through Arches Way? Is that where you're going to add the discussion, or do we need to add the discussion about it will pass in front of the southern boat barn? As they said, it's gonna pass between the two boat barns?
Between the two boat barns.
We can add that.
Does that make sense to add that, just to give a little more?
Yes.
Yeah, while they exist, that's, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be loud. Is that all of them?
Dare I say?
You dare, you dare.
I,
dare.
I believe so. I think that we're gonna have to work with staff to finesse really the wall language and drainage language and whatnot. But I think the intent.
Almost to closing the public hearing.
Yep, I think the intent we understand,
For this
so.
one.
So, and council, just so you know, working with staff is great after these things, but sometimes there's disagreement. So in the event that we are not able to come to agreement on the actual language, we may come back to you just to say, is this really what you meant? So I just want to go ahead and let you know about that in advance, because unfortunately we had that issue come up with some of the other projects.
Understood. Judith, you good? Megan?
I would prefer not to have to come back. I would.
Well, I would prefer not to come back either, but, if I'm caught between Megan saying one thing and Judith saying something else, I'm gonna go back to you to ask you, what did you really intend
Rightfully
when
so.
you directed that to us?
Okay. All right, Megan, you good?
I think that that's all of the conditions that we wanted to address.
Okay, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion, Scott? Any discussion?
I think we've covered everything in detail. I'm glad we got to a good place.
Yeah, it's been very long, but I appreciate everybody sitting through the discussion. This is a big project, and it takes a lot of conversation from both sides to get to something that potentially could make sense, so, appreciate everybody's time. Karen, any discussion?
No, I just think that we are in a good place. I think we listened to every side. I think there were struggles and conditions met on every bit of along the way. So I'm ready to move forward with a vote.
Okay. Jim, you wanna discuss, or does somebody wanna make a motion, and then we can discuss, or? Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm looking for my second page of my agenda. I, at the risk of being redundant, and the fact that we've got a lot else on the agenda, I was very pleased at the discussion today. I think everybody gave. I think we've reached common ground on most of the contested remaining issues. I'll say just again for the record, I think this project is in the public benefit. I think we've, again, as an island, done an excellent job of, and I use this word carefully, but we've democratized our beaches to the Gulf of America. We've got 36 beach access places, but it's very difficult for people to experience, in the public sense, the beautiful bay side properties of this island. And this does a great job of democratizing the bay side of Fort Myers Beach. And I'm obviously also excited about the ferry and a number of other things that this has to offer. And therefore, I would move approval of ordinance 25-04 Arches Resort CPD.
Okay, there's a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson.
Mayor, may I ask a question? The record that you have before you incorporates the staff report that contains all the deviations and conditions and everything. Is
And
that-
it's conditioned on the approval of the CPA.
Correct.
And deviation 4 is being adjusted to remove the request to put a fence instead of a wall.
No, I'm sorry, wait a minute.
Okay,
I would ask that my motion reflect the comments of the town attorney and Judith, our planner.
okay. And your second?
And my second would reflect the same.
Okay, got a motion and a second discussion. John, any discussion?
None.
Scott?
Nope.
Karen, I guess, I do have a little bit of discussion. This one has really been tough for me, simply because the discussion has been so good. You know, it's been, from the very beginning, Ben, you and I sat in that trailer, and where it came from to where it is now is leaps and bounds, so I commend you for that. Where I struggle on this one, and where, I'm still tossing it around in my head, is how is it consistent with the comp plan and land development code? And where I struggle is of the properties that you have listed, 5 of them or 50% of them are in the residential conservation designation. In my interpretation of the comp plan, commercial intrusion is not looked upon very positively. And to take 5 of your 10 parcels to put them into a residential conservation to a, the highest intensity and density use that we have in pedestrian commercial, to me gives me a little bit of a pause. You know, asking for 200% increase in density is difficult for me to get behind. I fully support you and thank you for your commitment to the island for the decades that you've done it, and I have no doubt that you're gonna continue to do that. I still have some issues with the drainage. I thought I heard up here was unanimous consent from the council that trying to get this drainage issue under wraps was gonna be important, but it wasn't brought back up, which I'm a little upset about, but it is what it is at this point. I'm sure I'm gonna be in the minority, I have no doubt about it. I do support you and I do support a project there. I just can't support the project as it's proposed, but I appreciate all the negotiations and back and forth that we've had here today. It's been a very long meeting. And I'm a supporter of you and I'm a supporter of a project. I just, for the reasons stated, I can't honestly say that I believe that it is in sight with what the comprehensive plan and land development code sought out to do, specifically with commercial, the commercial intrusion. To me, this is something that could potentially open a door, and I'm not a person that likes to use the word precedent, but to me, this opens a door that's never been opened on this island, this approval, and maybe this is the only one that will do it, maybe it won't be, but this neighborhood will be impacted, and although their asks I thought were very minimal, to not adhere or at least try to get closer to a resolution to get them on your side was part of the reason that I think has led me to it. And up until I started talking, I didn't know which way I was gonna go, but unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to support the project. All right, we got any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm a no, the motion carries 4-1. Congratulations. Long road. Next is our item B. This is an agenda, this agenda item is a legislative second reading and final public hearing for adoption of the proposed ordinance 25-05, which is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment related to the Arches redevelopment project. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the town of Fort Myers Beach adopted future land use map dated January 1st, 1999, contained in the town's comprehensive plan for properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, also identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00027.0000, 24-26-23-W3-00026.0020, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0200, 24-46-23-W3-0030B.0190, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0060, 24-46-23-W3-0030C.0040, 24-46-23-W3-0030A.0110, Fort Myers Beach, amending the future land use map for these parcels from mixed residential 4 parcels and marina 2 parcels to pedestrian commercial, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Nancy, you need me to continue on through my cheat sheet?
No,
Ex parte
it just
communication
will
because
be,
it's legislative?
or you don't have to do ex
Okay.
parte in legislative matters,
Just making sure.
but if you want to, you can.
No, no, for the sake of time,
Um,
we will, we've
yeah.
discussed it enough. Okay, Judith?
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel from Community Development. The Freeland Florida Holding LLC, owner of the subject properties, and the neighborhood company, applicant for the owner, are requesting a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment. The amendment requests a change of 3.53 acres of marina future land use, now known as Moss Marina, and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial. There are no text amendments to the comprehensive plan. This is simply a map change. So we went through this on first reading. I'll go through it again somewhat briefly. The marina future land use is pretty restrictive in what can be accomplished on in that location. It allows a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5 and no density. The mixed residential future land use will allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5 and typically allows a density of 6 dwelling units per acre. The combined marina and mixed-use residential parcels could allow a total of 295,990 square feet through a CPD, and with this change to pedestrian commercial, that could allow up to 493,317 square feet, which is an increase of about 200,000 square feet for development potential. In terms of neighborhood compatibility for this map change, the comprehensive plan refers to the area both as the north end and the core area. The 1999 comprehensive plan doesn't provide exactly a vision for this part of the core area. However, it intends the north end to be quiet and downtown adjacent, whereas the core area is intended to be part of the downtown action with a high level of commercial activity. I'm gonna continue through here. The main purpose, it goes through in the staff report, the specific requirements of the different future land use categories. The point that staff wants to make sure is understood is the future land use map amendment does increase the potential for nuisance issues for the surrounding single-family homes. Issues of noise, traffic, visitor, guest vehicles, delivery service, sanitation vehicles, as well as view obstruction and general congestion can be associated with significant increases in commercial and lodging activities. These concerns, as I noted, can be addressed and maybe have been addressed to your satisfaction through the accompanying CPD application. The town council is charged with determining the thoroughness of those mitigating measures as proposed in the CPD application. Staff does find, however, that the request to amend the future land use map is not clearly in the public interest, which is what the comp plan charges us with identifying clearly in the public interest. Although additional commercial land adjacent to the existing downtown may be beneficial, it does not necessarily provide a clear benefit to the town and will result in traffic and noise impacts to the nearby residential uses. The Moss Marina has acted as a buffer between those commercial uses and the neighborhood. Even though it is a commercial operation, it's one that the neighbors were used to and was sufficiently controlled that the neighbors saw it as a buffer between those uses. It can also be considered that the area lacks sufficient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure to support the proposed amendment. The residential streets, Harbor, Bonita, and Third do not have sidewalks at the moment. They don't have public infrastructure. You may want to consider that we've now cut off the resort from that, so there may be less pedestrian or bicycle crossover into that neighborhood at this time. Staff, in our recommendation, review the request and found that the comprehensive plan amendment request did not meet the requirements set forth in Land Development Code Section 34-92 and Comprehensive Plan Policy 4C4. Therefore, staff recommended denial of the application to change 3.53 acres of marina future land use and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial. However, if the town council finds that the concurrent CPD application for this area adequately demonstrates that the proposed development is, and I put in parentheses because it's a quote from the comp plan, clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner, approval could be granted. Approval of the application would be recommended if the CPD application is found by the town council to sufficiently address policy 4C10.
All right, John, questions for Judith?
Not at this time.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Council Woodson?
I'll hold.
Council Safford?
I'll hold.
Oh, wait. What's your name again? Oh, Megan.
Good afternoon, almost evening, but good afternoon. Megan Strayhorn for the record, legal counsel for the applicant property owner, Freeland Florida Holdings LLC. This is the CPA request. I am gonna keep this very, very brief. We have presented this hearing at the LPA level that had a unanimous approval. We did a presentation at the first reading, which had a unanimous approval to move it forward. And we have our application materials prepared by our expert witness and expert witnesses, Mr. Patrick Vaness, as well as Ken Galander. We would ask to incorporate by reference into the record not only the LPA hearing, but also the first town council hearing, as well as the very initial LPA hearing on this matter, which occurred April 8th, 2024, where it was first presented. Now, that wasn't a favorable vote, but it was a very, 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 very detailed presentation. We incorporate those here too by reference, as well as supported by the underlying application and materials. If you all have any further questions, we would be happy to go through them with you all. This is about the same property and project, requesting for everything, 7 of the 10 parcels to be converted into the pedestrian commercial category zoning designation. So our team is here if you have questions. Otherwise, we can defer to you for a vote.
Any questions, Scott, for Megan and or Patrick or any of the other team members?
I do not.
Karen?
I don't.
Vice Mayor?
No questions.
Counselor King?
None.
All right. I do not have any at this point. I think we covered them all.
I think we covered them all.
All right.
If I can,
Yes.
just for the record, so the approval of the LPA is basically their recommendation that the proposed change is consistent with the comp plan, again, basing their approval that it is in the public interest. So I just wanted to make sure the record reflected the consistency issue.
Okay.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Britt, for that. And our expert has previously testified that this is consistent with the intent in the vision of the comprehensive plan.
Okay. Thank you, Megan. Public comment?
Yes. Please, have at it.
Is there anyone still here that would like to speak in public comment regarding this amendment to the future land use? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. I'm assuming you don't have any rebuttal? Okay, then I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion and or motion? Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 25-05 comprehensive plan amendment, marina and mixed residential to pedestrian commercial Flu Arches Resort.
Okay, there's a motion by Counselor Woodson,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Discussion. John?
No discussion from me.
Vice Mayor?
Nothing additional.
Okay. Scott, again, I'll just reiterate the same reasons I can't support this. I agree with the staff's recommendation that this is clearly not in the public's best interest, and it is in the interest of the private petitioner landowner. But again, I support what you're trying to do here, just not in intensity of which it's being proposed, so. All right, we got a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, Counselor Woodson,
Aye.
Counselor Safford,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt,
Aye.
Counselor King,
Aye.
and I'm a no. The motion carries unanimously 4-1. Congratulations. Thanks for sticking out, what, 8 hours? Long hour. All right, that brings us to item C. This is a quasi-judicial item, is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-12, the Salty Crab redevelopment. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying to rezone the property located at 1154 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00011.0000 in Fort Myers Beach from downtown to commercial plan CPD to allow for an increase in floor area ratio from 1.2 to 1.96, decrease the setback from 10 feet to 0 feet, decrease side setbacks from 20 feet to 0 feet, and for a 100% reduction in parking requirements from 58 spaces to 0 spaces, and increase signage from 32 square feet to 115 square feet, and conditions providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of laws, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations of the site. Councilor
Mayor,
King?
I'm gonna interrupt you.
Yes.
Under item number 2, did you say decrease the street setback? I think I may have just heard decrease setback.
It said discrete, well, I
You
thought I
say
said
it.
discrete, decrease the street setback from
Thank
10
you.
feet. I believe I did, but
Okay,
we'll correct it.
it's verified. Go
Okay, it's
ahead.
verified. All right, John, any ex parte communication?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor
I
Adderholt?
don't believe I've had any pro or con.
Okay.
I've had none.
I did not have any. Obviously, I've been by the site many, many times. We'll wait for Counselor Woodson to disclose her ex parte communication. I tried to read slower.
I tried to go faster.
Too much information.
I have had no conversations since the last time they came before us.
Well, they couldn't have. It's the first time.
I mean, well, yeah, but they can't, oh wait, this is salty crab, never mind. I have had nothing. I had nothing.
Okay. Judith, have you?
I got nothing.
Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council. Based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Fred? Whom else you got with you? You've been, I think, qualified already, haven't you?
I have been for sure.
Okay.
I have with me, Greg and Jimmy, they're architects on the project, and we
Okay.
did have a civil engineer, but he had a 4 o'clock appointment that had to go.
Makes all of us.
I know, it got us all. So I'll let them share their.
How you doing?
I'm Greg Walden, Vice President, BDG Architects, 400 North Ashley Drive, Suite 600, Tampa, Florida. Here on behalf of Salty Crab.
Okay. And what's your expertise? What is your?
I'm a licensed architect.
Okay. And you, sir?
I'm Jimmy Penley. I'm with BDG Architects. I'm a senior project manager.
I would move that both of these gentlemen be considered expert witnesses.
I'll second that. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. You are now experts. Okay, Judith?
Judith Franco with Community Development. RVI Planning and Landscape Architecture on behalf of Greg Powers and Clownfish Restaurant Holdings. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from downtown zoning to commercial planned development. The request is to rebuild the Salty Crab restaurant as well as an ice cream shop at the 1154 Estero Boulevard property after the previous establishment was destroyed during Hurricane Ian. They initially came to us with variances, but we found that what they needed really could only be accomplished through a CPD, and I'll walk you through that. This application was heard by the LPA at their May 13th, 2025 meeting. The LPA voted 7-0 to approve with conditions, the CPD with deviations. So this property, because we had to go with the CPD route. The CPD requires that you use the standards of a commercial resort zoning when you're requesting deviations. So even though the site falls within the downtown zoning, they can't use the downtown zoning as their standard. So some of their deviations that they are asking for come out with that, which would have been in line with the downtown zoning, but are not in line with the commercial resort. And while
Judith, as you go through on those, can you just specify, just for the record, which ones, if it was in the zoning district, that deviation wouldn't be required?
Yes, so why don't I do that now, because some of these get covered when we do that. So, their first deviation, Land Development Code 34-645, Table 34-2, is for a street setback that specifies in the commercial resort zoning that no building or structure shall be placed closer than 10 feet to Estero Boulevard to allow for a 0-foot setback. So if they were not looking for a CPD and then they could accomplish what they want with just a variance or by right, then they would have a 0 lot line setback. So this deviation is caused by the CPD mechanism. The second deviation, Land Development Code, Section 34-645, Table 34-2, is for side setbacks. It's similar here in downtown zoning. They would be allowed to have 0-foot setbacks, but because the code requires when you're doing a CPD that you look at the CR zoning standards, they need a deviation to get to the 0 lot line. Deviation 3 from Land Development Code, Section 34-645, Table 34-2, for floor area ratio. So this is why they had to come for a CPD, because they need to deviate from the required FAR. The CR zoning district has a maximum of 1.2 floor area ratio, whereas the downtown zoning would permit a 1.8 FAR. What they're asking for is a 1.96 FAR, which is much closer to the downtown zoning upper limits, closer than with the commercial resort requirements. The applicant has also asked to consider, and that includes all of their area, even storage in areas that are below BFE, that sometimes other applicants ask for exceptions from or deviations from. They've noted that if those areas of storage and circulation on the ground level were excluded, the FAR would be closer to 1.3. Deviation 4 from Land Development Code Section 34-2020 D2A and H for restaurants requires a minimum parking area of 8 spaces per 1,000 square feet of total floor area, plus any outdoor seating area. So this restaurant previously had 0 parking, and that's what they're asking for, 100% deviation to provide no parking for the restaurant. We did work with the applicant to ensure they had some pull-off areas for loading and unloading. We wanted to make sure that they were not gonna impede traffic on Estero Boulevard. It's a small space, but they have figured out a way to allot some space for a large van to be able to pull off. And typically with restaurants, those services occur early in the morning, so we don't expect there to be any conflict with Estero Boulevard.
Judith, it's my only question for this is that you say it allots for a large van, but not like a semi-truck for like a beer truck or?
No, and the applicant can tell you the specifics, but it would not allow for a large, I don't even think a box truck, but we can ask them for the
I'll ask
specifics.
them. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, cause that was a big point of contention with Lee County and the Lee County Sheriff's Office about blocking the sidewalks.
Yeah.
blocking the center lane,
So
parking on Lee County's Crescent Park. That was a big thing during it.
previously, they had been able to, there was a parking area for Crescent Park
Yes.
there, abutting them. The preliminary plans, they have not submitted to us, but the preliminary plans we've seen from Lee County get rid of that parking area. There are removable bollards where they could get their maintenance vehicles on there. They also are proposing to have trailered restrooms that would be road-ready to be hooked up, so they have removable bollards for those types of access, but there would be no longer, their proposal is to have no longer have any public parking in Crescent Park, that all of their parking would happen at Lynn Hall.
Yeah.
So
That
they-
was the big problem, is that the ADA parking spots there were
Right,
getting
they had that
blocked.
one guy that
Yeah.
pretty much
Every
sat there every morning wanting to pick a fight.
Yeah. He dev- yeah.
And they did, I know they initially had reached out to Lead-Tran because there is a stop there, but Lead-Tran did not want to give any kind of agreement for them to use the space because there is the potential for conflict and, although, you know, they could potentially use it during early morning hours, Lead-Tran was not comfortable putting in writing, you know, any kind of agreement because the stop is dedicated for the public transit service.
I'm just wondering, because it's early in the morning, is it something that potentially wasting away? Could an agreement be worked out to be able to pull in there early in the morning to get them off of Estero Boulevard? I don't know if it would work or not. I just don't wanna go down the same rabbit hole we went down before the storm, that LCSO was calling us saying, why are they parking on the sidewalk, and why are they parking in the center lane, or blocking Crescent, or just wanna try to avoid that.
So, the applicant has a presentation, and I think they've have somewhat of a plan to alleviate that. It was just difficult to accomplish a full turnaround for a large truck on such
Sure.
a small property. So they've made some adjustments from what we initially saw to be able to get, even a smaller
Deliveries,
vehicle
yeah.
to, not a small vehicle, but a van or something like that to do deliveries.
So Judith, just again, this will alleviate questions down the road, but as I understand the new Crescent Park design, and maybe Jeff or you guys know this, but they're gonna put restrooms right over in that corner?
Yeah.
Could the restrooms somehow be incorporated into the Salty Crab and then then maybe the Lee County then allows them some use
So
to
the-
park and drop things off and?
The problem with that, I mean, I'll let the applicant answer your question,
I just
but
didn't know if you were
is
involved in
that
those conversations, yeah.
below flood, like the Salty Crab can't have any restrooms below flood. So that ground level, there's no bathrooms in there. All of their bathrooms are up on the second floor. So that would mean that everybody visiting Crescent Park would come in through their facilities into their restaurant to use their bathrooms, and I don't know that that would be
I got you.
convenient.
Okay.
Not even for the little ice cream proposed thing that's down, I'm assuming that's on the other side of the,
No, they cannot have, I mean, I'm not the floodplain manager, but they cannot have restrooms below flood because it's in the high velocity zone.
it is, or is it just on the other side of it?
No, it's within. They
It is?
cannot have,
Just the way the line comes? So how are you getting away with having an ice cream shop down there?
So
Well, I'll ask you guys when you come up with that.
okay. So, since you've mentioned that, that is the statement that I will make is that this is a zoning approval that you're making, and, anything along those lines will get reviewed at DO. So they have reached out to the floodplain manager for the town to work through that. There are some limitations in terms of where the utilities are located, and shut-offs and things like that, and how they, potentially have gates or other systems to accommodate that. The approval here today does not guarantee them the right to an approved development order or, you know, approved building plans. That's still a process to go through. So,
Okay.
to say that.
Didn't mean to sidetrack you, I know you're.
That's okay. So that was, deviation 4 was parking. Deviation 5, Land Development Code, section 30-5, A1. This is for signage. Typically you'd only be allowed a maximum of 32 square feet of sign area. And this deviation would allow for 5 signs for the Salty Crab Bar and Grill with a combined total sign area of 115 square feet. They have diagram showing where they're proposing to put those signage. So they have the front on Estero, but then they also have the full side that faces Crescent Park, and so they're asking for a larger sign there. And they've noted the signs are in size ranging from 14.2 square feet to 20.1 square feet. So none of the individual signs are over that 32 square foot maximum. In discussing the findings and conclusions and the recommendations, I would point you to the findings and conclusions as stated in the staff report. But in general, we find that the application is compliant with the town's comprehensive plan, and is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. I can answer any questions with that, but I would refer you back to the staff report for the full run-through of those findings and conclusions. So staff is recommending approval with conditions of this application. We have 4 conditions of recommended conditions of approval. One being a photometric plan that would comply with all of the turtle-friendly rules of the town. The applicant has offered as a public benefit to provide a cantilevered shade structure from the Estero Boulevard facade to shade the public sidewalk in front of the property. Third condition, final architectural design must be generally consistent with the renderings provided that I believe they're going to show you today, and the applicant must apply for and receive all federal, state, and local permits for the reconstruction of the proposed structures. So that covers the compliance with the floodplain regulations.
Okay. Any questions for Judith, John,
None at this time.
Jim, Karen,
I'll hold off.
Scott?
I'll hold off as well.
Thanks. Ken?
Hey, you're not Megan.
Huh?
You're not Megan.
No, not Megan, not Ken. It's,
Yeah, it's been a long day, sorry.
Yeah, oh, no, it's funny how that is continuing on and sticking.
Yeah.
Anyway, Fred Droplik from RBI Planning and Landscape Architecture. Glad to be here with you this afternoon. I of course want to be expedient about this, but there's enough details that I just gotta hit that'll probably answer questions, but I will try to keep it concise. We've gone through the request. There's really not too much more to say about that, so except that we are trying to meet the height and the height requirements of the downtown district, and then we would have met the setback requirements of the downtown district as well. So those are 2 points that we're not asking for a height deviation. I think we meet the goals, objective policies of the pedestrian commercial future land use category, particularly in this downtown core with a walkable restaurant.
Fred, before you move on,
yeah.
and not to go back to Judith, did I miss it? You said that there was the variances they were requesting, you thought it was better for them to go into a CPD. What exactly was it that you're going through that pushed you to recommend a CPD versus going the variance route?
Yeah, the floor area ratio.
That's what it was?
Yeah.
That's the only thing that caused, okay.
Yeah, additionally, we had a variance for parking. And then when we were doing the CPD, we put the signage in there because it was easy to capture it then instead of doing a special exception later.
It's pretty much the same reason the beach bar went CPD route, correct?
Yeah, so.
For the most part,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're hitting some of those things that are controlled by the comprehensive plan, then it makes sense to take them through the CPD process instead of the individual variances. So over density, over FAR,
Okay, thank you.
uses,
Yeah.
I guess would be other ones, height, maybe, height.
All right, so let's go right to the site. I know everybody knows where the site is. I want to just show that a little close up that we are next to the Margaritaville building. There is a sidewalk in between. There's a 5-foot sidewalk on the Margaritaville side, but we're proposing 0-foot setbacks on our building, so it would be right up against their parking or their sidewalk area, which are just designed as service entrances and exits in the back for the Margaritaville building and similarly for ours.
Isn't it considered a beach access though, too?
Not on in between the buildings, no, I thought the beach access was on our other side by Crescent
I
Park.
thought that was considered a beach access as well.
Is that the one? Okay.
I think that was the one they
That's-
added, but.
So the 5 feet? Yeah, I thought it was on the, but you're right, there's one right there. I thought it was on the other side, but.
Yeah, it could be
okay.
the one that's on the entrance side to the stairs and all of that. That could be the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah, so, but you're right, there is one there. So the pass, and here's, the reason I show this is that, this really leads into our floor area ratio request. So the original restaurant, and I rounded up the numbers to make sense. They're ballpark, so, but I rounded them up just for ease of discussion. The exact numbers didn't really make a difference on this discussion. I think you'll see what I mean. So the restaurant use previously was, landward of the CCCL was about 6,000 square feet total. Approximately 5,000 square foot were under some type of roof. And then 4,000 square feet of it was all on the ground floor. So all their back of house, restrooms, everything was on the ground floor. The second floor area was less than 2,000 square feet, and they had seating up there for the restaurant. So what happens when we now need to elevate all those things that were on the ground floor before? They need to go onto the second floor. Everything under roof is now FAR. So really, it's the expansion isn't as significant as the 2.0 FAR sounds. It's really that we just need to elevate almost everything that's really useful. So we'll show you the exact floor plans, how we broke down the bottom floor to get better use out of it. And then the top floor is the majority of seating and all the back of house, the elevator service and the restrooms. There's some pictures of the past. I mean, everybody knows what this part looked like before. It's fun to see pictures of what it did look like. And then hopefully you feel like the new design is a great improvement over what it was, and just the new and modern look. So those go from pictures, a couple years before Ian to on the far right-hand corner there, right before the final removal of the destroyed restaurant. So the future, we'll go through some of the architectural renderings. This is, of course, looking, going down Estero Boulevard, looking at the Margaritaville to the left of the building. So it's a two-story structure with fairly high floors, but we're about just under 26 feet total as far as zoned height. So we're 4 or 5 feet below the zoning requirements for 30 feet over flood. And so the flood elevation here is about 19.6. So that ground floor, we kept it a little bit lower. The actual floor height is really on where that second level of the white crossing, the white beams are crossing there. That's the actual probably service level of that next floor. So tall, but tried to drop it down and make it a little more pedestrian friendly and interacting.
Fred, is there a reason, this is a minimal question, but is there a reason why, I mean, the previous slide, the salted crab used to be so colorful and so vibrant, and you've really flipped the page to dull and gray and not vibrant and like what it was before. Is there a reason why or is this just for display purposes and it might be different colors?
Well, I mean, it can be different colors. So part of it was Margaritaville had so many colors on it that it almost starting to. We had several renderings where we put different colors on the facade. Yeah. So it almost started to blend in a little bit and look like it was part of Margaritaville. That was a little bit of it. Part of it, modern color palette with the gray is attractive because then it makes everything else that you put in color really pop out on the building. So the logo, any mural, then pops out. We are not opposed to color and looking at color on that. It's just something that for those reasons they've made the gray look, that kind of weathered ocean look. So
I just remember so many people would
Yeah.
stop along the boulevard or the side of the buildings and take pictures because of the artwork and the stuff that was on it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah, I see what you mean. That was interaction at the street level. So, again, I understand it's a minor thing, but we're not opposed to doing that and looking at some more color and brought into that beyond the mural and the logos. So you see to the right there, that's the Crescent Beach entrance. It obviously isn't accurate to exactly the way it will be, with the removable bollards there, but this gives you an idea of the interaction with the Stara Boulevard. This is the straight view, so it shows some of the awning that we want to create, create a little bit of shade, at least in this area, over the sidewalk. And then there'll be the ice cream shop there that is more of the interaction with the pedestrians there.
So Fred, so when the Miller beer truck, semi-truck comes, where does it park?
Yeah, there is not a place for that right now.
What happens then?
So they have to work, and I can maybe have even Greg and they'll work with them on a daily basis, talk to that more. Right now, we will have to work through a solution for that. So we added, which never existed at all, a delivery area. And so some restaurant supplies that are in smaller trucks or vans will be able to back into there and use that. That does not obviously occupy a box car or a box truck or any type of semi whatsoever. So that is true.
But I mean,
Even at the 19-foot height, it wouldn't accommodate that?
It's the width, probably.
The width is tough. I mean, these guys have figured it out a little bit closer, but I'm not sure about the 19-foot height, but that's not what we were proposing there for the height on that door. It's a 10-foot, more of a typical garage door, like a single aisle garage door.
So, I mean, just in your mind, what's the plan when the beer truck comes? What happens?
Yeah. So do you guys want to take that one? Yes.
So that's one of the discussions we've been having with Greg Powers at Beachside Hospitality Group, and the intent is to do all those type of deliveries in the early hours, or either early or late at night, in the time when the bus service wouldn't be running. There are certain vendors that they'd actually trust with keys to the restaurants. They do that now in other tight spaces they have, other communities, and so that's their intent on those. Other deliveries, they propose to do the smaller van service deliveries, or even shuttle. So it may be a multifaceted delivery where they would pack up the van off-site, bring it there, and do it into the loading bay there.
Is Lee County, they don't wanna facilitate your parking at an interim basis?
So they're not, in terms of parking on the park?
For Crescent, yeah, just, to have a little space.
So that's still under design. We have reached out to Lee County. We are in discussion with them, but that's not anything I can sit before you today and say that anything's been worked out on, but we certainly reached out to Lee County.
Well, I would
That's
encourage you to work
ongoing.
with the town for Wasting Away, as well as maybe Mr. Richard and his, on Crescent Street, he's got the parking there.
Okay.
Maybe that location could work, because I really don't want this to get into a thing with, our staff has to go down there every single day because the beer truck is parked in the middle of the street, and then we have to get Lee County Sheriff's Fault. I mean, it got very contentious. So then they started backing into Lee County, and then the gentleman in the ADA parking spot was calling, so we don't wanna go down that rabbit hole again, not for us or for you.
Yeah, nor do we, yes. Okay.
All right. This is facing Crescent Park. So the proposal to bring the mural back, and then it just shows a little bit of the signage. Underneath there are circulation areas, which we thought was that are open circulation areas. So when some of those thunderstorms in the afternoon or whatever, people could come under there. There's circulation areas to stay dry if you're caught out in the rain on a walk or on a bike ride on there. Towards the beach side, we have seating underneath there on the beach side, and then of course the restaurant and everything is up top.
We have service down below, I assume?
Yeah, we'll have service down below. Yep. The windows that you see on the upper floor are retractable doors, so they are able to be rolled up, and so create a great open air feeling, especially in season when it's a little bit cooler out. So create a great open air feeling to the entire building. So that's on that side, and on the beach side there's roll up doors on tracks. This one I can show you a little bit later, but that's just is the more detailed rendering for you guys. This does show the signage, and I'll go into that when I get to the signage sign. I have this kind of repeated on the signage slide, and we'll get into more detail there. This is a view from the beach side, not exactly accurate. There's a lot of other stuff happening there with the seawall and or a retaining wall and a few other things, but it does give you an idea of what the facade will look like. Another awning on that side. And then there is approved COP in a service area on the beach that they intend to use but not change in any way from the current approval to put seating there and have service on the beach. There's requirements for that. I have that outlined on the slides, but if you have questions about that, we can look at that COP ordinance that's approved.
I'm assuming it'd be the same footprint as what they had before.
Exactly, yeah, I think it's 1,261 feet or whatever, and roped off for requirements for hours of service and those kind of things, yeah. And that's the beachside elevation as well. This would be, include this in there, because we're far enough along. I mean, the Greg and Powers and the Clownfish, they want to move forward this as fast as they can. So, with optimism, we've been moving forward with development plans, meeting with floodplain managers. The civil plans are, fairly far along. They've been working on floor plans for almost better part of a year through revisions of this. So we're ready to go as much as we can be pre-zoning being approved. So they would like to be open by the end of 2026 if they can. Aggressive schedule, but that's their goal now, is try to get that as permitted as fast as possible. So we'll do everything we can.
Did you say open by the end of 2026?
Yeah, that's what they're hoping to do.
So, okay.
Yeah, they're still, I mean, they have a lot of things in the works already, so, we'll see where it comes out, but we're gonna move forward as fast as we can.
Not this season, but next season?
Yeah, that would be the goal. Site plan, there isn't much to show. I mean, we occupy most of the site of the building. This is a non-conforming lot. It's only 35 feet wide, so even by pre-1962 standards, this didn't even comply then to the 40-foot lot minimum, so. And I do say that because, I mean, there's really no way to design parking on this site. You couldn't pull in and have any type of turnaround, so there's no place for parking at all on this site. So non-conforming lot, and this just shows where the COP area is in the blue shade, and then the rest of the site is the restaurant. And then, obviously, it goes clear to the water, which isn't part of this request at all. On the right there are the hours, if you did have questions about the hours of operation of the COP area and of the operation of that in general. Yeah, the 1,561 square feet, that's what it is. Those are the limitations for the hours of service on the beach. So building heights, I use this elevation, but just shows that we're at 2 stories. We're allowed up 3, and then 25 feet 2 inches above FDEP, the design flood elevation. So 39 feet 1 inch actual height, and then zone height 25.2. And then floor area ratio. So this is where we get into the discussion a little bit about what we did with the site plan. So, like I said, the reason for doing this and needing this FAR is elevating everything out, out of the VE zone up above. And then everything under roof is FAR now. So that's where we're at the 1.96. That's almost the entire site times 2. There is a few areas on the bottom here. I'll show you the floor plan. I got a hard time for all the color choices I used to say at the LPA. So now I have new ones. So lavender or periwinkle. The purple.
Fancy.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. I thought maybe it's more lavender. I was told it's not orange. It was coral, so that's coral. And then the light blue, I don't know, seafoam.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
Okay.
go.
Yeah.
Nailed it, Fred.
So the orange area are the circulations, where you're, exactly that, walking around. Patrons are walking to either get to seating, get to a bar, get to another area, get to an elevator. The blue area are the areas that we created for storage and drop-off, dumpster storage, and other dry storage. And in that also could be included something like employee bike storage, something like that, because a lot of people that'll work here will work on island and bike up here. So we can use that area for bike storage as well. So we did.
Good idea.
Yeah, thanks. So, so those blue areas are really that we really, at one point we didn't have as many of those shown. We're like, we really need to at least solve to the greatest extent we can on site with some delivery, at least for the smaller things that limit the issues. And we understand there are still some hanging out there that we need to fix. But we will do that. We will fix that, but we at least tried to do some on site. So in that seafoam light blue area, we if you remove that area and not count that towards the FAR, we're 1.72, which would comply with the 1.8 allowed in the downtown district. And so that's kind of, that didn't determine that, but we were trying to show what that would look like. So if you remove all those circulation areas, which we didn't try to push that as a justifying that we were, you know, at the proper FAR. I didn't think that was fair, but if you remove all those circulation areas and blue areas, then you're at we're about 1.3 with actual usable area. All right, planning analysis. She did a great job going over these. The setbacks, I think, were fairly obvious about that, you know, because we're in the CR district now. Zero setbacks are allowed anymore, so, but we do comply with the downtown district where it was. The FAR we just hit on. Parking 100% deviation. And then the sign area, so the sign area I can address here. Actually, I'll do that in a second. Let's go to the parking first. So we did put in a little bit of time and effort to look at, you know, parking the region. So we made a map that shows the quarter mile walk shed, which is, you know, a standard that everybody uses that most people can walk, and it's a standard walk shed. Some people push it up to a half mile. That's the big orange circle. That's a half mile walk shed. And we include, but we counted the parking spaces. We're not as accurate as I've heard some people say that there's people on the beach that I know that know this down to the exact number of parking spots. I rounded up, it's 800 plus in this walk shed. So we believe that we're central in that walk shed, in that downtown core, that this is the exact right place for a use that was pedestrian oriented on Estero Boulevard, next to Times Square, next to a beach, surrounded by 800 plus parking spaces that can be used. And of course it operated for years and years and years very well without any parking. The sign area, here's why we did this. So I think uniquely this has three facades. There's the Estero Boulevard, there's Crescent Park there, which faces, you know, Times Square, and then there's the beach side as well. People walking down the beach and can see it as well. So we really have three useful facades with pedestrian traffic on it. So there's the pedestrian traffic that we were trying to capture at a pedestrian level. So you see the signs over maybe the entrance by Sweet Willie's or on the lower part there, so people don't look up naturally. So if you're walking along Estero Boulevard, you're just going to look to see what the restaurant is by looking over where the entrance might be. So we have one smaller sign there, but then one up taller and one up a little bit higher to see from a greater distance, like Times Square or somewhere around there. So we're trying to capture two things: three facades, and then pedestrian scale and the automobile or the greater distance scale. And so that's why we proposed 5 signs ranging from 14 square feet, and then the larger one we did put on the beach side on Crescent Beach is 40 square feet, so it is double the other ones. The one above the mural is a little bit larger. And that does total the 115 square feet though. So that was our request. We thought the logo of this, it's kind of it's almost historic. It's playful. It looks good. I think it has a beach vibe to it. I don't think it's a detractor or something. It looks like just huge words that we're trying to get, you know, up there just to, you know, advertise the business. I just think it looks really good, and we're just trying to work through those 3 facades and the different uses there. We are not asking for a deviation for Sweet Willie's. Every business and a multiple business location is allowed 32 square feet. We have 2 16 square feet signs for Sweet Willie's underneath the initial entrance. So there's no deviation for that. It's just for the salty crab signs. The staff report did a great job with our LDC compliance, and they're in agreement that we meet the 12 criteria. And the comprehensive plan consistency, they outlined well. We're in agreement with the staff report on that as well. And it's a long day, so I'm not gonna go through these individually. So let me summarize the key points and conclusions, and we can just get to the questions and concerns that you have. So, it's a rebuild of a downtown staple, and I think a much-needed service in the Times Square area. Fresh new look, built to all the modern construction standards and codes, which is exciting. Improve the walkway, so we improved the walkway along Stair Boulevard with some shade, as much as we could do. Ground floor design to interact with the public and produce interest in pedestrian interaction, consistency with the comp plan there. Ground floor open air seating, beach service in a highly walkable location. That facade facing Crescent Beach Park and Times Square, attractive and inviting. We think the mural will become a Instagram photo place and a place to get a good picture there. FAR deviation is really because we're moving back a house and everything to the second floor and putting everything else under roof. And then parking deviation is consistent with the original restaurant. And we believe that's in the proper location and essential for the rebuild on the non-conforming lot. So with that, staff recommended approval. LPA voted 7-0 to approve it. And we're looking forward to this. We believe this is consistent with the comp plan and the land development code, given the asked for deviations. And we ask for a motion to vote to move the second hearing. There you go.
Scott, questions for Fred?
Yeah, I love this project. My only concern is the big deliveries, the beer trucks, the Cheney Brothers big trucks. Have you guys thought outside the box, maybe talking Margaritaville, maybe talking to some of the neighbor businesses, potentially getting a delivery there and then picking it up? Or I know you're in contact with Lee County, but Dan's right. Before the storm, there was always an issue with the beer truck. I mean, it was daily.
It was constant, yes.
It was constant. And I'd like to see, if we decide to continue this to a second hearing, I'd like to see some type of solutions or ideas that you may have to mitigate those deliveries. Because I mean, in season, it just about once a week, right?
Yeah, well, the issue was with not so much the property owners as it was the people delivering the truck. The truck driver, he don't care. He just wants to get it off his truck and in there.
Yeah.
So he's going to stop wherever he can stop, closest to the building. So having some sort of plan in place to say that this is going to be in their contract, if you're going to be our service provider, this is where you have to park, or you're going to be paying significant fines. Because they got to the point where they had to start fining them, and that caused your property owner to start calling Lee County. That they started calling us, saying, "Why are your guys coming down on them?" Well, it's
Yeah, we don't want to come down on anybody.
Yeah,
we just want everybody to,
set some time frames maybe in there so that you got to be here from this time to this time. Obviously, traffic, and sometimes you can't do that. But to your point, it's crucial that you have some sort of plan in place to be able to mitigate that.
Yeah.
I would ask that you come forward at second reading with some ideas as well. One of the thoughts you might talk about is with your beer distributor and your liquor distributor. Sometimes maybe as a courtesy to you as a good customer, maybe they'll come in a smaller vehicle where they can accommodate your parking.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that has been one of the discussions that we had, so.
No, yeah, and if you're gonna use the same one, I think your point, Scott, Margaritaville, if they're coming with the one truck if it's the same distributor, one unload and you guys could pick it up from there and move it across the street, but.
Yeah.
Maybe you guys can pick it up in a van and then.
Yeah, all right, well, we'll definitely come with, we've been working through options. We'll come with a more solidified plan for the second hearing, for sure. Did have, Mr. Powers was here, but he couldn't hang on
We understand.
the whole day, but, this has been brought up as knowing this was gonna come up as one of the major issues for quite a while, so we'll continue to work through those and see what kind of better progress we can make the next 2 weeks.
Okay, thank you. That's the only, that's my only concern.
Karen?
So I know you've been in the works a long time on this, and probably just recently, in the past 2 or 3 months, the wave mitigation wall has come into play. So have you given any thoughts to, maybe not at the very beginning, but as things progress on conversations with the wave mitigation walls, would that be something that you would be considering to add on? It could also change your first floor dynamics.
It could.
Could
These
change
are
everything
changed.
else.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it enough to understand how that interacts with the current retaining and seawall that's there now.
It'd be in addition
In
to.
addition
In
to,
addition
above.
to.
but it
Oh, in
just-
front of.
Oh,
And it changes the V zone
Mhm.
to coastal A,
right, which is, yeah, big deal.
which is huge from building perspective.
Yeah, I can tell you, see if these guys have talked through that or any discussions, but. Yeah, I mean, I've listened to those hearings and with Elizabeth Fountain, working on those and, so, I mean, I think it'd be outstanding, so we coordinate in whatever way we could, for sure.
I mean, I would, not to steal your thunder, but that was one of the things I was gonna bring up as well. I mean, I would even wanna go as far as to make it a condition of approval, that you partake in the mitigation, because I think this council's been very clear that this is gonna be a big thing for us that we wanna push
It's the
forward.
direction that we're
For
going.
multiple reasons, so, between now and second reading, if that's something you could take back to your client.
Yeah.
Cause I would feel comfortable making it a condition of approval, that you're gonna partake in that, simply because I think your neighbors probably will as well, both Lee County and Margaritaville.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty confident that they're gonna want to partake in being part of that.
Yeah, and I wish Greg was still there, cause him and Mr. Torgensen have been in several conversations, so that may even been brought up already.
Very
So,
possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you could just bring some details and conversations back for the second reading, if it goes to the second reading.
Yes, of course.
Anything else, Karen?
No, that's it.
Jim?
I concur with what's been said, nothing additional.
Jim?
Or
Or
John?
John, sorry.
Nothing additional.
The only concern that I have up above and beyond is that little walkway now, that 5-foot walkway between there. In your plans, it's really hard. My concern is that's gonna be a very, very dark alley, and bad people do bad things in dark alleys. Some sort of illumination, obviously environmentally friendly to 24-hour illuminate that. Cause I believe, I don't know if you've looked it up, Sarah, or not, but I believe it is a beach access, but it is a beach
Okay,
access.
that's on-
Couldn't find the width, but
I think it's 5 feet.
Must
But it'd be nice to, you don't show it on your renderings, but to have some sort of illumination to keep that well lit at night, to keep the bad people from doing bad things in the dark.
Yeah, and
I think as well, if you ask that, Mr. Mayor, Margaritaville should participate on their side.
Yeah, and well, I don't know if you need to be both sides, or, I mean, it might be more difficult for Margaritaville at this point to add the lights, but if, it sounds
Well,
like
and they do have some.
Yeah,
they do have some out there,
They do.
okay,
Okay.
They have up-down cams along that entire path.
okay.
Oh, that's right, they do.
So
Yeah,
then
that
if
was a
you-
concern when we were going through Margaritaville, is that,
Yeah, the walkway, cause at the time, well, yeah, cause Salty Crab was there at the time.
Yeah.
It was there.
Just I'm not sure how it shakes out in practice, but because the beach access is on the Margaritaville property, they are responsible for lighting it. Generally, we discourage people from shining their lights onto other people's property.
I'm not saying shine on, shine down, basically like step lighting, so that the sidewalk is illuminated.
Right, but because it is part of Margaritaville should bear the responsibility for
Okay.
lighting that.
So then don't,
I'm not sure
okay.
what happens in practice, maybe we could check into that, in the meantime, whether there is any lighting, what?
As long as as long as they're building now, the photometrics line up, so that the 1-foot candle or whatever it is of public safety, if they have to enhance that from their building to be able to achieve that, or work with Margaritaville to ensure that the photometric study is met for public safety. That's all I got.
Great.
All right. Public comment. Anyone here, still here, wish to speak at public comment? All right, seeing none, I will close public comment. I'm assuming, Fred, you've got no additional rebuttal statements?
I do not.
Okay, I'll now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. I will move this to the second reading, encouraging you to look into the few things that were brought up here today, for the second reading on June 16th at 9 a.m.
I'll second.
Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? Aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. See you then. All right, next. Item D. This is a quasi-judicial item, agenda item, is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-13, Estero Island Beach Club. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled on June 16th at 9 a.m. or another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town council of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying to rezone the property located at 1836 Estero Boulevard, generally identified as strap number 19-46-24-W4-03200.00CE and 19-46-24-W4-03200.1010 to rezone from downtown to commercial plan development CPD, and request 4 deviations from the requirements to provide one operable doors along Estero Boulevard, 2 screening material on the ground floor, 3 increase the build 2 line setbacks, and 4 increase the maximum allowable height by 18 feet, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject disclosed and the identity or the person of the group or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made at the site. John?
I only recall one email from a concerned resident on Miramar Street.
Vice Mayor?
I concur with John on that, but that was the recent one. Then obviously previous to that, we've had lots of email correspondence. I would also say that I did watch the LPA hearing in its entirety, as I assume all my colleagues did. I'm just letting the attorney know that we watched the presentation already. It was excellent, and so that's all I have to disclose.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I would voice the same thing as Vice Mayor Adderholt, and I will say this is the second time or third time through, I believe, for these folks.
Counselor Safford?
Yeah, hopefully third time's a charm. I echo the same sentiments. I did receive a email, I believe yesterday or the day before, from Mr. Van Vossen, who lives at 71 Miramar. Other than that, since that last meeting, not very many emails, but I know these people want to get this going.
And yeah, I haven't had anything really other than what's already been discussed. I did at the LPA hearing happen to run into the applicants and had a brief conversation with them just outside the trailer here, but other than that and that email, there really hasn't been anything for or against. Judith again. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, has been identified as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Good morning, or evening, council.
Not evening yet.
My
We got,
goodness.
Oh,
we
we
got
just
1
turned to
minute.
5
No,
o'clock.
We got 1 minute.
Yeah, it is.
5 o'clock.
Good day.
Good day. There you go.
We
That's
have,
the lawyer.
we have Fred Droplik with RVI, who, of course, you've just admitted as an expert. You've admitted him prior. We have Mike Sheely, our architect. You've admitted him prior, and we do have John Shaw here. He is an expert as far as managing and construction.
Okay.
So,
Perfect.
thank you.
Thank you. Judith? Oh, I'm assuming you have seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes. Okay. Judith?
Judith Frankel with the Community Development. I'm going to apologize because Jason Smalley was set to present, but he had to leave, so bear with me. This application is for a commercial plan development rezoning for a 75-unit timeshare condominium with 4 deviations. The applicant is Estero Island Beach Club Association timeshare, and they're here with their agent RVI Landscape and Architecture. Estero Island Beach Club was originally developed in 1981 through Lee County with the 75 units, and 75 units has been verified through their HOA documents and Lee County property appraiser. There were originally 2 buildings that were 2 and 3 stories tall. In considering this application, we remind you to keep in mind that they will need to apply for a special exception for the portion of their pool deck that is seaward of the coastal construction control line. Okay, the applicant's lot is in the downtown zoning district, but as I said previously, because they're coming in for a CPD, then we compare them to the commercial resort standards. So I'm going to walk you through their deviations. Deviate from Land Development Code Section 34-995B1 and 4 regarding entrances, which requires a primary entrance and views into the first floor of commercial buildings, where the primary entrance to all buildings shall face the street, and where a building frontages exceeding 50 feet operable doors or entrances with public access shall be provided along streets at intervals averaging no greater than 50 feet. The intent of that is for like a retail or other similar commercial entity to have their entrance facing onto the street. You can imagine if it's a retail store, you want to have glass windows so you can see in and have that street interaction. As this is it's a commercial plan development, but it is a timeshare condominium. Staff felt the requirement to provide an entrance is less relevant in this situation because of its condominium/timeshare use. Not having an entrance on Estero will not largely impact their business or their visitors. Deviation 2 is from Land Development Code Section 34-992C, which requires the principal facades of hotel buildings that will not contain commercial uses below base flood elevation to screen under building parking areas. They do intend to screen about 50% of the parking area of the building facade fronting on Estero Boulevard and Palm Avenue. Estero Boulevard Palm to be fully screened, and a 5-foot hedge in the unscreened areas to help hide the vehicles. Pre-Ian, even though the timeshare is categorized as hotel motel because of the timeshare use, it is technically considered commercial, but there are no storefronts or retail uses on the ground floor because of the B zone and the nature of the timeshare. The applicant has proposed a series of plantings around the building which will partially obscure the ground floor area, including parked vehicles. The requirement for the screening is somewhat at odds with the Land Development Code requirement that ground floors on the beach side of Estero be developed free of obstruction to mitigate risks during a storm event. So they've kind of split the difference by partially screening it and then providing hedges and landscaping so that the parking is not going to be fully visible, but it still allows it to be mostly open, so in the case of a storm event, water could flow through without impediment. Deviation 3 is from Land Development Code Section 34-674A1 that requires build-to lines in the downtown district at this location to be from 5 feet to 10 feet, to not require build-to lines, but rather minimum building setbacks for the building on Estero Boulevard of 15 feet. The minimum 15-foot step back on Estero Boulevard is to provide for softening of the mass and height by providing distance from the right-of-way property line. So by setting it back further than the requirement, they're able to have more landscaping, more Estero Boulevard beautification, and it kind of further minimizes the massing of the structure past that setback area. Deviation 4 from Land Development Code Section 34-674 675B3C that requires maximum height of 30 feet above base flood elevation and no taller than 3 stories for properties on the south side of Estero Boulevard. So they're requesting 5 stories with 4 stories over ground level parking, 48 feet above Florida DEP design flood elevation. Staff recognizes that the location of the applicant's lot is adjacent and relatively close to multiple resorts, which are both more intense and taller than the proposed structure. The revised designs have taken the critiques of the previous designs from the wider community into account and have proposed a more modestly tall building which will have a larger footprint compared to the previous proposed structure. While the large area of open space has been removed to meet a more sprawling design, the structure is much more human scale when compared to other resort-style projects in the area. While the applicant is requesting an additional 18 feet of height, that's mainly being used to accommodate the pre-existing 75 units what the applicant is entitled to. Staff agrees that the additional height is a proper request while utilizing a commercial plan development rezoning process and will retain the general scale of what existed on site pre-storm. There are a number of public benefits the applicant is offering, which I'm sure they're gonna walk through with you. There are listed the findings and conclusions in the staff report, which I would refer you to read there in its entirety. The main takeaway is that the staff finds that the proposed development is in compliance with the intensity of the district and with the comprehensive plan. Okay. So staff is recommending approval of ordinance 24-13 with the 4 deviations contained therein, along with the conditions of approval that follow in the staff recommendations, which I can go through after because I'm sure they're gonna walk you through all of the proposed public benefits.
Okay. John, questions for Judith?
None at this time.
Jim?
None.
Karen?
None.
Scott?
None at this time.
Yeah, I don't have any answers either. Amy, Fred?
I think I can actually say good evening now.
I suppose.
Good evening,
As long as you're
council.
not saying good morning.
Not this time.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah, right.
Again, Amy Toubeau with Bretzel and Andrus for the record. I do represent the applicant. And along with me and Fred, we have Jim Murley and John Shaw. Jim is the president of the board for EIBC. John Shaw is with RAL and is the property manager for this site. We also, as I mentioned earlier, have Mike Shealy with MK Architects. He has done quite a bit of work on this project, both iterations. And then, of course, Bob Huff with Mecca Engineering. And to reiterate,
There we go.
sorry. To reiterate, this is a CPD request. Again, we are seeking to rebuild the 75 units and associated structures that were there prior to Hurricane Ian. This is a timeshare condominium. We are asking for a maximum of 5 stories, which would be 4 habitable stories over ground floor parking, with a maximum zoned height of 48 feet as measured from DEP design flood elevation. And we are proposing a floor to area ratio of 1.2 that does include the ground level parking. So we are not asking for a deviation from that. And with that, I will hand it over to Fred. Or do you want me to keep on? Yeah, I can do that. So, I won't go too deep into the history here, but initially we came to you guys with some larger view corridors. We had started with 5 stories on Estero and 10 stories along Palm Avenue in that sort of L-shaped design. We did get a recommendation of approval from staff and from the LPA, but again, there were some issues that you guys had with the height. We understood, so you did deny, you clarified that it was without prejudice, which is why we are back here in front of you today. So we resubmitted in February, we reduced from a max of 10 stories to 5, and we reduced the FAR in conjunction with that, so again, eliminated that deviation request that we originally proposed. And we've added some public benefits that will really improve the pedestrian environment, specifically will improve beach access number 31 and will hopefully give the town some revenue as well. So Fred will cover those public benefits in greater detail later in the presentation, but we just wanted to hit on that up front. Any questions for me?
No. Questions, Scott?
Nope.
Karen?
No, I'm good.
Jim? No. John?
Nothing currently.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. Fred Drovlik for the record from RVI Landscaping and Architecture, or Planning and Landscape Architecture. I'm not an architect. There's history here. I'm not going to belabor this stuff too much because I think our redesign is very positive. So I'll get to that. I have some historical pictures here that just show accesses from the Miramar Palm and from Estero Boulevard, what it did look like. I want to point out some things that changed. So there was back out parking on the Palm. That's gone now. All the parking is going to be under building, and we're going to provide landscaping on Palm. There was limited or really no landscaping in a lot of areas on here, just in the really parking islands and a few other areas in the parking spots. So we're going to enhance that greatly, and we have a landscape plan to show that. Multiple exit on Estero Boulevard, so consistent with the comp plan, the LDC requirements to eliminate curb cuts on Estero Boulevard for public safety as much as possible. We are proposing no access points onto Estero Boulevard except for pedestrian sidewalk access. There were moved a lot of parking up front. It's all under building now behind that, and that enabled a lot of green space and landscaping that I think is really going to beautify this stretch. And there was the prior building, so that was on the right-hand side or the Miramar Street side. That building was 3 stories there, and it was only about 10 feet off of Miramar. So now we're setting the closest building now will be a minimum of 30 feet away from Miramar, and we'll show you what we did with that access way. Oh, there we go. A few things that you'll see later in a quick, it'll hopefully just be a quick and fairly straightforward special exception, but there's an existing pool there and pool deck area that are beyond the CCCL line, so it can't be part of this zoning. But we do intend to put those back. The paver decks are still saved. You've seen them on site. They're still there to put them back. But that pool is to remain, pool equipment to be replaced. And then the CCCL line is really there to show you that there was part of that building, it affected almost, I think, 10 units, and that were over that line, so now they need to be moved back. So that was a little bit of the height increase as well, as we're pushing all that stuff back now. No parking on the Palm. We closed another entrance on Miramar as well. There were 2. One was real close to Estero Boulevard. That one's closed, and the main entrance is now about halfway down Miramar to just really better view shed circulation for Estero and from that entrance. In fact, it was in an odd place enough that for the most part they had that roped off a lot and didn't even use it. So we're closing that entrance on Miramar. There's just one on Palm, one on Miramar now. Entrance on Estero closed, and that's it. So let's look at the design. We'll point out some of the things that we did here. So I think the first thing you notice that there's really two habitable floors over parking, and then so I really call this like a 3.5 story because there are living floor or living units in the middle point there that are a third story of living units, and then there's some open area. Terraces and open useful space up on the roofs that we think are really attractive. This shows, it isn't exactly what would be there. The landscape plan that we have shown identifies the number of plants and everything that will be required there. But we do show the landscaping here. I think it's going to look great. But the one thing I want to point out is that the one deviation we asked for about screening the parking below, what we did was do the intermediary or intermediate, living walls, and then the rest of it is open. There's a little bit of an odd thing on the rendering that looks like it's almost glass underneath there. It isn't. It's all open except for the living walls. So you would be able to see through there, but we thought that broke it up and looked really good with some living walls in between there and added to the green and the enhanced landscaping and just kind of tied it all together. You can see behind there, that's where the 5 stories, so, you know, a good view from Estero, you probably won't really see the 5-story building, it's for living over parking in the back. So that, on Estero Boulevard, we're within 6 feet of complying with height on Estero Boulevard. So if we would have put a parapet roof on there, we would be within 3 inches. So, but we chose a pitched roof, just because we think it looks softer, it's a little more residential in nature and ties in better. And then we have to measure from the mean of that pitch, so it added 6 feet to it. But we thought that was a worthwhile trade-off to be a little bit higher there with that roof, but because of the softness that it gives that feel to it. Just less commercial in nature. This is from where you can see down a little bit of Miramar. I think a nice thing on this side is you see that corner on Miramar and Estero now is a fairly decent sized area where we're gonna really landscape that. And we're also gonna provide a little bit of pedestrian interaction there with a bench, a sidewalk that goes into the building, but also has a shaded bench area, so anybody that is walking down Estero Boulevard wants to take a break, they can sit there. It's a full public bench with a bike rack there as well.
Fred, would you consider in the effort of, it's a very small thing, but, you know, as we've been trying to promote walkability, bikeability, and you said this is gonna be a rest area for someone that wants to walk by.
Yeah.
Would you consider adding a like we have at Bayside Park, essentially a watering station that would allow both dogs and people to fill their water bottles?
Oh, the one up above?
Yeah, it's got, you know,
below? Yeah.
like the ones at Bayside Park. I
Yeah.
just think that enhances, I mean, it gets hot, it'd be nice if they have a place to sit. Something to consider between now and potentially.
Yeah, I think that's an easy one too, but I don't wanna speak for that, but yes, I think that's a great idea. So yeah, we're gonna do it through landscaping, so we'll have some trees, it'll be a little more shade trees that'll grow over the benches, the bench and the bike rack there, and yeah, the watering station, it's a great idea.
That looks nice.
This is just a view from the top, so here you can see a little bit of down Miramar, so the building is 30 feet off of our property line. We use some of that up for some of the public benefit, and I'll run through that, but this shows a little bit of the terrace area, you know, up above that. I even like from the street, it just provides that like little activity and interaction there. But then just for the people that use the timeshare, I mean, what a great fun feature to have up there. I did some so I want to show you where we were and where we are now. So this was the building prior. It shows the 10-story the 10-story part on the back on Palm, and the height that we had on the front. And I think just the contrast really shows. I think honestly, continuing to listen to the vision of Fort Myers Beach and everything. I think that building on the right, it finally feels like it fits into what we really, you know, would really want to see here. Where the other one, you know, 10 stories, I mean, it's just a whole different feel, and we get it. So, I think we're much happier with the design, even though it took some extra time. I think this is going to be a much better product and a much more, I guess for lack of a better word, just more of an intimate feel to the place and feel more like it did before. I mean, if you're up 10 stories, you aren't interacting with people down on at the pool deck level. If you're only 2-3 stories up, you really feel more connected to everything else that's happening, and I'm excited about that part. This is from the view from the top, so to speak, is the comparison what was and what we're proposing now. This is the building height and stories. So the one on the left shows the 3.5 stories and shows where we're height into the mean of the pitch roof, and then the 5-story zone height of 36.8 and 47.7. So we rounded that up. So our total request is for a zone height of 48 feet over flood. We just gave her a few inches to play with there. Floor area ratio, like Amy said, we are at 1.2 overall. We comply. So the ground level parking is 37,000 square feet. If we eliminated that, we'd be at 0.75. So I don't think, we didn't push the envelope here, we just complied with what we needed to do. The site plan, these are some of the highlights, and this is where I can get into showing you at least the locations of those public benefits. Come on. There it is. So that shows that we're minimum 30 feet off of Miramar, off the right-of-way, which corresponds with our property line. Dedicated perimeter buffers, so we have 5 feet on Palm, 5 feet on Miramar, and then 15 feet on Estera Boulevard minimum landscape buffers. No buffers are required, but that's part of what we wanted to do to enhance this. The single access on Miramar, so there were 2, now we're down to that 1, so that's where the single access to our property is located. We're about 120 feet at one point. I know the concern was, and I think it was because it was 10 stories, about creating a tunnel effect with Diamond Head next to it. And so we had the measurement for 120 feet away. With the lower building, it's probably not nearly as much of effect, but we're still 120 feet away from the Diamond Head building. And then the dumpster is, of course, on that side. It aligns almost perfectly with Diamond Head's dumpsters as well, so that'll be 2 quick pickup points, and and doesn't create any noise for any residential properties. So now let's show where the public benefits pieces are. So up front, what we were just mentioned, so now it'll be seated, shaded seating, bike rack, and a water station, our hydration station there. On the Miramar side, so, and this is on EIBC property. So we were able to set the building over far enough to create space. So what we thought we could do is create 5 parallel spaces on our property along Miramar for the beach access. Construct those and then turn them over to the town to use for beach access, to be able to charge and turn them over in perpetuity. So we do construction on them and then turn them over to the town. We're also proposing a 5-foot sidewalk on that side of the parallel spots. So 5-foot sidewalk that connects to Estera Boulevard, runs down to as far as we can on Miramar. There is a retaining wall there, so we have to turn it back out onto the road at the end, but we ran it as far as we could. At the end of Miramar, now this is different than our LPA, and this is really the only major change since our LPA presentation. There were 2 other parallel parking spaces south of our entrance that we showed prior. In discussions with several people, the property, RAL and the property management, what we found out was this, and them managing this property and being, facility caretakers and on site and seeing all these things all the time, what we discovered was this beach access gets used a lot for drop-offs. There's no parking or anything, so people didn't use it for that. They would go to the Diamond Head side because there was all kinds of parking on there. But people go down here, stop at the end, drop off beach stuff or whatever. People go out on the beach, then they would back up into one of the neighbors' driveways, turn around and head back out and then find a parking space wherever, and dad or whoever had to walk the long way after they found a parking space, went back, but everybody else was dropped off beachside. So we thought, what if we formalize that? We solve 2 problems. We solve a problem with people coming down and parking in the parallel spaces. Where are they gonna turn around? And making it somewhere official. They could have used our driveway that goes into our building, but what if we make it official as a drop-off point? And it'd be a turnaround. So how we designed that was it's 30 feet deep, and it's 22 feet wide, which would accommodate 2 cars parked side by side, and 1 being a possible handicap accessible side. So not lining it like a parking space, because we need signage that say no parking, just drop-off zone. But we want to make it wide enough for 2 cars could be there at the same time, and one of them be handicap accessible if necessary. Because we are proposing a Moby mat there too, so you could drive your person down there that would need a wheelchair or whatever, drop them off there. They would just go on pavement right to a Moby mat and be right out on the beach. So we thought it kind of killed 2 birds with 1 stone, and we would construct that along with the sidewalk, the parallel spaces, and then finish the pavement on Miramar. It's about 45 feet of pavement that needs to go to the CCCCL line, and then turn that over to the town for your use to do as you want to with it.
So with that turnaround area, you would stripe it or whatever, basically delineating that it's a drop-off zone, no parking type of thing?
Yeah. So we thought that, I mean, I love the idea. I would use that personally. I mean, this area along the beach there, it's not, with like a Stero Island Beach Club, Diamond Head stuff, the beach is not that busy there. If you had a drop-off zone like that, and then you go and park in one of those parallel spaces, I mean, that's the best of both worlds, so. So we're excited about that. We do acknowledge that, bless you. When the first time we came here, we were really thinking this is a rebuild. They have the right to rebuild their 75 units. Do we need to really focus and concentrate on public benefits? And we didn't that much. But just going through that process and just in abundance of caution and just wanted to be just even a better neighbor if we can, we thought through these public benefits. So.
Fred, will your entrances into your parking garage, would they assume they'd be gated of some sort, restricted access? So that people can't pull in there and just park?
Right. But as deep as we can, up almost underneath the building where the gates would go, but yes. Yeah, so no parking under the building for the public, yeah. We are meeting our parking requirements, but there isn't a whole lot of extra. They used to have 88, we're proposing 91. But you know how that goes, they get used up pretty quick. The occupancy rates on EIBC historically are well over 90% in season and over in the mid-80s off season. So very well used, and because of that, they do end up using most of the parking space most of the time. We are proposing this as one of the conditions to attach this to lock us into what would be planted there. So we do have a breakdown of, it doesn't show exactly every species that we're gonna put there, but what we did do is coordinate with the garden club on the right-hand side, that list of species. Those were ones that we worked through them when we were working through Pink Shell, and we worked through them on one other project as well. And so we met with them 3 different times and came up with this species list that we're now using. That's as least salt tolerant as can be, and preferred plantings, at least by the garden club, and native species, of course. So this locks us into how many plants are we putting along the different buffers as a, just as an assurance that we'll do what we said we're gonna do. The planning analysis, I don't need to go into some of this part very much at all. Judith went over the first 2 deviations very well. Of course, we're asking for 18 feet more in additional height, and we hope to feel like the public benefits offset that. And then the build two lines, we actually did the additional setbacks so we can have some landscaping and green space on all the sides and create a softer feel for the entire site. LDC compliance and comp plan, that we agree with the staff report, so I'm gonna just let that go. And we wouldn't be presenting something that we didn't feel wasn't consistent with the LDC and comp plan, outside of the deviations. So, we did do a public benefits, and we did an economic study. I believe the entire economic study was in your packet and was included. I'm just gonna hit quick on some of the highlights, but I thought it was a great exercise to show the difference of how much a timeshare can really affect things versus even a hotel. Just the positive impact is really substantial. This list outlines the 9 things that we're proposing as a public benefit. I did include the 30-foot view corridor down Miramar Street on there. That was an important one for us. It wasn't one of the we tried to do things well beyond that, because there's discussions about what isn't a view corridor, so that's fine. We didn't rely on that, but we did try to create some more space between the residences on Miramar and our building, so that was really, I think, the big benefit there.
Fred, would you consider adding a 10th one in the spirit of same as before, the public-private benefit of the mitigation wall participating in whatever that's going to be.
Yeah.
Would you consider
yeah.
that as a, between now and,
We don't know what that is.
well,
I live in Cape Coral and I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah.
We will, yes, I can consider
I think
that,
Fred
and
could,
I'll
between
talk
now
it
and the
through.
second reading, Fred, I think can explain it.
Yeah.
You can explain to him what it is and the benefits that would benefit them as the 75 unit owners as well as
Yep,
public
sure
benefit as
would.
well.
Yeah, no, I think it's a tremendous idea.
So between now and the second reading, if you could just catch them, in the spirit of time, I don't wanna go into exactly what it is, but you guys can work it out between now and the
Yep,
potential
absolutely.
second reading.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good one to add to the list, so we'll talk it through. The things in the color, I know some projects have put that up as part of the public benefits. I didn't. I listed it here because it's true, but we're not qualifying that as any of our public benefit because it's stuff that we're required to do. It's gonna be more sustainable because of the building, the requirements. Has a huge economic benefit because it is a timeshare. The safety with closing Estero Boulevard, I think, is significant for the traffic circulation, and it's gonna be a really good quality design. Really excited about having this kind of new infrastructure on Fort Myers Beach. So the economic study, I'm gonna go right to the conclusion on this. Couple of cool numbers beyond the occupancy that I just mentioned, the 90+ in season, mid-80s out of season, and the amount of people. So on average then, with the number of weeks that are there and the number of bedrooms available, about just over 11,000 people a year that go through EIBC. On average, each person spends $971 per person per week per stay. So that adds up to almost $11 million worth of economic impact just directly into the local restaurants and services. And that's year round. So this is a little bit more peak season, but this is steady year round traffic that any restaurants that's within, quarter mile to a half mile, which are these that we found so far, and it's a half mile town square from EIBC, are gonna get used by these 11,000 people over and over and over again. So beyond the tough challenges that there is with rebuilding a timeshare, and I'm gonna have Jim Murley kind of share his next steps and where he's come from and where they are now on what this is gonna take to really get this done beyond zoning. But, the benefits, I think, in the timeshare are just outstanding. What a location for that close to Times Square. And so, my conclusions, for AICP certified person myself, I believe this is consistent with the comp plan, the LDC, the goals, policies, and objectives. And would recommend that, or ask for an approval to move this for second hearing. But before we finish, I wanna have Jim be able to kinda tie this all together with his take on it and give you guys an idea of what the next steps it's gonna take to rebuild this thing.
Okay, Fred, just make sure nobody has any questions for you before. John, any questions for Fred?
No.
Jim?
Nothing.
Karen?
I'm good.
Scott?
Were you able to see the email from the resident on Miramar?
We did not.
Okay.
If you send it to me, I'll forward it to them.
Okay. Yeah, his two concerns were how narrow Miramar is, and you guys are offering to widen it, correct?
Just send it to you, Amy.
What, yeah,
Thank you.
add parallel spaces, which would widen it, yes, but not widen, it's not widening the actual pavement, so I think it's about 18 feet.
Okay,
or so.
but another concern was the turnaround, which you addressed, so
Yes.
you got that. The other one was the electrical poles running down Miramar.
Yeah, and those were for the second building, which is now no longer there, so we should have a chance to redo that. I don't wanna speak to what engineering can and can't do, but that was only there for the second building that was on our site, so we should be able to get rid of
Okay,
that.
I'll forward
tie it together.
I'll forward the email to Amy, so you guys can.
She's already got it.
She's already got
Got
it.
it, okay.
Well, it's coming still, but
Something like that?
it wasn't.
Yeah, so it's our hope that we can get rid of, we should be able to get rid of those. Now, I'm sure there's an easement and stuff there, so it'll take a little bit of effort, but.
Okay.
Yeah, it was for our service, so I think we can redo our service when we rebuild. Should be able to throw that thing underground and put it on, on the site.
Okay.
Thanks, Fred.
Yep.
Don't have anything.
All right, thanks.
Yes, sir, come on up.
I'm back with my 75 slides.
Perfect.
Great.
You probably remember me from the LPA meeting. I'm Jim Murley, and as Fred and Amy said, I'm the president of the EIBC board, have been for, seems like all my life, but at least these last 3 years seems like all my life. But I think the last 7 years, I believe. But anyway, just a little bit about EIBC. And if you watched the LPA recording, I'm sure you did, I got a little emotional, but it's a family place, affordable, and it's not just family, but it's the friends you meet. And that's what we've been working so hard over the last 3 years, trying to get it back to the way it was. And hopefully with a good outcome today, we'll be taking another major step forward in getting that done. A little bit of further background on EIBC is we have owners that actually reside in 40 states across the United States. We have owners as far away as Spain, the UK, Canada, Germany, and I just heard Guam. But anyway, many of our owners date back to the original change of a hotel into a timeshare back in the 80s. I was not one of them, couldn't afford it back then, but I was lucky enough to buy my first unit back in 2006 and have continued to take my family down each and every June. That's when the kids are out of school, and hope to continue to do that even though they're all getting a little bit older now. But anyway, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. The first time I came down here in 1975, driving rainstorm, 20 plus hours from Indianapolis in a minivan coming across that old wooden bridge. Sounds like a related song, doesn't it? That old wooden bridge, maybe not quite. Raining to beat the band, and it was so great to pull into that parking lot there at 1840 Estero Boulevard and be there for a week, and been going back, minus a couple of years, every year since. But anyway, hopefully with your assistance today, we can get back to where we were. As Fred said, you know, we want to continue being good neighbors to the Estero Island community, and we feel that we've been that, and we want to continue to be that as well. Representative of our owners, we had, before the storm, we had 3,825 possible rooms that could have been owned by owners, and the vast majority of those 3,825 were owned. To speak highly of the ownership that we've had in the past 3 years, we've lost less than 10% of those owners, which speaks for the ownership itself. I mean, they're sold on the island, they're sold on the Estero Island Beach Club, and they're looking forward to us getting this rebuilt with your help.
That's pretty impressive. I would have thought it would have been more than that.
Very impressive.
Well, and it as board members, it's one of the things we have to keep a close eye on, because as we go through this rebuild process, eventually we're gonna come to assessments, and owners are gonna have to lay out some dollars, and the fewer owners that you have, the numbers go north.
Sure.
But again, it's right at 9% that we've lost, and hopefully we don't lose many more. But we're convinced that we'll keep trucking along, and hopefully that we'll get this submission that we're presenting today approved. We've already started work on getting the RFP ready to send out to architectural firms. Our bylaws require that we have to get ownership acknowledgement that we're gonna do it, and then secondly, it requires that we actually do an RFP for hiring of an architect. And that's been a financial responsibility that the board did, because we didn't wanna outlay $500,000 or $600,000 to hire an architectural firm from the get-go, not knowing what the plans were gonna be, and secondly, not knowing if we're gonna get approved. But we're gonna get approved. Anyway, so that's gonna go out. My fellow board members and Amy and other people behind me have been listening to me push RFP ready to go. So assuming we get through the second hearing successfully, that RFP is gonna be going out to architectural firms within a day or two after that meeting. We're gonna have a board meeting on the 18th of June, 2 days after the next town council hearing. And at that point, we're going to finalize another bylaw requirement, which is sending out proxy votes with the plans that have been approved, at least through this council, along with our best estimates for rebuild cost and assessments for our ownership to approve the plans and those assessments. And those hopefully will be back middle of August. But I mean, we're moving aggressively behind the scenes as fast as we can, but at the same time being fiduciary, having the responsibility of being financially responsible to our ownership, because it's our money too, but we speak for a lot of people. Anyway, I don't have anything else other than my 75 slides. That if Fred, you want to show me how to?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Battery's dead.
Fred failed to mention that we've been trying to be good neighbors to the chamber and to the women's club with the sand sculpting events. We just committed ourselves to, since we don't have a lot going on around the resort right now, we committed to the chamber, I believe it was, to allow them to use our sand out behind our property in Gulf Sand to extend that great event that they just need more space. And so we've already guaranteed that they can use it this year, and but hopefully not in a couple of years, but maybe not. Any questions for me?
John, any questions?
No questions. I can respect and appreciate having gone through rebuilding the assessment issue.
I mean, nobody could hear me.
So,
Oh, they missed out on the 75 pages.
so I can respect and appreciate that, and hopefully things continue.
Thank you.
the way. I tell you, what is nice this time is there was some struggle last time between your ownership. There were a couple folks here that were not behind you, and it's nice that they're not here today, I guess. Maybe that's been addressed, and I thank you for that, and I think that speaks volumes as well.
Well, I think the thing that really addresses those two gentlemen, that party that came in, is the number of, all through this process, this is three, I think Karen mentioned earlier, if I can call you Karen.
That's fine.
This is the third renovation, or addition, if you will, of what we've put up. And, you know, every time that we had a different set of plans, we've been very diligent in sending out copies of those latest plans, and again, our best estimates of what it's gonna cost to our ownership, so that they've been apprised of what's going on. You know, they can see the recordings of our board meetings and all that. But I think the proof in the pudding is the number of people that have stayed with us. We've lost 9%, but that's a heck of a lot of people that stuck with us, and I believe will continue to stay with us. And regardless of what those other two gentlemen had to say, one of them, well, I won't say anymore.
We get it.
Good luck and congratulations.
Thanks, John.
Jim?
I just would briefly say to my fellow Hoosier, great presentation, great design, and tremendous effort. So thank you, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you.
Karen?
Can we go back to design number 2? No, I'm kidding.
She's got jokes, she does.
Good.
No,
I'm watching
I think
for
it
flying
looks.
objects from the crowd.
Yeah, really. I think it looks fantastic, and I'm anxious to move you forward.
Thank you.
Scott?
Good persistence, thank you. Thank you for hanging in there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at your construction timeline. That's pretty aggressive, but that says that what you just reiterates what you said. You know, 14 to 18 month construction timeline is pretty aggressive. But if you, congratulations if you.
Did we say that?
Well, that's what it says in the packet. It says once approved and permitted.
But, well, like I said,
It looked like I caught you by surprise there.
uh,
No, I appreciate the
the willingness to continue moving forward. I know it probably wasn't very easy for you and your owners but I think the persistence has paid off, right? And where I think
so.
a lot of people feel much better about this project than they did from day one. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Fred, anyone else?
No.
Okay. With that, we'll open it up for public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Anyone like to speak? Nope. Okay. I'm assuming there's no addition, what's that?
I think this is a record.
Okay. Are there any additional comments or rebuttal statements from
It is.
Amy or, nope? Nope. Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I just need a clarification, Mayor. The title says ordinance 25-13, but in the paperwork, it looks like 24-13.
So it's gotta be 25. It's
Okay.
gotta be 25-13.
That clarifies it for me, thank you.
I will make a motion to approve ordinance 25-13 for 1836 Estero Boulevard, to move on to the second reading for June 16th at 9 a.m.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion?
Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, for our next meeting, I'd like you guys to take a good hard look at that email and see if we can come with some solutions for those houses on Miramar. Especially
I
with
sent
regards
it.
to the electric, because now I'm hearing that quite possibly those electrical poles need Miramar. So if we could just take a good look.
Yeah, I'll definitely look, but there's just frayed wires and stuff off of the.
Well, I understand.
But those units aren't operating now either, so, okay, I'll check.
Just take a
Yeah, we'll
look,
at it.
please.
Yep, done.
And then Fred, seeing as how, if you could educate your clients, the
Yeah, the wave wall.
mitigation wall, as to what it would be and how it would benefit them as much as, although it's considered a public benefit, it's just as much a private benefit as it is a public benefit. Okay. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
All right. I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll see you on the 16th. All right, next is ordinance. This is a legislative agenda item, is a second reading and final public hearing for adoption of proposed ordinance 25-03. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Article 3, Beach Bicycle and Vehicle Safety of Chapter 28, Traffic and Vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, to allow the operation of electric bicycles on sidewalks, establishing safety regulations, establishing a maximum speed and passing procedures, requiring operation with the flow of traffic, establishing responsible parties and penalties, establishing additional regulations for the safe operation of bicycles on sidewalks, providing for codification, severability, conflicts of law, and an effective date.
So I will start, and I think Officer Yazzo is here, and
He
I think
is?
he'll
Look at him.
finish.
Oh,
Yeah.
Officer, look at him. Fancy.
Officer, sorry. Anyway, this item, has been before you before. This is the second and final reading. The proposed ordinance in your packet on page, it starts on page, 764. There are a few changes that you had asked for, at first reading, which we were able to implement. Those changes appear on page 767, and they are highlighted in yellow. Basically, the first one is clarifying that there would be some signage adjacent to or markings upon the sidewalk. That also bicycles would not be used on a sidewalk in a manner that endangers the safety of pedestrians. Also, adding a requirement that bicyclists must use due care and avoid collisions with pedestrians, including reducing speed, giving an audible warning when necessary, especially when approaching children, pets, or individuals who may appear confused or incapacitated. Also some changes on page 768 regarding the penalties. And I think at this point I'll defer over to Officer Yazzo for, discussion of those penalties.
Council, Thomas Yazzo, Emergency Services, Fort Myers Beach.
And now officer.
Nah, I gave that up many years ago.
Sorry.
So, I think what we need to address with this is just the safety aspect and how we want to try to pursue some of this. Again, we've talked about this before. For us to pursue an ordinance violation with somebody would be a little bit tough with some of this, so I think it's going to be more of a recommendation and reinforcement with education. So if we wanted to do the basic fine on any ordinance violation, there's going to come a challenge of the enforcement part of that. So we had talked about a speed limit, and I know that wasn't really come to with the number, but I think if we're going to establish a speed limit, it should be established in the same manner as what's on the beach when any motorized vehicle is used on the beach, and that's 7 miles per hour. The average human adult walks about 3 miles per hour. So again, it's a little bit faster than that, so they're gonna have to be very conscious of that. Again, with enforcement being an issue, it's going to be more education and us setting up areas with signage and us getting out there, feet on the street, and making sure we're out there with people, stopping people in the more egregious areas, which we know is towards downtown.
Tom, I thought I read 15 miles per hour in here. Now you're suggesting 7?
That was just the number that came up at 15. I would still recommend 7, but we could stay at 15. I think that 15 is fast on a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I never recommended 15. It was something that came up, but it definitely would have to be lower than that, to my mind, as a recommendation.
So I can comment on that. That was one of the questions that had been asked at first reading, whether we could implement a lower speed limit. We do have concerns about doing that. And the reason, the basis for our concern is preemption of the regulation of speed for lawful operation of a e-bike. So we would stay with the 15.
Because of state statute?
Yes.
Okay. Understood. So basically what you're saying, Tom, is the imposition of any of these fines would really be difficult to administer unless there was, God forbid, an incident where.
That's
you could-
correct. Yeah, the enforcement of this as a whole is going to be hard, to be very honest with you. I'm not saying we can't do it, but there's a real challenge to it, and it's going to require more manpower and more continued officers or rangers or deputies being on the sidewalk and being in those areas, which takes manpower to make that happen. And again, we can't run radar. There's not enough mass with the vehicles a lot of times for us to pick that up. So it would be a visual speed estimate to try to engage with that. And I think the bigger priority out there is just to make sure people are aware of the safety issues that come with a bike that weighs 70 to 80 pounds, 150-pound person on top. It comes down to anything where you have mass and velocity. Ending up against a human body is never a good outcome.
John, questions for Tom?
I'm not sure if this is germane or not, but the accident that happened yesterday, would that have been involved in any of this? Or?
No, sir, that wasn't relevant. That was
Okay.
a motorized vehicle on a street that moved out into the Estero Boulevard space. It appears to be unsafely. I wasn't there, and I did not do any reconstruction or the accident report.
Okay,
But that's
thank you.
what I'm seeing from the video.
Appreciate it.
Anything else?
No.
Jim?
Just a question for our town attorney. This preemption issue, as I understand it, Nancy, the state has preempted local municipalities by requiring that sidewalks in general are required to be allowed on the sidewalks. Bikes. And so what you're saying, I'm just talking about traditional bikes, so you're saying that the state also has a law that preempts the regulation of the speed limit of electric bikes?
Yes. And it's section 316.008. On page 775, we did a very short analysis of this particular issue. The ordinance that you have must restrict such vehicles to a maximum speed of 15 miles per hour. Any ordinance adopted must restrict e-bikes to a maximum speed of 15. The case law provides for an implied preemption of regulations to the state when the state mandates certain requirements. So for this reason, we're saying that the town should not consider a change to the language as stated in the statute, even if the proposed change would lower the speed.
So I guess what I'm wrestling with conceptually here, I'm not an attorney, so you've got a dynamic where the state has preempted the local municipality to require traditional bikes to be allowed on the sidewalk. You have a state preemption that says that you can't impede the speed limit of electric bikes past 15 miles or under 15 miles an hour. But yet, we are allowed to restrict electric bikes from sidewalks, correct?
So, yes, the issue becomes a implied preemption, where the state has an overall scheme of regulation. And so although it may not specifically give you language that says you can't do this, but because they have a totality of regulations on a particular area, there is an implication that you can't really do more, which would be to lower.
Interesting. I would just ask my colleague next to me, at an earlier hearing, Councilor King, I believe you recommended, and correct me if I'm wrong, which you will, that you recommended a sunset provision at some point so we could revisit this, almost like this would be a pilot program. I like that idea. Was that you who said that, or was that someone else?
I wanted us to revisit it at a certain point. I didn't know if it was a year or.
Could we get consent to include a sunset provision at 1 year to sort of force us to take another look at it based upon the record over this coming year? Would everybody be comfortable with that?
I don't have any issues with it. That would take you through a full season.
Yeah, give us a full season look at it, because even though I'm gonna vote for this, I've got very serious concerns about it. And I think having a sunset provision would allow us to assure our residents that within a year, we're gonna take another look at and take a look at some of the data, obviously. Talk to Tom here and get his sense of what's been happening, and we'll have a lot more evidence before us to consider whether this is a good idea or not. That's all I've got.
Karen?
So, in one piece of this, I saw that there's directional signs, like you would be, on the sidewalks, you would be going with the flow of traffic, not against it.
That's correct.
So is that something that we can enforce? Because that's obviously highly visible.
Yes. That's enforceable, by all means. That's something that we could definitely, I would say we start with education, again, as we always do, and then we could definitely enforce that part of this, by all means.
And we would have enough signage on each side of the road, or even, are we thinking about putting any kind of arrows on the sidewalk at all, or is
We would
any of
need
that?
permission from the county to alter their sidewalks in any manner, but yes, we do have the ability to put up enough signage, though, to make that happen.
We could
Okay.
certainly ask again, but the answer so far has always been no, but
Yes, sir.
doesn't mean you can't ask again.
Okay.
Because that's the public safety committees, that's been an issue of wanting to get some sort of striping down the sidewalk, but it's always been a pushback from the county to be able to do that.
Okay. But just the fact that we could enforce that because it's so visually off, okay.
Yes,
Thank
and that's gonna come again for us to be smart in how we enforce that. Timing, staff, where we're gonna put them. I've already spoke to Commander Layler about this, and some combined staff on the area that we would do together with a ranger and a deputy. They can't commit totally until we see where we stand and how we could set up some manpower for that space, but yes, that's something we could do.
Okay, thank you.
Scott?
All I have is I agree with the vice mayor. I think we should put a, revision clause, or let's take a look, sunset clause, however you want to say it, after a year.
I think that's a fantastic idea.
So we've got hard data and,
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add. There was something, but it slipped my mind. What was it?
Can I ask one question while you're thinking about it?
Please.
Tom, there's a provision in here which I like, It says, when passing a pedestrian, the operator of an electric bicycle shall reduce the speed of the electric bicycle to idle speed, meaning the lowest speed at which the electric bicycle can operate and maintain steering control. Generally, this will be between 1 and 3 miles per hour. Do you, given your life experience, do you think that particular, I'm less worried about somebody going 15 miles an hour than I am having them go 15 miles an hour passing a pedestrian. Do you think that language is potentially enforceable when someone's passing somebody?
Again, it would have to be a visual speed estimate, so
Yep.
we would have to have some training given to our people. I know LCSO does get some training in that, so I would defer in some respect to that unless they wanted to offer the training to our people as far as visual speed estimates and go from there. But yeah, it would have to be, there would have to be some more training on our side to make that happen.
Maybe perhaps instead of having to rely on something that you've admittedly said it's gonna be very difficult to, you know, just like going the opposite direction, all bikes have the ability to be pedaled. You know,
Correct.
so if you're gonna slow down to 1 to 3 miles per hour, maybe that's some language that could be added that would require you to be pedaling your bike past pedestrians versus under full power. You know, we aren't putting anything with restrictions for different classes of the bicycles, but you can see if someone's pedaling when they're passing pedestrians versus someone that's just hitting the throttle.
I guess that's a challenge for Nancy again. Nancy, not that I doubt your assessment, but how do we limit when passing to 1 to 3 miles an hour, which I think is a wonderful idea? How do we do that without violating the state's electric bike preemption?
I think it's because it is a component of the safety regulation of that. You know, everything's gonna be subject potentially to challenge. We have it there, hopefully they'll do the right thing and comply.
Yeah, I definitely think keeping it in there, and I'm hoping that particular provision, Tom, is enforceable from your standpoint, because that's the one that really potentially does harm to people.
I think the officer or the ranger who would write that ordinance would have to be able to articulate that it was done in an unsafe manner. So that would be the case. We'd have to bring it before a magistrate and articulate on our side that we believed it was unsafe in the way it was done, and that's the way we can enforce that, as opposed to trying to dictate and say, yes, they were doing 6 miles per hour when they should have been doing 3.
But as you look at the education opportunities and the signage opportunities, I think that particular phrase would be really helpful to promote,
I agree.
just from an education standpoint.
I didn't see anything in here. You done?
Please,
Scott?
yeah, go ahead.
The only thing I didn't see here, maybe I missed it, was rental companies. Obviously, we get a lot of transient people that come in and get the electric bikes. Is there anything that we can add in here as a requirement to rental companies to provide documentation to the rentals, or have them at least sign off in their waiver that they have to follow certain guidelines based on these ordinances?
Speaking to most of them, most of them have that language in their rental agreements about acting in a safe manner, carrying, you know, when you're operating because it is, in some respect, it's a motorized vehicle in some respect, so a lot of it's in their language already. So we would just reinforce that. I guess we could probably have something more particular to the ordinance, but we do that on an average basis. We go talk to them, and we do speak to them about when they're talking to their people about the golf carts going up on the sidewalk and all the rest. There is some of that in their contracts already.
With all due respect, Tom, I think Nicole's gonna potentially play the
She
biggest
is.
role in all of this, because I have to, and I think my colleagues would acknowledge this, is that there's a lot of misunderstanding out there. If for people who ride a bike on the sidewalk responsibly and kindly, they will still likely be yelled at by people who don't believe bikes are allowed on the sidewalk in general. And then you're gonna have this dynamic of passing people in your electric bike or a traditional bike without slowing down. So I think this, if I'm gonna push, if I was pushing education, I would let people know that, hey, you can ride a bike on the sidewalk, but when you pass somebody, you know, here's the proviso. I mean, because that's particularly for the rental entities. I mean,
It's definitely going to be a PIO space for us in some
I
respect.
don't worry about our residents. I worry about folks who come here and just don't know, or they're knucklehead.
The ordinances are different all across just Florida, no less the rest of the country. But the signage will be very important to that as well, because if you get good signs up and they're put in places where people are looking, they do see them. They may not like it sometimes, but they do see them.
Wait a minute, are you saying we're not gonna get the discounted 3x3 signs that seem to go up everywhere? It's like we
No.
got a discount on those things.
No, sir.
Just like,
What's that? Nobody can see it. All right, thanks. Any other questions for Tom? No. All right, thanks, Tom. Public comment. There's no one here. No, okay, so.
We know how to clear a room.
Yeah, I'll now close the public hearing, request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion? Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 25-03 for bicycle safety with all the conditions that we discussed.
So, according to my notes, there's two. One is in the paragraph, which is paragraph 5 on page, I believe, 768, where it references generally this will be between 1 and 3 miles per hour of pedaling without the electric assist. And then the second possible amendment would have been to sunset this within a year.
Or revisit
To
it,
come back.
Revisit
To
in
come
a
back
year.
and revisit within a year.
not necessarily sunset, but
Don't
revisit.
you have,
Revisit.
can you do it with just revisit, or do you have to have the sunset dynamic to force us to
I
revisit?
think revisiting would be better,
Okay.
because that way it can remain in place.
That's fine.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Earl?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well, that motion carries unanimously. Our last public hearing is a legislative agenda item and is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-08. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at another time identified by the town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending Land Development Code Section 34-236, notices to require applicants for rezonings, development agreements, and developments of regional impact to provide mailed and posted public noticing prior to local planning agency and town council public hearings, providing for severability, codification, scrivener's errors, conflicts of law, and providing for an effective date. Judith?
Judith Frankel with Community Development. This ordinance has come about because of some constraints that the current regulations place on staff. And some of the confusion that we heard at LPA meetings from the public about when noticing was required and what the impacts for not providing that notice would be. The current ordinance asks for mailed notices, but it specifically states if that is not conducted, then the applications can go forward. So there's essentially no consequences for not doing, and so just, let me back up. Noticing is different than advertising. So there are state requirements for advertising of ordinances, and that's when we send things out to the newspaper for public advertisement. So we still have to comply with state regulations. This is in addition to the state regulations. This is our own regulations for how items that are going to a public hearing, either at LPA or town council, get further noticed to the public. And what has been happening is the applicant provides staff with a map of a 500-foot radius. Staff puts together a postcard, mails out those postcards, and posts a sign at the property. What happens in a lot of other jurisdictions is that noticing requirement, that burden of that is placed on the applicant themselves and not on staff. So in thinking about what would be clearer and appropriate, this is the ordinance before you. So it does a couple things. It requires the applicant, in most situations, in I think all situations, when they're going to public hearing, to do the noticing themselves. So mailed notices and postings on site. It makes it a requirement, not an option. And then if they did not fulfill that obligation, then they could not be heard at the public hearing. So the difference here is if you are in a single family residential neighborhood and you're asking for a variance, then we are the way this ordinance is written, you would not have to provide a mailed notice to everybody in a 500-foot radius. You would only have to provide mailed notice to the abutting property owners. And that's to make it a little bit simpler. Most, not all, but a lot of the property, single-family homeowners, they do the application themselves or maybe with a little bit of help. And generally those variances are for setbacks, and the people who are gonna experience the biggest impact are your abutting neighbors. So, in a lot of cases, the variances, they go to LPA, they're unanimous, and then they don't go on to town council. So this simplifies it a little bit for those specific cases, but anything larger would still have to notice in the 500 foot radius. Something else to note about it, in some communities, this mailed notice, when the applicant is required to do it, they require certified mail. There's a cost associated with that. We are not requiring that through this proposed ordinance. What would be required is that they would have to provide proof of those mailings to staff, and we would, coordinate that with the town clerk. So they could photograph those mailed postcards with the stamp at the post office, a copy of what they're mailing, and a photograph of the sign when they posted it on site, so we would know. It also provides a time frame of 7 days ahead of the public hearing, so you'd have to do it 7 days before the LPA, just to make it clear what the expectations are for the applicant. This is not unusual in other communities to require the applicant to do this. We feel that this would not violate state statute, because now, even though the town does it, we bill the applicant for it. So they would just be taking on the cost instead of running that cost through the town first. It would also reduce the burden on staff, because those postcards take a lot of time to run through and print out and everything.
Okay. Scott, questions for Judith?
I guess my only question is, what about the neighbors that are across the street?
Yeah, so I'll read you the language.
'Cause a lot of times, if it's a view corridor issue,
Yeah. So
then-
for single family or two family home variances, so not a CPD,
right.
not a special exception, the applicant or their agent must provide photographic proof of mailed notices 7 calendar days prior to the scheduled public hearing date. Applicant shall mail written courtesy notices to the abutting property owners and property owners parallel to the subject property line across any right-of-way. So it would be across the street. So if you're in the middle of a block, it could be up to, say, 8 properties. So like the 3 across the street, the 2 next to you, and 3 behind you. That's 8.
Okay.
So it's all the immediate neighbors. So across the street, next to and behind.
Okay.
But it's much less than a 500 foot
Right.
radius would be if you're in the middle of a neighborhood. Just to reduce that for homeowners.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people across the street directly across the street were still getting notices, because a lot of times it's, somebody's putting up something that's gonna block their view, or.
There's still a requirement to have a sign posted in the front yard of a public hearing, correct?
Yes.
So that
and-
would still be there.
Yes, and what we have now, we have a template that we use for both the sign and the postcard, so we would post that template on the website, so the applicant would, could just download it and use that template that we're already using.
Okay. Anything else, Scott?
No, sir.
Karen?
So I'm assuming across the street could also be across the canal? Because you might end up with
We could add
canals
that
on
language,
each
it's not
side.
specifically in there, but we could add that in. I mean,
Because there's a lot that abut just
Uh-huh.
by canals.
okay, that's a good suggestion.
Jim?
Nothing.
John?
Nothing.
No? Karen got mine. Beat me to the punch. Thanks, Judith. Public comment. Again, no one's here.
Come on, Tom, don't you want to say something?
Tom's here.
The canal thing really bothered me.
No offense, Tom. No offense. All right, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with
reasons or a continuance to a time certain. I'll make a motion to approve moving ordinance 25-08 to its second reading, with the amendments that were just added, to June 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Second.
All right, motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt? Aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We're officially done with the public hearings. We will move on to the administrative agenda. The first is RFP 2-25-02-AD-FMB for the Comprehensive Recovery and Resilience Implementation Plan. Who's taking this one?
So
Frankie?
this was the first grab at the apple for the CDBGR. This was our planning grant that we went for as a town. And we had to go through the whole process with HUD and how we draft out an RFP and how we put it out for solicitation. Jason worked really hard on this one, and it seems like it's still kind of a fight every single time we have a conversation with the project manager, not ours, the county's, over this one. But we got to the point where we actually had a selection of a vendor, and we wish to go with AECom as our long-term planner. The way it was written, it was for comprehensive recovery. We know that we've already gone through that. It has really no basis as far as dealing with our comprehensive plan that we're already in the tail end of. This was more of a adaptation of what R2P2 presented to us and what Daniel Tomzak and his team presented to us for a projected long-term recovery. So we're looking at that 5, 10, 15 year out. But what we did is we also put language in there to encapsulate the downtown district, Times Square, and things like that, that we could reap immediate information from as soon as we got them. So that's basically what it was about.
So is this a requirement as part of the HUD funding?
Yes, you have to, as town, you have to bring the selection before council, and council has to accept it.
Because I'm consulted to death here when I read through it. It's the consultant will work with the town's consultant. So we're hiring a consultant to work with a consultant?
No, we're basically the consultants, it'd be Jason and I.
Okay, so it should say staff, not town consultant.
Correct.
Okay. I was confused. I'm like, we're hiring a consultant to talk to a consultant. That doesn't, I mean, I don't know the consultant well, Vice Mayor, but, I mean, that sounds like a good gig.
That's why it's so lucrative.
Yeah, I guess so.
And that's why I say those who can do, those who can't consult.
Yes. John, any questions for Frank or your staff?
Funding comes from,
CDBGR, 100%.
thank you.
And the nice part about this is the county front is going to be fronting us that money available up front.
So this is gonna come out of that 1.4, 1.5,
That's
whatever it
right.
was?
That was the first one that we went to, and then the infrastructure ones came
For
after.
planning services?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank.
Jim?
Nothing.
Karen?
Nothing.
Scott?
That was my only question.
All right. Then is there a motion for RFP 25-02-AD?
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I just need to point out to you that the recommendation is basically approving the selection of this vendor, authorizing the town manager to negotiate with them, and then authorizing the town manager to approve the final agreement subject to my review. And I think that's because of a very expedited deadlines that we have to get that done, if you wanna elaborate.
Yes, so there's a certain time frame that you have to, once you set out your RFP, you garner in your bids, you select a person. We're kind of already pushing that envelope on when we should vet that vendor, was just because of the way the meetings fell. But yes, it is a requirement, just like we would do anything else with the federal government. It usually goes to the town manager. He selects the people that he wants to either work with it, or he takes that on himself, and we move forward. But we have to have that documentation in place so we can get it back to the county and return back to HUD.
Understood. Any further discussion? I forgot. King, did you make the motion?
King did.
King did. Okay, who was in? I said, okay. Counselor King.
Aye.
Counselor Safford.
Aye.
Counselor Wilson.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. It's been a long day.
Yes, it has.
Next is the approval of a final settlement agreement between the town of Fort Myers Beach and Florida Municipal Insurance Trust for Hurricane Ian insurance proceeds in the amount of $737,500. Nancy, is this you?
Somewhat. I had worked with Andy on this and also Linda Beck, who both of them are not here today. But in the backup material, you'll see that shortly after Hurricane Ian, there was a lot of working with FMIT, which is the Florida Insurance Municipal Trust, to try to file claims on behalf of the town for liability, or not liability, for wind and flood. And along those lines, they had reached an amount that they felt, that FMIT felt that the town was due. Your interim town managers, they hired Garrett Adjusting out of Pensacola. And his job was to go back and basically analyze and review all of the claims that had been submitted and what had been paid. And of course, there was some disagreement as to it. He was hired on a recovery basis, a percentage of any additional funds that he would be able to identify. Again, there was disagreement between his numbers and FMIT's numbers, and that resulted in a negotiation of what the final settlement could be. I'm really not at liberty to discuss the matters that were identified during the negotiation. I will tell you that the league, FMIT, was at a much different place than we were. However, the compromise that came up was the amount of $737,500. And to put this matter to completion, we would be recommending, myself and Andy, who participated in that mediation, that council accept this, and this would close out all the claims existing with Hurricane Ian. There may still be some claims that are outstanding regarding Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, but this would close the books on Ian and allow us to move forward. Will, I don't know if Andy briefed you any more on it, if you want to add to it.
No, nothing to add, just the discussions that we had, Nancy, you were bringing me up to speed on this, just otherwise, I think it's prudent to move forward with this decision, close the books on this one. Yeah, I agree with Nancy's recommendation.
And then the fee would come out of this 737 for
Correct.
Garrett, yes.
Correct. So some might characterize it as found money, money that we initially had not been given by FMIT. But, you know, numbers are numbers, and I think there was about a year and a half of analysis and negotiation back and forth between Garrett and the FMIT folks.
And do we have Garrett on, is he still working for us in regards to Helene and Milton? Or
No.
we don't have anyone?
No, we had him on a short-term contract
Yeah, I remember
shortly
that.
after Ian.
Okay.
And that contract was ratified, I believe, because he was in hot demand after Ian, as all public adjusters were. We were able to establish a relationship with him, and this is the results of that relationship.
So where does if we accept this agreement, where does this, in your terms, found money end up in the budget?
I defer it over to the town manager.
A general fund would be my initial thought,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
What about putting it in our reserves? Since it's insurance money, we need to build up our reserves. I mean, that's always the.
Well, I'd like it to go wherever gives us the most flexibility, should you need it, whatever pool that ends up in, that allows us the most flexibility.
So what I have heard, I think perhaps from discussions with Andy, you are going to have an expenditure to terminate the lease of these modular units, because we will be breaching that lease in order to transfer over to the new building. I haven't been involved in that conversation, so I'm gonna defer to Frankie as to what the status of that is.
Currently, they came and made an evaluation of the status of the trailers, the condition of the trailers, and the furniture, and we're waiting to hear a response back. That was just last week. So once they value that, that's when we'll know what to proceed from there.
Is there any reason why you're not involved in that discussion or negotiation with them? Or has it
I
gotten to a
think
point where it hasn't been
Frankie's,
needed to?
Frankie is taking over that. But that will be an expenditure that's probably gonna come your way as far as terminating the lease agreement. This is a pot of money that we really had not anticipated, so the idea would be maybe that would be one way to spend it. Having heard what council said as far as putting it into reserve, that's another, but I will defer to your town manager, working with our finance people to figure out the best place. We will have to pay Mr. Garrett, and then I think it is subject to your discretion.
All right. Well, I guess with that, then I'll make an motion to approve the final settlement agreement between the town of Fort Myers Beach and FMIT, Florida Municipal Insurance Trust, for hurricane insurance proceeds in the amount of $737,500, and allowing the judgment of the town manager to place said funding in whatever bucket makes the most sense for
Yeah.
flexibility.
Yeah.
Second.
Got a motion by Mayor Allers, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope? Aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Next is to approve the Selection Advisory Committee recommendation to award RFP 25-03-EN to fill and grade Bay Oaks Recreational Campus to Persons Service Corporation. Jeff?
Yeah, so we finally are getting this Bay Oaks thing hopefully on the right track. So we put it into two different RFPs. This first one being the grading, raising it 3 feet, getting it basically to where somebody can just come in and put irrigation in and sod, and pickleball courts. So they'll crush all the concrete. There's way more concrete than what we need back here. So they'll crush what we need, and then they'll haul the rest off or put it in the old town hall lot. This was by far the best selection we had, and just the only selection we had. So we only had one person bid on this, and they are subcontracting with ICS to get the job done. The first part of it, we're hoping to get done, the grade, if we can get rid of these trailers, would be maybe one of the first weeks in July. They're aggressive, but they think they might be able to do it. And then all we have left is, we have another one coming in the ITB is next week for the sod and the pickleball courts, so.
So I guess the elephant in the room and the question is, are we still on pace to not lose that $1 million grant?
Right now we are, yes.
That would be subject to your approval of the actions that we're recommending.
Yes.
Which is awarding this bid to Persons Services Corp., and then authorizing the town manager to very quickly prepare and negotiate an agreement with them not to exceed $1,168,938.63, subject to legal review, and then authorizing the mayor to go ahead and sign that. We will not have enough time to bring that back to you at a subsequent meeting because of the deadlines.
Okay, well, in the spirit of time, I will make a motion to approve based on what was just stated by our town attorney, so I don't have to
I'll be
restate it.
watching them, and then we'll come to you for a signature.
To approve the RFP 25-03-EN for Pearson Service Corporation.
Yep.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Our last item is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach awarding RFP 25-03-EN to Person Services Group as the most responsive and responsible bidder to complete the fill and grading of Bay Oaks Recreational Campus project as recommended by the Selected Advisory Committee, authorizing the town manager to negotiate and prepare an agreement for the recommended services in the amount not to exceed $1,689,381.63, subject to legal review, authorizing the mayor to sign the agreement, providing for scrivener's error, severability, and an effective date.
So I skipped ahead,
You
and
did.
I apologize for that.
You did.
But hey, we gotta get this done, right?
Just,
We're
I
moving.
know, you know, Counselor King always brings up with the funding, this is part of that grant that we got, and then the 1 million match, so.
Part of the grant, you're talking about the CDBGR grant funding, or just the grant for?
No.
No, the,
Just part of the $1 million grant?
yeah, the $1 million.
Got it, okay.
Thank you, Jeff.
So none of this has anything to do with that approved funding, but just haven't received funding for the CDGR parks?
No, that's more the pool, Newton,
okay.
OSC, and
Got
the North Tower.
Any further questions? I think we covered it. Again, I will make a motion to approve what we just said we were going to approve. A resolution for RFP 25-03-EN for Persons Services Corp.
And I will go ahead and second.
All right, motion by Mayor Aller, seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Aller? Huh?
Aye.
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 Counselor Woodson and Counselor Safford?
It was a punch drunk.
All right, motion carries unanimously. Final public comment, Mr. Yazzo? Oh, good. Town manager items.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, councilors, I have 3 items. First, to update you on my efforts at Fort Myers Beach School. Tomorrow morning, I'm meeting with Superintendent Carlin from the school district, myself, and it'll be Becky Bose will be accompanying me tomorrow to begin discussions at your direction to ensure the preservation and longevity of the school and look into all possible options to ensure that the school district adheres to the ILA. Yes, sir.
I just have a question, I don't wanna put anybody on the spot, but I think that's excellent that you're meeting with her. Seems like somebody else ought to be in that meeting, is that not gonna work?
I defer to the town manager.
I will
Happy to do whatever.
discuss that with Tracy.
I just think she has so much institutional
Absolutely.
knowledge, and there's a lot of, I think the superintendent has a learning curve as well on this, just because she's new. And I think there's some history here that really lends itself well to our case. And you and Becky are wonderful, but she's got that history you guys don't have.
No doubt. Yes, sir. Secondly, I'd like to recommend to the town council that you hold a joint meeting with the LPA to discuss the results of the public outreach for the comp plan that they have ready to bring to you. Suggestion of, go ahead.
I would love to give like a little, once you discuss
No,
the
please
joint
do.
meeting, I'd love to just let everybody know kind of what we covered and what we got out of those meetings. So go ahead, discuss the joint meeting, and then I'll just give everybody a little bit of input on the comp plan, and
I
that
was
will
done
be
with the exception of a couple of date recommendations.
Okay,
So
go
why
for
don't
that.
you-
No,
either
figure out the date and then.
well, June 10th or June 26th.
Oh,
June 10th would be after,
I don't
I
think
think, the LPA meeting, just following the LPA meeting on that day.
Ed Ing won't be back.
June 26th would be at its own designated time.
He did make a little piece.
I can do either one.
I cannot do June 10th.
Yeah, I've got a doctor appointment June 10th.
June 26th I can do easy.
We have a cell cab meeting at 1 o'clock on the 26th, so if we did it in the morning, maybe?
In the morning on June 26th. Okay, we'll verify that I'll have the staff look into it, and we'll get that, Amy will get that out to everybody. It looks pretty good. Sarah, please.
And that would be to tentatively be at 9 a.m. on the
Yes,
26th.
Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, well, what was the time of your meeting tomorrow with the superintendent?
8:30.
8:30, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So Sarah Probst for Community Development. I just wanted to let you guys know about the public input that we received. We had 3 different events and we had an online survey. So the first event was at the library grand reopening. We had it next to the band. It was a very productive event. A lot of people came out. It was a ton of participation. The next event we went to was the Bayside Concert Series. That was a more relaxed scene. We got a lot of different input from people who were just coming and going from the event. I thought that was nice to sort of hear from a different group of people, maybe that wouldn't necessarily come to the library. The third event was at the library, but indoors. It was a more focused event. We had a couple different displays, and we had sort of a Lego exercise so that people could place them on the map and see what different size buildings would look like and what, where things should go. We had the online survey, and we got 118 respondents, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually pretty good in a small town. We heard a lot about, so the main input that we heard was that Residents want to have well-maintained, accessible parks. They really appreciate the parks and the recreation opportunities in the town. Of course, as you would assume, there are concerns about traffic congestion, getting to places, especially during season. There are concerns about not having all of the amenities that they may want on the island. We did hear from the majority of the residents that we heard from were over 65, so there were concerns about medical facilities and accessibility and traffic safety. Residents did emphasize how much they appreciated the beach. That's still our biggest asset here, and they want to ensure protection, access, control, cleanliness, and sustainability of the beaches. They also, a lot of people spoke about the mound house, so that's an amenity that people really do appreciate, but maybe is under acknowledged or maybe not known about by people that are outside of, a lot of the visitors probably don't know about Mound House. So coming up next, I won't be involved, but Ed Ing and Jason Green will be coming to you guys, have some joint meetings to discuss all of the findings, suggestions on what to do next. The comprehensive plan will be your next step. Hopefully we're pretty close to where we need to be with an adoption for a comprehensive plan. It'll take 2 council hearings, so there will be, we'll have to figure out the budgeting and the budgeting hearings and how that can work out with the comp plan hearings, because that's gonna be falling probably in the same time frame. Then you can move on to the land development code. I've been talking with staff, I've been talking with my staff, trying to make sure that everybody kind of understands the issues and what probably needs to be resolved in the code in the next round. Do you guys have any questions?
Not for me for this item, but I have a different question, but I'll bring it up later. Scott?
Yeah, my only question is, the impact fees, are you guys close? to being
Stealing
done?
my thunder, that's what mine was gonna be under council items.
It's Jason Green. I'm sure, I know that he is working on it. He's gonna have to answer your question, and he will be at the joint meeting. Okay, so he'll be at the next town council
Because
hearing.
time's running out, I mean, these
Yeah.
approvals are, if you look at some of these timelines, they're moving.
Yeah, they
quickly.
wanna move
We had a
fast.
joint conversation, about a couple of weeks ago, when he was involved with that, and he did mention that they're right at the finish line with coming up with recommendations for that.
Well, the rabbit needs to run faster. We're getting closer to DOs and shovels going into the ground, so this is an important thing to, but Scott stole my thunder, so I'll let him.
Sorry.
That's all right. I was gonna wait till my time, but, no, that was a question I had. Karen, any questions?
No, I'm good.
Jim?
Nothing right now, thank you.
John?
None.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Well, that was a long time to sit here to just have that little.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Maybe you're enjoying your flowers. And what was your third item?
Third item was just a calendar reminder, next community forum, community forum number 2 for the strategic planning is June 12th.
At the same locations?
Same location, yes, Mr.
Are we wanting
So, obviously, we don't
to
need
have
to
council
be
there
there.
as well, or?
It was wonderful having the council there, participate, or.
I
not
couldn't
Sorry, but to support, and again, thank you, several of you wanted to acknowledge the staff effort on that so far. I really enjoyed the first event, so pass that on to staff, and, so yes, we'd love to see as many as possible there.
501 again?
501.
Yes, 501.
And what was the date? I'm sorry, I missed
June
it.
12th.
June 12th, okay. And that's it?
That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, town attorney items?
No items.
No items, okay. Where are we at? Oh, counselor items and reports. John?
Just one quick one, getting back to the vice mayor regarding the Matanzas Pass Fishing Pier. I reached out to my considerable contacts and came up with, the FDOT is getting out of the pier business. They have removed the stairs that were considered unsafe. If Fort Myers Beach wants the fishing pier, we can purchase it, but it is my understanding this would not be cheap. And that's my report to the vice mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, John.
Vice Mayor?
I have a sort of an odd request in the sense that we have an M&P meeting on Thursday, and I'm asking for an excused absence I would normally call in and I've never missed a meeting, but I would call in if I could, but I will be on a train to Chicago for going to a wedding. So my experience with Amtrak has been phone and internet doesn't work very well on the train. I'll try, but in the interim, I wondered if I could get an excused absence in advance in case I fail on Thursday, which is highly likely.
I have no issues. Karen, Scott?
None.
No.
I would ask, because I'm heading out tomorrow morning relatively early, I would ask Will or have Tracy assigned at some point, because the school board workshop is at 1 o'clock tomorrow. If you, whatever you deem appropriate, if you would get in touch with the key ad hoc committee folks, if you have any update that you can give them prior to the 1 o'clock, might be helpful just to keep that line of communication going, since it might affect the tone of that meeting. So that would be great. Again, the school district workshop is at 1 o'clock tomorrow at their headquarters. And encourage folks, if they can't be there, certainly to send an email to their members of the school board and the superintendent, as well as reach out to your friends and family and alumni in Lee County. Encourage them to do the same respectfully. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Counselor Woodson?
Well, as a follow-up to what Jim was talking about, so the 1 o'clock school meeting, school workshop. So I think there's possibility of a number of us council people attending that. And so I just wanted to make that public that we would be attending. We would not be having our own private meeting, but we would be in attendance to support whatever happens for the Beach Elementary School and to get our points across individually if need be.
I think that's outstanding, Counselor Woodson. I would encourage Nancy to take whatever, or Amy to take
We
whatever
will
action, because
advertise it,
even
or
though
we'll
even though
notice
the
it.
school board has noticed it, somehow we have to notice it as well. At least that's what I've been advised in the past, yeah. But thank you.
That's all I have.
Scott?
Two things. I'm happy to announce that, thanks to Tom and Andy and Will, we were able to get, and Frankie, we were able to get those two 15-minute parking spots. Signs are up. They're a go.
They've been used.
They're being
I've
used.
seen.
So thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, they're located right, literally across the street from Nervous Nelly's, right under the bridge, the first two spots. So
Okay.
it's good stuff.
And then also I noticed signs for the Uber drop-off or Lyft drop-off, whatever, on 3rd Street. There's signage there for those couple of spots, next to SOB.
Yeah. And my other question, now that we've got a charter review committee, are we gonna have a liaison? Are we gonna decide that next meeting, or?
Congratulations.
Second motion.
It's all yours, Scott, if
Oh,
you'd like.
really? Sure, I'll do it.
I was gonna say, if you don't want to, I would love to.
I would love to. You can be my alternate.
Okay, perfect.
Do you need an official vote on that, or just consensus that Scott is going to be the liaison for the charter?
I think consensus would actually be okay,
Consensus,
with,
great.
Counselor, Woodson being the alternate, if you can't make it.
All right. Consent there. I have nothing. In the sake of time, I will save anything I have for a later date. John?
Well, with Amtrak boy leaving, I'll send you out with choo-choo chiboogie and move to adjourn.
Wow. All right.